Ava Lee. Vipers currently sit top of the table and have a 99% chance of qualification. The Sparks have struggled for results and have a 1% chance of qualification for the semi-finals. It is not in their own hands, but a win today would very much help them. Barbara Daniels, what are your thoughts ahead of today's game?
Well, yes, those percentages are quite interesting, aren't they? But Sparks are on the back of a brilliant win earlier in the week. When they scored 300, I think, didn't they? And a century from Eve. So they must be feeling confident. So, I mean, I guess there's nothing for them to lose except to go for it and try and win every game. So hopefully this should be a good contest. It's a beautiful day here. Interesting that they've chosen to field first, having batted first the other day and put a lot of pressure on, scoreboard pressure on. So obviously we'll see how that goes. But yeah, looking forward to it.
Yeah, it looks like it will be a good one. The Sparks clearly wanting the chase. And as you mentioned, Sparks' win, they beat Western Storm by 145 runs earlier in the week, and that was an emphatic win with Eve Jones' century and Abby Freeborn creating an incredible partnership, finishing 89 not out at the end. And the teams have made their way to the middle. And we've got Ella McCacken and Rhianna Southby, as I said, opening the batting for the Southern Vipers today. And we've got Abby Freeborn behind the stumps for the Central Sparks. And it looks like it will be Grace Potts to open the bowling. The seamer for Sparks, one of many seamers they've got in their squad, particularly young seamers coming through. Grace Potts, just 21 years old, but has had great success in a Spark shirt over the last few seasons. Potts bowling from the Diglas end at New Road. It's Sparks' final game at New Road as we head into a new era with Project Darwin. As Potts runs in to McCacken, and that goes through to the wicket-keeper Abby Freeborn. And no run.
That looked like that moved off the pitch quite considerably, that one. So maybe they have read a pitch that looks like it might be friendly for seamers, but let's see.
Grace Potts walking back to her mark.
Presuming there's no Amy Jones behind the stumps getting ready for England duty, is that where we're at?
Yeah, preparing for the World Cup. She hasn't played many games for Sparks this season, with the England schedule being quite heavy as Potts continues. And once again, that's gone straight through to the keeper. There are a couple of cries and sighs from the Sparks players, thinking perhaps there'll be an edge. It's very good bowling from Potts as she starts here.
It is very accurate just outside that off stump, with a little bit of movement away. So yes,
yeah,
could be interesting.
She's found some good rhythm over the years, and I think the 50 over format has suited her well. As Potts once again is charging in to McCacken, and that's left. Another dot ball. It's the ideal over for Potts to start. As we mentioned, a very big game for the Sparks. Qualification not being in their hands, but just about possible, according to the Cricket Her Weekly magic machine, as I call it, which works out all the percentages. It's quite it's a remarkable piece of software. Potts from her mark, running in, and that's been played behind, and it races to the boundary, but Bethan Ellis will do the fielding, and they'll take the single.
So just a little bit more width there, but then again definitely still that movement away off the pitch, so if she can keep it in that corridor of uncertainty, as they say, then she might get some joy there. Interesting. I'm really looking forward to seeing Southby bat, who's, as we were saying before, just obviously is the wicket keeper and has been known for that, but I had a quick chat to Charlotte Edwards this morning, said no, she's a very good batter, so here's a good opportunity for her.
As Potts will continue, Southby facing her first ball of the day, and that's been left alone. Another similar ball to what we've seen from Potts. Yeah, it's a really good point about Southby, because she's been utilised down the order and is kind of been this specialist wicket keeper, as a couple of wicket keepers are becoming in the women's regional game. But to see Charlotte Edwards experimenting and putting her at the top of the order, that's quite exciting. And I guess Vipers are pretty much in those semi-finals, so you can take risks and have a little bit of an experiment at this point. Potts again to Southbeat. He leaves that alone.
A bit of bounce there too.
Yeah, it came up quite high. And end of the over, 1 without loss.
I guess as well, I mean, talking about Southby opening, I mean, much like Amy Jones not being available, the Vipers would have England players as well not in the squad at the minute. So it does, again, allows teams that chance to be putting younger players in greater positions of responsibility, particularly in this longer version of the game. I think it's really, really important.
Yeah, Vipers have been heavily affected by England call-ups, missing Maya Boucher, Danny Wyatt, Charlie Dean, Freya Kemp and Lauren Belt.
Oh, that's quite a few, isn't it?
That is the core of the squad, really. And Central Sparks only missing Amy Jones, so
yeah,
it's slightly imbalanced, but Vipers have an incredible academy.
And they have been very, I mean, they are still, and they have been very strong, and to be producing all of those players. But it might make Sparks feel they've got a stronger chance today. So we've got Katie George now coming in from the New Road end, and she'll be bowling to McCacken. So she's coming in now, left arm over, a leave there quite wide of the off stump, just finding her range. I think that's fair to say.
Katie George, who is signed for Warwickshire. Sparks have managed to pen quite a lot of their Sparks players for the new side, which will start next season.
Okay, I didn't realise those signings were already happening, so that's good to know.
Yeah, a couple of teams. So I know Durham have been quite active in signing players, and Warwickshire has been another one of them.
So Katie George in again, and that's played away off the back foot, but a good stop in the covers there.
So yeah, it's very exciting. It's also a little bit sad, as we mentioned. This is the last Sparks game at New Road, and I think New Road has been a very good home for Sparks over the years. So it'd be sad to see it go, but I imagine Worcestershire women in Tier 2 will be playing here,
which would be great. So Katie George in again. That's a much tighter line, just played defensively back on the back foot from McCacken. No run.
What's interesting with Project Darwin in Tier 1 and Tier 2 is that Emily Arlot, for example, has signed for Warwickshire, but she is a Worcestershire player through and through. She's played all her cricket here. And
has she really?
Yeah, and now
it's going to throw a few of those, isn't it,
yeah.
I think. Okay, George in again. And just straying onto the leg side, and that's just tucked off the hips around the corner for 1 to fine leg.
So yeah, I imagine for quite a few players there'll be the allegiances torn, because of course the regions are geographical, and
yes.
So you do have rival counties within them, and so players have got to make those decisions.
Yes.
But I imagine for most Sparks players the priority is Tier 1 cricket and
exactly.
continuing to be a professional.
Yeah.
As they've enjoyed the setup since 2020.
So if you're in Tier 2 then, does that mean is that not paid at all?
It will be a semi-professional setup, so I imagine paid to play.
Yeah. So Katie George in again. Oh, just wide of leg stump, but that looked quite close actually.
Sparks have started well here. The Vipers 2 without loss.
That must have been very close. I don't think she signalled a wide then, did she? So it was past leg stump. Flick to back leg. Thank you, Sam. So Katie George in again. Last ball of the over. Played off the back foot defensively. Just out into the covers. No run.
So just 1 from the over. A tidy one from Katie George, as I mentioned, has signed for Warwickshire.
So yeah, we're just having a quick look at that. Oh yes, it did. Sorry, just hit a thigh pad. Just confused me and the batter somewhat at that point.
We will say we are square of the wicket today, so our views for anything straight on is difficult. But we handily have some replays, and as we head into the third over, Vipers 2 without loss. Ellen McCacken 2 from 8, and Rhianna Southby yet to get off the mark, as Grace Potts returns from the Diglas end, and she bowls into McCacken, who chops that into the ground. That heads toward backward point. Davina Perrin, the 17-year-old who This is her 51st cap for Central Sparks, and
Is
she's
it really?
only 17. She made her debut the day after her 15th birthday, and
Wow.
is a very exciting player.
She is an exciting player. I mean, she's a fabulous fielder, and there's much, much more to come from her with the bat.
Potts charging in to McCacken. That goes behind to Abby Freeborn. Pattern we saw a lot in the first over.
There was a bit of a wafty drive at that one. I think they might have been hoping for a little edge on that, but she's got away with that one.
Yeah, Davina Perrin is yet to sign for a side.
Ah, interesting.
So we'll see where she ends up. But yes, a very, very exciting player, and someone who's still very young but has been around for a while. As Potts runs in, and that's driven down the ground, beats the fielder. It heads outside the ring and races away down to the boundary. Georgia Davis was in pursuit, but that is Southern Vipers' first boundary of the day from Ella McCacken.
Well, and she didn't really hit that, did she? So she stroked. That's a fast outfield. I think there's going to be value for your shots here today, which is lovely as a batter, I have to say. But again, then very little margin for error for the bowler. So that was just perhaps a little fuller that time.
Potts running in, McCacken in her stance, and she just nudges that again to point where Davina Perrin is.
So then she's just pulled her length back a bit there, hasn't she? Just to get into that back foot defensive. Here we go, we've got this on the replay. This really just leant on it actually, didn't she?
Yeah, there wasn't a lot of power on it, but it just sailed away.
Lovely timing.
6 without loss are the Vipers. Grace Potts from the Diglas end. And that's a powerful shot down the ground. It's the exact same place she put the last boundary. And that'll be another 4 for the total. 10 without loss for the Southern Vipers. Ella McCacken finding a bit of rhythm here. It was a really nice stroke and just drived it very powerfully. Again, good timing.
So yes, so Emily Potts just got that dilemma. I was wanting to pitch it up maybe to get the ball to move, but actually if she's going too full, is eminently drivable.
Potts in again, and that's defended. There'll be no run on offer. It's played into the ground. The end of the over, 10 without loss. Grace Potts a slightly looser over.
I'm just seeing the replay of that second drive. Again, very good, solid position. Nice still head. Not really hitting it, but placing it in the gap. Out to the boundary.
Yeah,
of course, we've got fielding restrictions, haven't we, for the first 10 overs here.
For the power play, that was 8 conceded from the over. There's 2 boundaries from Ella McCacken, costing the Sparks a little bit.
So Southby's will be wanting to get off the mark, facing Katie George, the left armour. Very steady approach. And then that's that ball going across the right-hander. Just she did flirt with that, played and missed. A few shouts from the Sparks, but she didn't hit that. She must be nervous. I'm nervous for her for Southby. You always just want to get off the mark. A bit like watching Joe Root on 99 last night. So 12 balls, I think he was on 99. And in she comes again. Right on target. Very solidly defensively played by Southby.
I think for Southby as well, it's an opportunity playing at the top of the order. She doesn't get that very often. She's normally playing as the finisher, or in the Vipers' case, a lot of the time, doesn't actually get to bat.
Well, yes.
So to have time in the middle and be at the top of the order is quite a big opportunity, which comes with its pressures.
So Georgian again. She comes in from quite a wide angle, and that's a nice shot. Played off the back foot. Very easily. No messing about. Let's just start with a 4. So she's played that through the covers off the back foot. She'll feel a lot happier now. Bit too much width there from Katie George on that one.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. Get off the mark with a boundary.
Again, it's a fast outfield, isn't it? So you know, it's a little margin for error. Obviously, in this power play, with where have they got their deep fielders? We're out at third third and fine, I think. So George in again. Fuller ball that time. So again, yes, with your 2 deep fielders at third and fine, you don't be not really wanting to drop short and allow that space through the covers. So the replay again. Yeah, held her shape. Did Southby, just very comfortably played off the back foot through the covers for 4. In she comes again. I'm just interested in Katie George's run-up. Seems to be from quite a relatively wide angle. Just looking on the screen here. Yeah. Tooth got. Oh, and the umpire's just having a word with Katie George about where she's landing, whether she's landing on the danger area. Don't think that's not an official warning. I don't think. Just having a gentle word to suggest she'd rather she didn't land on there.
I know Katie George has struggled with back injuries.
Yes, she has,
especially early on in her career. So I don't know how much the angle of her run-up has to do with fixing that, but it could be something to do with a changed action.
Oh gosh, that's a good ball. So it looks like she's beaten her on the inside edge. Can't really work out how that hasn't either bowled her or taken an edge and got a wicket. But she survived, 4 off the over. That's a good comeback from Katie George.
Got her head in her hand and is in disbelief of how she didn't get her there. But end of the over, 14 without loss. Ella McCacken on 10 from 14 and Rhianna Southby 4 from 10. A reminder that you're watching Central Sparks versus the Southern Vipers in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy with myself, Polly Starkey and Barbara Daniels. And later on we'll have Claire Jenkins join us.
I'm still not sure. I'm just watching the replay, still not quite sure what happened there, whether she did get an edge and it didn't carry, or whether it just beat everything. If it just beat everything, that swung back into the right-hander quite a long way.
Grace Potts will bowl her third over from the Douglas end. She's into McCacken, who drives that straight to Eve Jones inside the ring. There'll be no run.
And here's the replay again. Let's just have a look. We can see what's happened here. So this is Katie George, left arm over. I think it's just beaten everything. I think that's why she's got her head in her hands. That's an incredible ball.
That is a very, very good ball. She is unfortunate to not get anything from that, as Potts is charging in. And McCacken just defends that back into the ground. Dot ball, 14 without loss.
Looks to me like there's been a bit of a field change because they've blocked that gap in the cover, so I'm just trying to work out where that fielder has come from. We've got the 2 in the deep, again at fine and third. So maybe they must have brought someone out from gully, I think. So hope to stop that, just push drive for 4.
Potts running past the umpire, and that's defended down the wicket. So it's a good over from Grace Potts so far. Nothing conceded from it.
Your point's a good one, just talking about Emily Potts, but the others as well. You know, this is the longest form of cricket these players play, this 50-over form. So getting to bowl 10 overs, knowing you can build into a spell. Same for the batters. Mm-hmm. Although there's a power play, you know, it doesn't have to be crash bang wallop. They've got a lot. It's a long innings to build partnerships.
Potts, and again, McCacken drives that down. But it will just find the edge of the ring as Georgia Davis does the fielding there. Another dot ball for Grace Potts. A very measured over after her 8 conceded from the previous one, with those 2 boundaries. A lot tighter. As we mentioned, it's a very fast outfield, so it's a difficult one from a bowling perspective. Potts to McCacken, she flicks that up behind her towards third, but there's a fielder out there. Bethan Ellis prevents the boundary, and they'll just run through for the single, putting Southby on strike. She only has that boundary to her name so far today, and will be keen, I imagine, to get a couple more runs after being promoted from a number 8 or 9 batter right up the order to open.
She hasn't faced much of Potts yet, I don't think, has she? So
Grace Potts running in, and it goes through to the keeper. That'll be free ball and there'll be no run. This has been a very good over from Grace Potts, 15 without loss. We're going to say goodbye to Barbara Daniels temporarily, and Claire Jenkins is going to join me. The score 15 without loss after 5 overs. Claire, how are you doing?
I'm doing all right. What have I missed?
There's been all sorts of drama.
I was doing all sorts of social media.
Very good.
Spamming X with photos of us commentating.
Marvellous.
Lovely sunny day here. It's given me the itch to play.
As Katie George is in from the new road end, and that's driven back behind the bowler, Emily Arlot, doing the fielding there. And they'll scamper through for the single.
You mentioned that we're sort of sideways on here, aren't we? And it's a lovely view though. We've got 2 spires here. I didn't realise there was a church around there because we usually sat at a different angle. Beautiful view here. The Malvern's looking resplendent as I drove from Bear Country down this morning.
It's Katie George, left armour to Southby. He drives that down the ground. No run on offer. Yeah, Worcester is just one of the most beautiful grounds. You've got the cathedral over there, you've got another church, and it's signalled a no ball. And there'll be a free hit signalled by the umpire.
Grace the half flying doctor.
Yes. As George is in for the free hit, and it goes through to the keeper. Nothing of it. Signalled a wide by the umpire.
Still a free hit. Yes, go on Grace, give that lasso signal. Grace Banbury and Ben Peveril. Ben the Shoulders Peveril as he's known. Somebody said that he looked like he'd still left a hanger in his jacket.
Katie George, second free hit now. Southby faces it and she lobs that in the air. Goes behind the fielder and they'll run through for 2, I think they'll get. Doesn't quite make the boundary. But that's 2 to the total. They got something eventually from those free hits. I think Katie George will be relieved that that's over.
Yes, she did manage at Taunton. She did manage to bowl a wide Yorker, and they didn't actually score off a free hit that was off her on Monday when I was down at Taunton. Western Storm, Central Sparks.
George once again, left arm to Southby. He chops that back behind, and it races away down to the boundary at deep extra cover. As we mentioned, a fast outfield, but it was a powerful shot, well timed, and that's her second boundary of the day. Takes her to 10 from 14. The Vipers now 24 without loss.
Because Southby got 36 against the Blazers. She was the second highest scorer in their last game, so perhaps taking that form into this game.
George to Southby, who tries to defend that, and that goes through to Abby Freeborn. He's been busy behind the stumps today so far.
Katie George, of course, she's in the top 10 for how many catches she's got in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint. Great fielder. We shall see if she's not bowling. Oh, while she's bowling, she might have caught and bowled, I suppose. She's got 9 catches so far in the Rachel Hayhoe Flint. So
Katie George, number 99 on her shirt, into Southby. There's a bit of an appeal, but I think there's not much on it. The umpires aren't interested.
I think it was an effort shout, wasn't it?
An effort,
like,
yeah.
Oof.
I imagine from the Sparks, they'll do a couple of them today. They've had some good chances already, so they've been close to a wicket. Katie George and Grace Potts doing a great job opening the bowling here. There's George for her final ball of the over to Southby. There's a big shout. It hits
Katie
something.
George is always enthusiastic about. Well, you know.
I mean, if you're a bowler, you've got to nail everything. Yeah. But Grace Banbury was not interested.
Katie George tosses a hat in nonchalantly, like, God. missed opportunities. Of course, she took a 5 against Western Storm earlier in the season, so 5 for 50. That was a glorious thing. Although it wasn't a losing cause, unfortunately. But great to see Katie George back, bowling at full tilt.
An expensive over though, 10 from it. It was the no ball and the wide cost her quite a bit. But 24 without loss. And
Potts to come in from the Diglis. Ponytail going. Oh, there's a wrap on the pads, but it's going very high, so Potts is not interested. Abby Freeborn's going. She's signalling. Nah, it's going too high and wide. Other than that, it was a great shout.
Yeah, very high on the side pad. I'll probably be missing the wickets.
I was chatting. We've got some spectators. You might not be able to see from the live stream. Got some in there. Lots of Vipers. It seems that Vipers never play an away game. They've always got lots of spectators. Of course, they're very visible in their Belisha orange tops as Potts comes in. McCacken defends that down and straight to point. Davina Perrin does the tidying up. No run.
Yeah, I guess the thing with the Vipers is they've had this identity since 2016 when the KSL started, and the fans have stuck around in their bright orange shirts. You see them everywhere. They're always at finals day.
Yeah.
And I guess that's the aim with Project Darwin and the new counties, that identity will be even stronger.
Yes, how much do they keep and how much do they leave? That's down the leg side. And, Abby Freeborn does a spectacular dive and stops it, and Katie George throws the ball back. Yeah, how much of their identity are they going to keep? Particularly for, as you say, Vipers have got that from the Kia Super League days. Long-term images. Western Storm and Lancs Thunder, some of them have got that continuity and some will have less of that, and then it's just whether their host counties want, how much of that they want to take in to the new Tier 1 and Tier 2 systems in future. As that's played down straight to the fielder and there is no run. It's going to be fascinating, and there must be all sorts of conversations going on, players, agents, players, backroom staff, who's got jobs, who hasn't got jobs, where they're going. How many surprises will we have? How many players will be their expectations at one level and what their offers is a different level, and it's going to be fascinating to see how it all plays out. Potts in from the Diglis. Oh, little twiddle at that one, and no bat on that, but keeping Katie George and Abby Freeborn interested behind the stumps. Tall figure of Grace Potts. It must be from some height, that ball coming down.
Yeah, she's one of a couple of tall seamers at Sparks. You've of course got Emily Arlot as well. And then I guess around the country you've got the likes of Lauren Filer as well.
Mahika Gore,
height and pace.
Oh, and that's played past the point fielder, diving despairingly, but there is a fielder there at third, so that's cut off. He's cut off, so did they just get the one then, Polly?
Yeah,
just the one then. Because Potts in the reverse fixture, although she didn't take a wicket, 0 for 17 off 6, she had the best economy, so she'll enjoy bowling against the Vipers if they're not taking runs off her. In again. And that's a step hit, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run. So that's the end of the over. That must be 7 overs gone, and the Vipers are 26 for no loss. And McCacken on 13, and Southby on 10.
Yeah, it was a good over, only 2 from it. So productive for the Central Sparks.
Vipers in their familiar bright orange. Sparks it's a black kit with a sort of purple shoulders and the yellow detail. Do we like the Sparks kit? They've had various kits.
They've had the most kits, I think, out of every team. I mean, I think about the first year.
Yeah, with the stripy booms down the legs.
That was bold. As Katie George is in from the new road end to McCacken, who plays that down the ground. They scamper through for the single. There's an attempt at a run out. That's good running from the Southern Vipers. taking them to 27 without loss. Yeah, the first year I wasn't that keen on. I really liked 2021 and 2022,
Okay.
where it was the plain black and they had the stars on the shirt.
Oh yeah.
But it
That
was,
sort of boom.
and the trousers
emoji.
had a little stripe down the side
Yeah.
with stars on. I thought that was very smart. As George is in to Southby, he chips that up in the air, but it goes over the head of the square leg umpire. Gareth Pavley was in pursuit, but it races away to the boundary.
Ben Peveril could have caught that then. Straight over his head. He didn't even bother.
It went quite high
Uh-huh.
as well. But that's 31 without loss for the Southern Vipers. We're in a Southby now on the same amount of runs as Ella McCacken, both on 14. George left arm in to Southby, who drives that past the fielder at point Davina Perrin, and that is going to be another boundary for the Southern Vipers. Back-to-back boundaries for Southby.
We've got a really good view of that because we're side on to the pitch, so it was a really nicely sliced out past the point area to the boundary.
35 without loss. But I'm a fan of the collar. I really like the collar
yeah.
on the
Yeah.
Sparks shirt. I think again it looks quite smart.
It sort of looks finished, doesn't it? You've
Yeah.
got a sort of feel of, if there's no collar, it sort of feels a bit more like soccer,
training
like
shirt
football
as
or a
well,
training
yeah.
shirt. Yeah. I'm with you.
George to Southby. That
Ooh.
beats Abby Freeborn and is heading towards the boundary. And that'll be a third boundary for the Southern Vipers in this over.
Ooh.
Katie George, a bit of loose bowling, and it's costing the Sparks. 39 without loss, and takes Southby to 22.
Katie George is a pretty wily cricketer, though, isn't she? So I think she'll be working out a plan here as she starts the next ball.
George to Southby. He just defends that into the ground. A good response from Katie George. It's like you could see the future, Claire.
Clairvoyant me. I mean, she could probably hear us actually. We're that close. We're in a doghouse here, aren't we?
Yeah, I do feel
Yeah,
like
we're in a
I'm
porta cabin.
doghouse.
If you've seen the photographs make it look much bigger. Tiny porta cabin, but it's very ticked out. Sam's looking after us. He's got all sorts of buttons and things here. Ooh.
Katie George with the final ball of her over to Southby, who drives that, but finds fielder, I think Hannah Baker.
Hannah Baker there, yeah, cleaning the ball.
And end of the over, 39 without loss. It's an expensive over. There's 13 conceded. There's 3 boundaries costing the Sparks.
Do you think she'll get a rest? Or
And Amy Campbell just having a chat with Katie George, reassuring her. And the Vipers they're building a nice little partnership here at the top of the order, which Sparks will want to break as soon as possible. As we saw, Sparks took the game away against Western Storm
It's amazing.
with that partnership between Eve Jones and Abby Freeborn.
massive partnership as Potts bangs that one in, and it's worked to the leg side, and they get through for a single. Yeah, they nearly made the 300, 297 I think it was at Taunton. Eve Jones had a massive score there. That was amazing. So yeah, 130 she got on Monday. So we'll see if she can carry that over into the second half, as it were. Potts deciding what to bowl next on the 25-yard circle. 30-yard circle, of course, in the men's game, 25 yards in the women's game, regardless of what some of the commentators will say to you as Potts comes in. Oh, that's played square of the wicket and straight for 4. Another boundary to Southby.
That was similar to her boundary earlier on. Again, hitting it almost over the umpire and just lofted it down. There are no fielders out there, either at square or behind square. So it's a easy boundary to get, and she capitalised off that.
It's a long run back, isn't it?
It really is.
Yeah, 44 with without loss yet. Vipers sent in to bat after the toss by Central Sparks. Yes, I heard Barbara speculating we might have, having batted well to start off with at Taunton, one might have expected the Sparks to have batted, but in comes Potts. And that's played square through point. It's coming towards us. Oh, Barbara could almost have fielded that. That's 4 more. She's laughing. There's 4 more runs to the posh side, Barbara. Barbara thinks that the offside is the posh side, because actually when I looked for photographs Barbara all the shots was the leg side apart from one, which she described was a very elegant, she's starting to remember which shot it was even, shot she played for in her England career, as Potts winds up, played into the offside. That's a posh side shot, yes. Barbara's saying that's a proper drive to the covers. That's one for the cameras. Straight to Eve Jones as an inspection of the ball, as Georgia Davis called up to the England squad. Of course, we should talk about the Ireland England squad, because John Lewis announced early in the year that they was going to send, I mean, one shouldn't say this, but not the World Cup squad, should we say, to Ireland for that series. We'll come back to that. And that's defended down, and there is no run. Score is 48 without loss.
Yeah,
Yes,
so Central
Georgia
Sparks
Davis.
have got a
Go on,
couple of players called up. So Georgia Davis in the ODI squad, Hannah Baker in both the ODI and T20 squad, and then Karis Pavley in the T20 squad. Of course, Hannah Baker and Karis Pavley are part of the inaugural Under-19 World Cup, playing for England, and have now progressed to potentially make a debut over in Ireland.
Great news for Sparks. Potts comes in, and that's defended down, and past a falling, I don't want to say diving, but falling Grace Potts. It's the end of the over. Vipers are 48 without loss, and that's 9 overs gone. Yeah, some interesting mix in that, because we've got national treasure Kate Cross as the captain for both teams. What do you think of that?
Yeah, that's really exciting. Obviously, she's very experienced. T20 isn't kind of her forte. She mainly plays ODIs, but to have the opportunity to captain, I think her experience will be very valuable. She's, of course, captained the Manchester Originals, on occasion the Lancashire Thunder, so she knows what she's doing. And I think it's exciting to have her. It's clearly not a succession plan, which is an interesting move, as Katie George from the New Road End to McCacken, who leaves that, and that goes through.
No, it's sort of caught in the pads, I think.
Caught in the
Because we're
pads.
sideways on, so.
I've got a window in front of me which has I don't know what you call that in front
it's
of
got
it.
like a privacy
It's like a
screeny
film.
thing on it. Yeah.
So I'm having to lean. I feel like I'm in a cartoon or something, leaning around the window. Not the best of views. Yeah, and Georgia Adams, of course.
Yes, Georgia
another
Adams,
big
exciting,
one that could make a debut.
Yeah, she might make a debut. She might be the highest ranked player that's never played an England game.
As Katie George plays that to Makaku, who lofts that back over her head, and that races away to the boundary. That was a really powerful shot. She got some oomph on that.
Yes, Katie George walking nonchalantly back to her mark there. There's going to be a reply here. I'm foreseeing there's going to be a reply here. Bowlers not happy about being knocked back over their head, are they?
No. And I
Oh,
think Hannah Baker's having to search for the ball behind
all is forgiven.
behind the advertising boards.
She's got to get back to Ireland. She's got to go to Ireland.
But I do think the Ireland series is very exciting. Personally, I would have liked to see the quote-unquote proper England squad go over. Of course, that's not really possible with the World Cup. They've got to do prep. But I also think it's exciting, especially for Ireland, to measure themselves against this next England side, as Katie George is in, and that's defended back.
Of course, Ireland fresh off the series with Sri Lanka, where they beat them. Well, Shamari Atapati was not happy about that. Getting beaten a couple of times in that series, so Ireland will be tails up, I imagine.
Precisely.
And in their home conditions, so
exactly.
I think it'll be a fascinating series.
Ireland didn't qualify for the World Cup. Scotland beat them and did instead. So I imagine there'll be a bit of grief from that. But to play against England will be exciting. As George in again, and McCacken just slices that to point.
It's that dilemma, isn't it? Because like the Irish supporters and people who want to go and buy tickets for that will want to see the full squad, but they're not going to see the Nats in advance, etc. But they are going to see people who potentially are, you mentioned succession planning, future stars of England. And I think it's still a great squad, but it is that balance, isn't it? Prep versus blooding new players.
Katie George to McCacken, and there'll be no run on offer. Yeah, it's an interesting one because I think it is the right decision, obviously, to send a slightly non-England squad. It's a kind of an A team, really. It's the sort of squad they would send if they were doing a parallel series with Ireland A, for example. But I think it's a fantastic opportunity, especially for Georgia Adams, to maybe get an England cap, which seems that it was going to be completely out of sight. As George is into McCacken, he just tickles that into the leg side. But I do think that series will be very well contested because, of course, Ireland have got some fantastic players. Orla Prendergast, who's come over to play
played for Western
here
Storm
in
a couple of seasons ago.
Exactly, and now she's with the Blaze in the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy.
Yeah.
You've got Gabby Lewis, Laura Delaney, Arlene Kelly, and then, of course, Amy Hunter, a lot younger, and Amy Maguire as well. So it's an exciting team as Katie George plays that to McCacken, who sends that behind. They'll run through for the single.
I think it's fascinating. It's a chance for people to make a name, isn't it? In what will be fairly similar to English conditions. I mean, possibly a bit greener. We don't know. But certainly, I think that'll be a good one to watch. And I know the T20 series is televised.
Yeah.
Which will mean they'll also have DRS, because if they've got television for that, they'll have the DRS for the two T20s. I can't remember which one. Is it 2 T20s and 3? Anyway, the T20s, I think it's 2. They've got TV, and the ODI, I presume, will be on the live stream again, which was excellent because
so
change of bowling.
End of the power play, 54 without loss.
So that's the power play done, and I think thank you, Polly. We'll catch you later. I'm going to be rejoined by Barbara Beebe Daniels, World Cup winner in 1993, and one might argue former Central Sparks captain, since she captained the West Midlands team back in the day. I'll try not to talk about too much in the back in the day, but we're going to make a comparison as Arlot steaming in from the Diglis end. Oh, God, flings that down, and there is no run.
Just fighting with my headphones there, but I think I finally joined you. I'll take that, captain of Central Sparks.
Yes, former captain.
West Midlands captain for many a year. In fact, I captained Georgia Elwis, who's playing for Vipers in a strange quirk of geographical fate. I don't know how she managed that, but
Arlot in tall figure. That's played into the posh side there, straight to the fielder. Look.
Well, things have changed somewhat since I was last on. Sorry, just interrupting you. There was this fairly sedate 5 overs, and then all of a sudden Southby's on 30.
Yeah.
a few free hits and boundaries left, right, and centre. So there's quite a power play of 2 halves. That was.
Is it? Great. Arlot into McCacken. Dobs that down, and there is no run. Straight to Davina Perrin. So so you've seen a change already in the 10 while you've been off having a little rest.
Seen a change? Yes, I'll tell you what I've been doing. I have obviously been very closely watching the cricket, but I've also been quite closely watching some very professional cricket watchers in front of me, and they're very impressive picnic.
We'll have to go and suss
almost
that out
like
later.
a toolbox.
Excellent. As that's defended down. And there is no run. Almost like a toolbox. So we'll suss this out for later.
Well, it's in the shade, and she's got hot water. She's just made a couple of cups of coffee. I'm intrigued to see what else comes out of the bag.
We've also
during
got
the course
Paddington
of the day. Yes,
poised and looking at the pitch.
They're Vipers fans, I feel.
Yeah, they are. Well, I hope they are, because they're in orange tops.
Yeah.
In from the 25-yard circle. Forward, defended down.
See, it's all got sedate again since I came back on. I'm just realising what Polly was saying about the window. Yes, this right-hand window has got like a mesh that means it's quite dark.
Yes, you're in the dark there.
If I am encroaching on your personal space, it's only so I can come back into the light.
It's always a pleasure, baby.
It was time for a bowling change, I think, anyway,
Yeah,
regardless
I think
of
it
that
was.
being the
Potts
end
was
of the
doing
power
right.
play.
Yeah, Arlot in. played straight to Eve Jones at cover, and there is no run. So that's the end of the over. 11 overs gone. Vipers are 54 without loss. You're listening to Claire Jenkins, Barbara Daniels and Polly Starkey on the Central Sparks live stream, and Katie George is going to have a rest as Rhea Fackrell comes on as 12th. I don't know quite, she hurt her hand, she's sort of shaking her hand and talking to the physio
So
about
presumably
something.
another bowling change then.
Yeah, so it'll be an enforced bowling change your end then, Barbara.
Yes.
As Rhea Fackrell comes on as a spare fielder. There's all sorts going on. Oh yes, helmets coming on as well. So this is going to be
for the wicket
it's
keeper.
going to be slower bowling, I'm guessing, if they're bringing on a helmet for the wicket keeper.
Yeah, no,
unless
we're
she's
good,
feeling
aren't we?
very
We've
brave.
both recognised.
Yes, look how good we are. We know all about this. Georgia Davis called up to the England squad. Polly and I were just having a little chat about that. Who's been called up to the England squad? I might even read that out to you a bit later. Georgia
So we're
Davis.
just having a look at the field. The
Bit of
wicket
spin.
keeper's just
Yeah,
moving
bit of-
somebody.
So Rhea Fackrell's getting sent to cow corner. Sort of more of an angle that way. Oh, yeah, I'm being sent down.
Just so I can see the
I
screen.
can't see the screen.
Georgia Davis comes in, right arm over, and Southby just plays that off the back foot back to the bowler. So presumably she'll just have a little look, although she looks like she's gained in confidence over this last 5 or 6 overs. It's a bit shorter, and that's been pulled away into the deep for the sub-fielder, whose name Claire's going to tell me
Fackrell.
now.
Rhea Fackrell.
Fackrell.
Rhea Fackrell. Yeah. She's been involved with Central Sparks from the right, from the beginning.
Ah.
Yeah. She takes some useful catches and
good.
run out, so she's a handy fielder to bring on as 12th.
So Davison again just played off the front foot into the covers and fielded for no run. It's a lovely sunny day. It does look like a good pitch. Apart from the first couple of overs, there was it looked like a bit of movement off the pitch. It does look like a nice place to bat at the moment. No run, just played up to mid-on.
You've played for
Fine.
England on here. We were talking about this before the game.
I have played. I
In the
suspect
Ashes.
it's more that I definitely played against Australia here in '98, but I must have played here. Well, I'm saying must. I think I must have played more than once here, but I would be lying if I said I hadn't just checked before I came today. But I did remember correctly that I got one of my few Test wickets here.
Oh yes.
I think Australia had scored. They were well on the way to 400 before I was allowed to bowl, and I bowled 2 overs, and I think I was 2 overs, 1 for 8 or something. So and it was also the day. I think that day, or definitely in that Test match, we had a swarm of bees, so we all had to lie on the floor.
Oh.
And then when I did take that wicket, unbeknownst to me, the rest of the team had decided it would be really funny to all fall on the floor and do the dying fly.
Oh yeah.
So they did that.
Yeah. those are younger of age. The dying flies on your back with your arms and your legs
Yes.
twiddling. It was
So the
something that Birmingham City football.
Oh, did they?
Spectators used to dance the dying
Well,
fly.
that was the whole of the team
They did it.
when I took this wicket. Yes.
Ah.
So but that anyway, it was a draw, but Australia, it would be fair to say a winning draw. They scored 400. I think Belinda Clark scored a very big 100, as did somebody else.
I was watching that. I
Well,
don't know
yeah.
what one of the days,
Yeah.
because it was near cricket week, wasn't it? I
Yes,
think
it
we
would have been.
We all
Yeah.
piled in after cricket
Yes.
week down the road at Malvern to watch England and a good cheer. And we're into the 13th over as Arlot comes in from the Diglis end. That's defended down and there is no run. Score is 57 without loss for the Vipers.
So the Diglis end is the end for tall seamers. Then it would
Yeah,
appear.
that was, yes. Apparently you have to come from that end. Presumably it's something to do with. I think that we're looking at completely the wrong angle, but I think we might be on the shorter side. Are we? Did it look like it was in the middle, or I don't know. It's a short boundary.
It's a short. Well, it is a short
I feel
boundary
like
both
I'm
sides.
fielding here
To
at
be
the-
honest, yes,
in the
it
porter cabin.
it does feel
Since
like
I fielded
that.
at point. Oh, that's past the bat, and Abby Freeborn takes that. Oh, that's going to interest the wicket keeper. You can see, look, she's getting a lot.
Yeah, that's
to
a bit
get
of a
catch
flash,
here.
but they're doing well, aren't they? Really, it's 57 for none after a little bit of a nervy start. But and I say understandably for Southby, who's not at this level been used to opening, but Great, she's getting this kind of opportunity.
I've got a theory.
Here we go. It's a Claire Jenkins theory. We need a jingle.
Because Lottie's trying to get her in the England squad.
Yeah.
And to get in the England squad, she's got a bat, which she was talking a bit with Polly about, weren't you? She plays that into the leg side, but Katie George just
and she definitely can bat. She's just very young, isn't she? So again, as we were saying earlier, the fact that Vipers have got so many England players out getting ready for World Cups and stuff, it does provide that opportunity.
Yeah.
So it's been a challenging season for the various Charlotte Edwards.
You and I were talking to Charlotte Edwards, weren't we? This is like name dropping. We were chatting to Charlotte Edwards, and she was just saying how brilliant the longer format is.
Yes.
To allow people to express their skills and to allow the coaches to see what they can do, which was an extension of what you were just saying as Arlot comes in.
Well, it is. I mean, obviously the 100's great, the 20 over competitions are great, but currently, because without any red ball cricket of any note yet in domestic cricket, then the 50 overs is the longest form that these players will play, and it is true. It's the only space to be getting into players that mindset that says it's actually a long time. You've got to bat for longer periods. It's not about having a quick 5 overs and making a cameo. This is about saying, you've got. It's just a long time, and you can understand and feel different phases, and I think getting players to understand now's the time to attack, now's the time to stay solid. We've lost a couple of wickets, we don't want to lose a couple more, otherwise we're in danger of losing the game already. So I think this is the space, and that's what she was saying, it is a coaching space as well that just allows more messaging to be got right really, and players to experience that kind of that space. Or well bowled.
Jammed down and inadvertent nutmegged for no one. Yeah, and it was Charlotte Edwards' point that the great players adapt quickly to the conditions, which only the 50 over length allows you to understand the difference in the light and shade, sometimes needing to defend textbook style-y, down in front of them, and sometimes taking a...
And then to apply that into the shorter forms, where even in those shorter forms there is light and shade, and there is time to say, I can consolidate a little. It doesn't have to be...
past the diving fielder. Rhea Thackwell thought she was in then.
I was nearly diving out the window for that one in my mind.
One run, yes.
Memory of an agile youth.
Yes. Vipers are 58 with 59 without loss after 13 overs. Yes, I played, so just before the 2019 World Cup, Derbyshire did a reunion against the sort of juniors versus the old girls, and it was in your mind, because I'm just thinking, well, in my mind I was like, why aren't I at the ball? My body was not going. I was like, well, I should be there now, and I'm not.
Yes.
So it's that, catching up with where you should be.
That's entirely why when people say, don't you fancy a game, the answer's always no.
Yes, I think I pulled the calf as well, so that wasn't good.
Okay, so we've got Georgia Davis coming in for her second over, and that's a nice drive through the covers from Southbeat in the posh side again, just for a single. So we're out of the power play, we've got some more fielders out in the deep.
Yeah. In the women's power play, it's only 2 allowed out. The men's different numbers inside and out, and it's 25 and 30 yards over 2 games.
One day those things might become the same, so that gets a bit easier. That's dropped short and pulled round the corner just for a single. I think she'll feel she should have got more for that, because that was a poor ball really.
We were talking off air before the game about the 25-yard circle. I think we'd both be in favour of perhaps just pushing that out to 30-yard.
Oh, that's a play and a miss, a good take. I think, I know, I know that you have another one of your theories, but I think there's two things. The 30 yards would mean, yes, there's just different spaces and different gaps for batters to hit, but I think it might also then have the effect of pushing the boundaries out as well. Because again, I think still far too often the boundaries are too close.
You've heard my theory about the boundary, don't you? One should be able to run a 3.
Yes, you should be able to run a 3.
And then it depends on the conditions to how far that is. That's not a number, that's an ability.
I mean, but in all seriousness, some of the boundaries, it's you're hard pushed to run a 2, and I don't think that's proper. I don't think that's proper cricket. I can't believe I can hear myself saying that.
We're not going to be grumpy old women, but it is a point. There ought to be an ability. I think
in the men's and the women's, to be fair. I mean, again, it happens in the men's that they push those boundaries in. I know people want to see more 4s and whatever, but actually, it's just such another nuance of the game that gets lost, I think. That's dropped in short again, but just. pushed
Well,
into mid-wicket.
and
That's
it's
the
an
end of the over.
excuse-
63 for none.
It's
from
also an
14.
it's also an excuse to dismiss the game. Oh well, it's little boundaries and 25
Yes, I
yard
know.
circles, and
Yes, and it's
if
not
you
a
say,
good
well,
look.
it's the same boundary, it's the same 30 yards,
Well,
let's
and it doesn't
make
mean
it simpler.
it doesn't then mean push the boundary to the furthest it could be.
No.
But it needs to be a sensible boundary, I think. And let's be honest, the players we're seeing are good enough to do that. It's not they can't hit
No.
the boundaries, is it?
Some of those big sixes in the 100,
Yeah,
I mean, they're into the seats.
Well, they're way
so it
beyond
wouldn't matter
the
where the boundary
Yes,
was.
they're way beyond the rope, aren't they?
Yeah. But it is that commercial pressure that commercial wants 4s and 6s. So they want the 4s and the 6s. And,
Sam's just keeping us in touch with the test match.
Ooh.
Gus Atkinson has just scored his maiden test
Oh.
century. 107 not out, is he, at the minute? Wow, that is. He did look very good last night for his 50.
that was a double.
So much cricket to keep on top
There
of,
is.
which is great. And there's still more. It almost goes into October these days.
Yeah. Some of those finals can be quite late, can't they?
Well, and that tour of Ireland you were talking
Yeah,
about.
Tour
as
of
well.
Ireland. Yes.
I have toured.
September at Ireland.
Yes.
Arlot in. Oh, that's played through the covers, straight to Amy Campbell. So there's just the one run.
We've played in Ireland quite a few times. I definitely remember.
Did you play
it.
for England against Ireland, or were you on tour, or what?
I played for England
Yeah.
against Ireland. And I, kept my Irish roots quite quiet
yes.
at that point. My my grandmother was Irish, but yes, at European Cup we had a reception at an embassy. I think we were very well looked after.
They like a party, don't
Oh,
they?
they like a party.
Arlot comes into Southby. Oh, it's clacked up in the air. There's a fielder underneath it. It's a catch, and it's Katie George, catcher extraordinaire, I think, out there.
Very safe pair of hands. Top
Yeah,
edge that. Should
That was
be
top edge.
a bit
yeah.
disappointed. Might have just got a bit. We'll see the replay. Might have just bounced on her a little bit more than she was expecting.
Yeah, just hit across that one, Southby, and that's caught off Arlot.
38 off 4. Is that 38? She's got that.
36 or
36.
42. I think I'm looking at the graphics here. 36 or 42. I think it is. Yeah. And but a good innings, as you said. She was starting to get her eye in there. We're going to get a replay here. Yeah, tries to slice it, but just mistimes it straight into the air. And
Actually, she's tried to drag that from off stump a bit.
caught
Really, that's
Pavely.
it.
Keep getting Pavely.
Ah.
Oh, rats! They look very similar with a blonde ponytail. Excuse my misspoke.
But that was a
there.
bit of an Ollie Pape shot, the way he got out.
was
That
it?
sort of not in the best position to play the pull shot, top edge, and it's just been relatively straightforwardly caught near square leg. So I suspect she's played that pull shot a couple of times, and I think that maybe just beat her for pace a little bit.
Yeah.
She was just not quite in the right position. And then just caught the top edge, but that's a nice start, I think, for her opening. She's got them off to a good start, so shouldn't be disappointed with that. Although you always are as a batter. It's terrible being a batter because you're always disappointed.
It's a good, and also it's a good catch because some of
Yes,
those
it
are
was.
a little bit swirly when they go that far up as Arlot comes in again, and that's played down and it comes off Arlot, who's I think trying to aim it towards the stumps, but gets a nouchie on her hand for her troubles.
She did well to get a hand to that. Again,
She did.
Tall girl to
It's
get
a
down.
long way down from up there, isn't it? But you were talking about lots of cricket, so we are the only game going on today. So I'm hoping there's going to be lots of thumbs up on this live stream, Central Sparks live stream. Please press the thumbs up.
I have shared it with the book club, so that should.
Excellent. So they're going to be
and my
leaving-
family group. That's quite a
Excellent.
few.
More numbers, the more numbers, the better.
In fact, I did share it with the book club, and someone said, "I'm listening already. You sound great." And I just had to message back to say, "Yeah, I've just come off comms."
Yeah, I'm not on. There was no run there. That went straight to the fielder. Yeah.
A bit like my dad never recognising me on a cricket pitch and saying, "Oh, you took a good catch." I said, "Yeah, no, that wasn't me. That was Jeanette Britton."
It was usually Jeanette Britton.
Yeah, always Jeanette Britton.
Yeah, it was a great fielder, wasn't she? The late much missed,
and great Jake Britton.
known as JB, Jan Britton. Yeah.
She would have played here in that Test match in 1998.
She would. As Arlot comes in, Adams plays that down.
Actually, as would Claire Taylor, otherwise known as Romper, who's also here today at the ground in her capacity with the anti-corruption unit that's not called that anymore. I can't remember what she said it was called. But,
Keeping us on the straight and narrow, wherever it is.
and probably Laura McLeod, actually.
And Sue Redfern.
And Sue Redfern, who'll be here if she's not
Maybe,
here
yeah,
already.
she
So
might
it's
be
quite a
spectating
reunion.
later. Yes, you could have the whole team. I was watching that. Sue Redfern. I remember watching it because I remember her hitting Catherine Fitzpatrick, infamous Australian fast bowler for 4 runs. But then she came up the wicket and explained to Sue Redfern that she was not going to hit the next ball.
15 overs.
So
we have 15. We should have changed.
yeah. Oh yes, and it's time for me to have a little rest. You're right. Barbara's gesticulating at me. So I will leave you in Barbara's capable hands as they try and test the wicketkeeper.
So we've got a 2 there. So off the first ball of
Davis.
Georgia Davis's over. So just from a little outside edge.
I'll see you later.
Yes. For more theories. So it comes in again. To McGacken, just played easily up to mid-on. As Polly's just getting herself sorted out to come back in. It's a nice tidy over so far, just a nice straight drive back to mid-off, no run. So just the 2 off it from that outside edge. It went down to third man so far. Oh, and a good stop by the bowler then. So McGuckin just trying to put a bit more power in that, maybe feeling the pressure of a few dot balls, although again, there's a long way to go. So did you say Georgia Davis she's been called into one of the England squads?
Yeah, she's in the ODI squad
for
the series against Ireland, which is very exciting.
And that's a bit shorter and swept round the corner, but stopped, and a good throw in from Katie George, who is a very good fielder in the deep there. Again, she might be disappointed that didn't get more runs, but that was pretty straight to the fielder. So Adams to take strike. Georgia Adams, captain of the Vipers, and another one called into an England squad. So it is going to be exciting to see some different names getting an opportunity. And just played off the front foot into point where Davina Perrin picks up and throws in. So end of that over, just 3 runs from it.
Yeah, 67 for 1. You mentioned Georgia Adams, and her call-up I think is really interesting because she's in her 30s now, and that's actually very rare for players to get called up so late. I don't think it's actually happened since the 1950s. And yeah, it's
since
it's
the
an
1950s.
Yeah,
well, look, interestingly, so my debut. Sorry to interrupt you. I was 28, so that was not the 1950s. I know I'm old, but I'm not quite that old. That was 1993. So, but you're right. Since that sort of era, we've had a lot of very, very young players, and I think this domestic professionalisation is going to enable more of this to happen. People who are, perhaps missed out on the first round, but are now emotionally ready, understand their games better. Georgia Adams would be another case in point, actually, because there is space, I think, and particularly in the batting department, for people who have grown into their game. And I think this whole domestic shake-up over this last few years may help bring more people in their 20s and 30s, actually.
As Arlot for a second ball, and they'll attempt a single, but they go back. Could be a run out. I think Georgia Adams was safely back, but that was close. They went for a risky single.
We might have a look at that, Sam, if that's... Oh, I can't get me started. Okay. We won't have a look at that. But it was close.
Yes. But yeah, the point you made about Georgia Adams and I guess professionalism is a really good one. Because I think Eve Jones is another one who I think 2 years ago could have been called up to England.
Yes.
But age was, I think, the only factor. And obviously that's not really her fault as Arlot is in.
Oh!
And that's bowled up. That's a second wicket for Emily Arlot. And Ella McCacken is bowled. It was a really nice straight one, and that's just chipped the bails off.
I did wonder how high that came, whether that looked a bit lower. But anyway, yes, she just was playing an expansive drive, missed that. I think she'll be disappointed with that one. Well bowled, though. Very,
very well bowled for Emma Arlot, and she's made all the difference, coming in and taking those 2 wickets, breaking the partnership, and now you're going to have 2 batters at the crease who are both not... having scored any runs. Georgia Adams, she's faced 4 balls, but she's still on 0.
And she's been joined by Georgia Elvis, so we've got the 2 Georgias, and we're going to have a Georgia bowling as well. We're going to have 3 Georgias.
Oh, I do
There
think
must be a song title in that somewhere.
Georgia must be one of the most common names in women's cricket.
Here we go. Here's the replay. Let's have a look.
Let's see the replay.
Oh, that
a
jagged back in. That's
That is
a good
a
ball.
lovely delivery.
Just to reiterate, we're sideways on, so we can't quite see that until the replay properly. So that was a very good ball. Just jagged back in, beat McGacken again, who's got them off to a good start. But Vipers, not the Vipers. Sparks will be really pleased that they've got those 2 wickets and maybe can just pull themselves back into the game a bit, because you're beginning to feel if they hadn't got those, it was looking like it was hard to take a wicket. So yeah, Emily Arlot has made a big difference, and I think the pressure that Georgia Davis has pulled on from the other end.
Yeah.
So there's not been a lot of runs leaked from that end.
67 for 2. Southern Vipers. There's Emily Arlot, 2 wickets already today. Prepares to continue her over. Running past the umpire to Elwes to face her first ball, and that'll be a dot ball to start. Driven back to the bowler.
That was nicely off the middle of the bat, though. I have to declare my colours. You know, Georgia Elwes is a Midlands girl, and I did captain her many a time and coached her. I'm trying to work out how old she might be now, but always been a really, really good player, very nice person.
I think she's 33 now, as Arlot is into Elwes and once again defended for no run.
See, and for people like Georgia. So Georgia plainly has played for England and has sort of been in and out of those sides. But again, this professional domestic setup again allows her to continue a career, to develop a career, and potentially, I don't know how many, but to get the opportunities to play in other franchise tournaments. Georgia Elwes we were looking at. Yeah, Georgia Adams is 30. So yes, we're just looking at these ages of players who are coming in to the England scene or have been, but are able to continue a professional career. Because going back to Eve Jones, you were talking about a couple of years ago, without this domestic setup, potentially she might not be playing cricket anymore.
No.
Georgia Elwes, 33 years. You were right. There you go.
Done my
Also
research.
young. Also young. But
yeah, I mean the domestic structure has been fantastic, because also if players do lose their England contract, they've got something else, and they're not going back to playing amateur cricket and have to have a job on the side. They can focus on cricket and try and get back in that England squad, which, for example, that's happened with Tash Farrant. She lost the England contract and she played domestic cricket, and that got her back in the England side. And unfortunately, she's been hampered by injury, but she has had those opportunities.
That's Georgia Davis coming in again. To Adams, who's still on naught. But yeah, and I think that's good for the whole of the game, really. So if there is a bit more, I don't mean churn in the England team, but there is the opportunity, and you can see that happening, people to go out but come back in again. And that's Georgia Adams off the mark, just with a neat little tuck through mid-wicket for a single. So you'd think these two, well, wise old heads at 33 and 30 will just need to consolidate for a few overs, get themselves in, because again, there's a long way to go in this game yet.
Yeah, they've got time to build an innings together, and 68 for 2. There's a long way to go with just under 33 overs.
Yeah. And that's just played nicely off the back foot from Georgia Elwes, just into the cover for no run.
68 for 2. The score remains. Georgia Elwes, as you mentioned, Midlands girl from Wolverhampton.
Georgia Davis just given that a little bit more loop, and has just allowed Elwes to just stroke that through point for a single. So they're both off the mark. Yes, Midlands girl, as all the best ones are, obviously. Polly,
of course.
We're not supposed to be non-biased, are we? Have I missed that memo?
I don't think it matters. We're on Central Sparks YouTube. I think we have to big up the Midlands.
Of course.
I think any day you have to big up the Midlands. It doesn't get a good rep, but
no,
it's fantastic.
Yes, we get forgotten about in between.
Exactly.
And that's Adams, who's very tall, elegant batter, just using her feet slightly there to get to the pitch of the ball. I'm just trying to have a look at what Georgia Davis is doing with the ball. So again, not scared to give it a bit of flight. I'm looking for 2 here. Just a drive out to the offside boundary.
Yeah, it's good fielding there by Hannah Baker in the distance. As we mentioned, called up to England for the T20s and ODIs in Ireland, which should be an exciting series, games in Dublin and Belfast. And I'm looking forward to that one.
Yeah, no, that will be good. And again, and so for Georgia, Hannah, sorry, I thought we're forgetting everybody's called Georgia. Hannah, again, is impressed this year. I've seen her 2 or 3 times, and she's caused enough problems with her leg spin. And again, very young, long way to go still, but, just to get those opportunities. And again, just to reiterate, that domestic structure then being here doesn't mean she's then in the England team, just means you're getting an opportunity and we've got something to come back to and keep building your strengths here.
There's Arlot to Elwes, and that goes behind, signalled wide by the umpire. The scoreboard has temporarily gone off, 72 for 2. Always handy when that happens. Arlot running in to Elwes. And that sliced. It almost goes to the hands of Davina Perrin, and she just fumbles it. It was a simple catch, and she looks really frustrated with herself.
That's considering. I mean, she will be disappointed because she is an amazing fielder, and I think that's pretty much gone straight to her. I think she might have been deceived by how slowly it came.
Yeah.
It was a back foot shot from Elwes. She just sliced it really to point. I thought she was going off. No, she will be disappointed. Just one of those things.
Yeah.
You never do it on purpose.
Should have been a regulation catch, but it's frustrating. As Arlot into Elwes, who sends that to Davina Perrin, who does the fielding.
And Georgia Elwes very deliberately, you can see her get on her toes and right on top of that shot that time, and with a much straighter bat actually. That is a let off. Here comes the replay. You can't replay the side. Yeah, it doesn't quite show it, does it? But it was a loose shot. Georgia Elwes thinks that's I've had it. So that's a reprieve.
Arlot to Elwes. That goes through to Abby Freeborn.
That's decent pace, isn't it? Again, that's what's one of the benefits being side on. You do actually see she's working up to a good pace here. As did Katie George, actually, again from side on. You get the sense of the thud as it hits the pads. You think, oh yeah, no, I think that's quite quick.
Yeah, the side angle is growing on me. I do quite like it. As Arlot into Elwes. No run on offer. Umpire signals a wide. Second wide of the over.
How many has she had in this spell now, Emily? Because she might just be getting a bit tired, I think. But it's her 5th over, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
2 for 5 she is on in her 5th over.
It's very good bowling. Arlot to Elwes, who nudges that to point where Davina Perrin picks it up. So Georgia Elwes dropped on 1. Could be significant.
Will she make them pay? That's what you always have to say there, isn't it? And of course, as ever, so Davina Perrin will be thinking, I hope we get her out soon, and then I can just relax a little.
Arlot to Elwes, who drives that down the ground, just inside the ring. Georgia Davis fielding that, 73 for 2. And Emma Arlot preparing to bowl the final ball of it over. As we mentioned, she's signed for Warwickshire, despite being a homegrown Worcestershire player. As Arlot ploughs in to Elwes, who defends that, but she's going for the single. She's grabbing a quick single, and Georgia Elwes and Georgia Adams managed to get through.
That's a well-run, well-judged single, and should be more of those, I think.
End of the over, 74 for 2. 19 overs gone, 31 remaining in the Rachel Hayer Flint Trophy. Here at New Road, it's Central Sparks versus the Southern Vipers. I'm Polly Starkey. Alongside me is former England player Barbara Daniels, and we've also got former Somerset and Derbyshire player Claire Jenkins, who will come in a bit. But it's a beautiful day at New Road, and sadly it is Sparks' last time playing here, which is a real end of an era, and I think Worcestershire has been a lovely home for the Sparks. I've thoroughly enjoyed coming down here over the past few summers.
Well, and there still will be women's cricket here. That's what, and there always has been. It's always been a very good place for women's cricket, I think, here. And it is. I mean, it is the most glorious day today. It is a perfect cricketing day. There's sort of smattering of a crowd. This is the next step, I think, is we need bigger crowds at these sorts of games too. That's a nice shot off the back foot from Georgia Elwys into the covers. I think they're going to get 2 for the misfield. Now, who's that out on that?
That's Hannah
deep
Baker.
Cover? Oh, that's again unusual for her. She's a very good fielder as well.
Yeah. So 76 for 2.
So Davis in again. Dropped slightly short. Whoa! That thudded into the boundary boards. So very, very, very quick to pick up that short length there, Georgia Elwys, and just put that to the square leg boundary.
Yeah, I think there are covers down there, which is why it's a while to retrieve.
So left that one. Davis in again. And a sweep from Elwys. I don't think she didn't really get all of that, but she got the single down to fine leg.
I think your point about crowds is a really important one, and hopefully, I guess one of the aims of Project Darwin is to align those identities, and so when it's Warwickshire women, fans of Warwickshire men, I imagine, are more inclined to come and watch the women's team play.
Well, I think the 100 has shown people will come and watch women's cricket, and I think so. I suspect there'll be something around advertising and marketing budgets as well. But yes, that would be the hope, I think, as going back to counties, that you'd get to build up that kind of following, really. Because this is the most glorious day. It's decent cricket, and there's some lovely grounds to come and watch cricket at. And that's the end of the over. So that is the first 20 done. We're at 81 for 2 are the Vipers. 2 good wickets from Emily Arlot. A missed chance, really, to get Georgia Elwys early, so we'll see how that plays out. And I'm going to hand over to Claire Jenkins and whatever theory she's come up with while she's been off.
So, as Barbara said, 81 for 2 here at New Road. 20 overs gone, 30 remaining. We've got Georgia Elwys, 9 from 15, and Georgia Adams, 3 from 10. And it looks like we're going to have Emily Arlot continuing from the Diglas end, as Arlot is in. And that goes behind. It's racing away to the boundary, but I think Bethan Ellis is there behind to do the fielding at third. So 82 for 2. Claire, what have you made of the last few overs?
Well, I have to say, I've been having a lovely chat with Hannah Baker's mum.
Lovely.
I saw her at Lord's during the 100, and we were sorting the world out there, and we were just having a little chat. She's obviously made up about Hannah Baker getting to go to Ireland.
As Arlot is in, and that's defended by Adams. Yeah, it's a very exciting time. And Hannah Baker is a player I've had my eye on her for a while, because she's had a couple of opportunities with England A, and of course was fantastic in that semi-final against Australia in the Under-19 World Cup. And I just think we need more leg spinners on the circuit. And she's a great example of that, as Arlot is into Adams, and Adams defends that back down the ground for no run.
I love the Baker family. They could not be more positive as people. It's great energy to be around, so that's really good. Yeah, and they're very excited about young Bakes, Hannah Baker, going off to Ireland. And I said to Laura Ann Malkin, Hannah Baker must be a photographer's dream. She's always in the air whenever she's playing.
As Arlot to Adams, who chips that up in the air, misses the fielder, will be fielded inside the ring, and they'll scamper through for the single. Yeah, she is very animated. I remember during the Under-19 World Cup, some of her celebrations were absolutely fantastic, and the photos were brilliant from there.
Yeah, there's one photo where it must be from when they beat the Aussies. I think Grace Crivens is in the middle of it, giving it the sort of Incredible Hulk, like we've won, and everybody else is in the air. It's a brilliant shot.
As Arlot to Elvis plays that back for no run, 83 for 2.
Because Barbara was talking about coaching Georgia Elvis, and of course Georgia Elvis, all the things that she's done, but she will, presumably the highlight of her career will have been playing my last few club games in in the Black Country. So yes, I'm sure that was the highlight of her career. Was mine.
Arlot to finish her over, and a single will be taken, as that's just nudged into the covers. 83 for 2. 84 for 2 even.
Do you miss the clack of a scoreboard? You know, the old...
I don't think I've ever witnessed one of them.
Had to make me feel very old. Well, those people who remember when we used to have to do it by hand, clunk, clunk, and there was always one number that stuck. See, even Sam knows. There was always one number that stuck, so you had to give it a good...
That's the sort of thing I would really like, though, so I hope there's one still around somewhere.
Oh, I'm sure there's plenty. We'll find you some later.
Yeah, at my club it was just where you flick the paper over. It's just the little triangle.
Oh, yeah, more like a...
Yeah. But no, a clicky thing sounds quite nice.
Talking of Hannah Baker, we're going to see some... So this is the bamboozler in chief, Hannah Baker. She's got all sorts of tricks in her box. No doubt learnt some more during the 100. She's going to come in from the new road end. She got a 5 for against the Stars. Ooh. So what does she got up her sleeve for the aforementioned Georgia Elvis? Plays that through point, and there is backup there. Grace Potts flinging herself round. Oh, and testing Abby Freeborn, but they do the backing up, all tidied up. And yeah, but Barbara thinks that there is a longer boundary the other side, but it does feel very close here in the doghouse at New Road. Bakes comes in again. Elvis just defends that down. Score is 86 for 2. Elvis on strike on 13. Georgia Adams on 4.
Hannah Baker with 14 wickets so far in this tournament, which I believe is the highest for the Central Sparks.
Yes, most wickets. She's 8th in the Rachel Hayhoe. Yeah, 14 wickets. A few more perhaps today. As Elvis tries to carve that through point, but only goes straight to the fielder, and there is no run. She got a 3 for against the Blaze and the win. And she got that 3 for in the Charlotte Edwards Cup semi, of course, against the Blaze as well. So that's worked into the leg side, sort of plopped there, and they get through for a single.
So 87 for 2.
87 for 2 indeed. Baker to Adams, tapping her back. Bit of lofted, back round that one. All swing and no ding, as they say. There's the cliche klaxon going off the end of the over. So Vipers, who were put into bat, are 87 for 2. Elvis on 14, Adams on 4, and we are about to make our way into the 23rd over. So we're nearly at the halfway stage. Then I'll be able to do another one of my theories.
Oh,
the double plus 20,
yeah.
Jenkins formula.
I think you need to trademark that.
Yeah. Whenever I put it, there's a face. I know you don't do Facebook because it's not for young people, but there's a Facebook group that I belong to, and I always put the little copyright thing after I put Jenkins formula. So yeah, my theory is that actually it works better for the women's game, I think. in T20 or in the 50 overs, double plus 20 at the halfway stage. So when we get to 25 overs, we can do whatever I think my theory is.
Sounds good. And it's going to be Emily Arlot from the Diglas end again to Georgia Elwys, who's on 14 from 23. As Arlot charges, and that's swiped down into the covers, and Amy Campbell does the fielding. A good throw to Abby Freeborn.
Got to keep Amy Campbell occupied, haven't you? Because she says she gets bored. She gets bored if she's left. So
to be fair,
keep it
50
busy
overs is a long
swiping.
time.
Yeah,
so.
yeah. She can probably hear us from here if we speak very loud. She's very close to us.
88 for 2 as Arlot is in again. And that's just nudged behind. There's a big shout and the
it's caught
umpire's given
behind.
it. It's gone. Georgia Adams has been caught behind for 4. That's the 3rd wicket for Emily Arlot here at New Road. 88 for 3. The Vipers have lost their captain, who is walking back to the pavilion. Probably quite frustrated with that. She struggled to get anywhere with that innings. And it was a bit of a loft up with the bat, and went through to Abby Freeborn, who, as we say, has been very busy but hasn't actually had to do much work with effect, but brings...
Yes, didn't really get the timing, did she? It's a very
No.
un-Georgia Adams-like innings. Caught behind there. Arlott picks up another wicket. So, yeah, Emily Windsor, the finisher.
The finisher.
Emily
In fact,
Windsor.
you'd imagine she won't be doing any finishing
She might be
today.
finishing. She got a 40. She top scored with 41 against the Blaze in the last game on Monday. So
88 for 3. All the wickets damaged by Emma Arlott, who is going to continue her spell.
she's wondering if she can bowl all day. I think,
Yeah.
if she keeps getting wickets.
Yeah. I mean, I'll be interested in how much they preserve her for latter stages,
Yeah.
or whether they just bowl her out quickly.
She wasn't playing on Monday. I had a quick chat with her this morning. She was a bit under the weather on Monday, so she was running drinks then. So refreshed.
A lot to Windsor. And there's just
That one
Emily
got up,
Windsor
didn't it?
leans back as
Woohoo!
it popped up and goes through to Freeborn.
Of course, Emily Arlott got that 4 for, including a hat-trick in the Lottie Cup against the Stars. So Central Sparks will be hoping she's channeling a bit of that. The sun on her back at Worcester. The Visit Worcestershire ground, we're supposed to call it now, aren't we? Yeah, New Road.
A lot to Windsor.
Ooh.
And again, through to the keeper. Emily Windsor, just recreating the shot she'd attempted. Yeah, lots of Georgias, lots of Emilys playing in today's game.
You
88 for
couldn't
3.
swing a viper in here. I know that. Never mind the cat. We're in the doghouse here in the porter cabin.
A lot to Windsor. And Abby Freeborn.
From this angle, we were like, "Oh, is it caught
Yeah.
behind?" We can't quite see.
But Windsor facing 3 balls and is yet to get off the mark.
I think it's safe to say that Arlott's got a tail up, really, on the wickets.
Yep. She's having a very good outing here at really her home ground of New Road,
as
being
you
a
mentioned earlier, she's a
Worcestershire
Worcestershire player.
Well, now a Warwickshire player,
Oh, yeah.
technically. As she's into Windsor, defends that into the ground for no run.
A pair to a bear.
A pair to a bear. Well, myself and my dad were suggesting maybe you could get a bear holding a pair.
Ah, yeah,
So
that's
it's
nice.
just a nice
Bear
little
hug.
memory of her previous team.
Yeah.
I doubt that will happen, but nice idea. End of the over, 88 for 3. 27 overs remaining. Georgia Elwys on 15 from 24, and Emily Windsor yet to get off the mark, having faced 4 deliveries.
You wonder whether, Georgia Adams, maybe I don't want to say distracted by the England call-up, but it will put more things in your mind, won't it? And packing to go away and all that.
Yeah, I've never been on an England tour. What do you take?
Oh yeah, we'll have to ask Barbara. She's been on England tour to Ireland as Baker. Baby's worried what we're saying. She's been on tour to Ireland. Do you know that you were part of the last England squad to play in Ireland? Yes, I know this. As that's worked down the leg side, it's going towards the boundary, and there's a big run round and a big scoop up. As Karis Paley does the tidying up there, I think, and that's nicely fielded, and the score moves on to 90 for 3 are the Vipers. Heading towards 3 figures. Barbara's going to give us some good stories later as Baker comes in to Elvis, just defends that down, and there is no run. There might be some what goes on tour stays on tour, I imagine. But yes, I know that I'll come back to that in a minute. Baker into Elvis again, dunks that down, and there is no run. Yeah, because Sue Redfern was over as a neutral umpire for England's Sri Lanka series, and she was interviewed by Cricket Ireland since she was. Oh, what's happening? What? What's happening? It's very exciting. So Grace Bambury's having a chat with Ben Peverell.
Yeah, because they went straight back to Baker.
Oh, the little chat.
Everyone seemed to be under the impression that it hit the ground first, but then there were just a couple of claps and handshakes between Eve Jones and Hannah Baker. But it seems like everyone
fine. Back to their places.
Yep. Nothing to see here.
Nothing to see. As that's played back past the bowler, Emily Arlot thumps that with her foot, and they managed to stop that going for 4 with that. They get through. Did they get 2 there? That was very sneaky too. As the Vipers head towards those 3 figures, that was exciting.
That was an interesting one because I didn't see any appeal from anyone really, but
maybe it was just that the umpire was just checking they hadn't missed it.
Yeah.
And Al was at as that goes past the outside of the bat, and there is no run. So that's the end of the over. 24 overs gone. Vipers are 92 for 3, Elvis on 19, and Windsor struggling a little bit. It's only faced 4 balls, but is yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, creeping to the 3-figure total as a team, 92 for 3.
What were we saying? Oh yes, Ireland. So Barbara was part of the last England team to tour, and I know this because Sue Redfern was part of the tour. She was interviewed by Cricket Ireland because Sue Redfern was part of that team that were the last team to play for England in Ireland. So there we are then. This is a milestone moment. But Ireland on the up. But like you said, Scotland pipped them at the semi-finals of the World Cup, so Scotland get to go and get the money, because you get some money when you go, don't you? And Ireland not going to the World Cup, unfortunately. Woo! It's out. That's caught out. Another one to the wicket-keeper. So Arlot in a proper run here.
It's Arlot's 4th of the day.
Woo!
And she gets Emily Windsor for a duck. So that'll sink the Vipers to 92 for 4.
Wow. Arlot is on a mission.
A lovely piece of bowling.
She was not called up, but maybe she should have been called up. That was exciting. So Vipers find themselves 92 for 4 into the 25th over.
So once again, Abby Freeborn kept busy as well.
Easy catch there. So that plopped straight into the wicket-keeper's hand. I mean, they're not always but it did go straight to her waist height, and it was just looping easily into her gloves. Ooh,
I think
Arlot on a 4th.
Abby Norgrove, I think, has come to the crease.
We're going to hear it. I'm sure the PA will
Yeah.
ring it out shortly.
I mean, back to the Ireland conversation, I think with Ireland, they've invested already and they've put contracts in place. And I think what they've done really well is they've got full-time contracts, but they've also got student contracts. So players can study but also play for Ireland at the same time. And that's been really effective. Of course, they haven't qualified for the World Cup, but they've got that structure in place that next World Cup. They're in prime position to qualify, and they will be really disappointed, Scotland beating them, but it gives them a little bit more oomph to go into the next World Cup. And I think this England series will be really, really interesting, because of course it isn't the full strength England side, but it's the next generation plus Georgia Adams and Kate Cross. But a lot of it is the next generation. I think that sets them up really well, because Ireland, for the most part, are quite a young side, and they've got a lot of upcoming players who I would love to see more of them over here. Of course, we've had Orla Prendergast, as we mentioned before, but I do think it should be a good series, and it's a great opportunity for both sides.
Because you've got to ask yourself what dynamic. So the Scotland players can play in the domestic system here because their men don't play Test cricket, so they are not classed as a Test nation, whereas Ireland, who are classed as a Test playing nation because their men play Test crickets, are overseas. So Orla Prendergast, when she played for Western Storm and is now playing for the Blaze, is classed as an overseas player. And then there's a limit then. Each team is only allowed one overseas player. However, the brace of Bryces for the Blaze, and Abta Maksud for Sunrisers, and Saskia Hawley and Rachel Slater, and you reeled them all off earlier, didn't you? But they've all got the benefit of playing in that regional structure, the input, the coaching, good games, regular games, especially this season. Home and away for Rachel Hayo-Flint, Charlotte Edwards T20. So yeah, it's an interesting dynamic, because one might argue that input that those Scottish players have been able to get, did that take them over the line?
I think it's a big factor, and also there are a lot of Scottish players who have been born in England and have grown up in the English system, who can claim a connection to Scotland. It's normally a parent or grandparent who was born there, and so they've got the best of both worlds, really. As Arlot is in to Norgrove to face her first ball, and there won't be a run from there, 92 for 4. And so you've got these players, especially in academies as well. I think Molly Barber-Smith, and then you've also got a couple of players at South East Stars who can play for Scotland, but they also can then go back to their respective county or region and get professional cricket, really good facilities, really good coaching, and so when they go back to Scotland, they're in prime position, as Arlot to Norgrove again, who defends that. And I think that's a bit of an advantage that Scotland have over Ireland. Ireland haven't done that. I don't think Ireland have really tapped into people with Irish heritage or Irish citizenship elsewhere. So it's all, homegrown players, quote unquote, which I think makes it a little bit more difficult, because Scotland.
Is it too
seem
late
to have
for
more
Barbara's
options.
call up, because she's got Irish relatives? She told us earlier, didn't she?
As Arlot is in, and that's played to point to being a parent with the fielding. So I think it is an interesting one to compare Scotland and Ireland and their situations, and the kind of idea of the local player, I think, is also a good one as well, because we've seen the success that the Bryces have had down here, of course playing for Scotland, but then also playing for the Blaze or Loughborough Lightning, or all the names it's had.
Yeah, and the 100 experience as well.
Precisely. As Arlot to Norgrove, defended back to Arlot, and I guess it means that if an Irish player wants to come and play here, they're competing with Aussies or Kiwis or South Africans or players like that who their national setup is a lot more established. So that's really difficult to say to a side, okay, do you want Orla Prendergast or do you want this top Aussie? It's really difficult, because Orla Prendergast is great, but
she doesn't have the opportunity to play at a higher level, does she? As much.
And it's a dot ball once again for Arlot, continuing a great spell. That's finishing her over. 92 for 4 at the halfway point.
I can do my theory.
That's
92 times 2, 184. 204, do we reckon? So I think that my theory is about the target, so at this stage they ought to be aiming at the have I got that right? 2 plus double plus 20,
100 and
204.
Yeah.
204. Blimey, I don't know numbers.
My
204.
maths is slow.
So that's a target for me that they should be aiming at.
Mhm.
Above is higher than expected, and below is belower than expected. So we shall see when the game unfolds. Vipers' issue may be that those 4 wickets down as Baker comes in, and that's there was I was at, and the ball went straight through to Abby Freeborn, and there was no run. Thank you, Polly. We shall come back for some more insight from Polly Stark. He's been giving us all sorts of names and things there as Baker comes in. That's swiped into the posh side. There is a fielder there, and they're just going to get the single. Another one to the total as they edge towards that 100, Barbara. 92 for 4. What have you made the last bit?
Well, Emily Arlot, 4 wickets. On a hot day, she's bowling really well. She's definitely put a break on, hasn't she?
She hasn't finished yet. She's got
I know she's got more to go, yeah. But so she's had an amazing impact on the game. I mean, collectively, obviously, they've managed to build that pressure. So, yeah, no, Vipers would be feeling they're very under par at the moment. But, again, long way to go, as we keep saying.
Yeah. Baker to Norgrove. She lets that go through.
I don't know much about. Is it Abby Norgrove?
Abby Norgrove, yeah.
Is she another youngster?
She is. She got. She was third top scorer in the last game against Blaze with 32.
Okay.
She's England under 19.
I think she's just played that nicely off the back foot into the covers for one.
Thank you. Well, you're asking me for information. Yes, nice save. Excellent.
I must just, for clarification, because I know some of my family might be listening, I said my grandmother was Irish, which she was, but my mum was born in Ireland. I need to get that right.
Still
Otherwise,
more
I'm in big trouble.
Points. As that stopped neatly by Amy Campbell, and there is no run. Your qualifications,
yes,
still making a bit side.
Well, Mary Pat Moore, who I still see quite a lot, who was the Irish captain, she still says they missed out in not persuading me to play.
As that's played. Oh, it's going 4 runs.
It's a good shot.
Another 4 runs. It's out of our view there in the doghouse here, but backward of square, 4 runs.
Beat even Katie George there.
Even Katie George, that's right. 90. Is it going to go to 98 for 4? So nearing that 3-figure total, and that's the end of the 26th over. Elvis off 24 and Norgrove off 1. I was chatting with Georgia. I was just saying that. Well, because I played club cricket with her, I know Mum and Dad.
Yeah,
great
lovely
supporters, are always here. I'll have a chat with them later. I said that they're coming. Yes, they're going to be here later watching.
That's just looking at the replay of that 4.
Oh yeah.
Just that was a loose ball from Baker there, unusually. George's mum and dad, I've known them for a long time as well. Very lovely family. I mean, need to say hello to them.
Anna Thompson Radford, who was on the commentary with me at Taunton, she said, "I love your mum and dad stories." I'm usually in the crowd with lots of mums and dads and things.
So Emily Arlot's keeping going.
I mean, some bowlers want to keep. You know, as a captain, don't they? They want that to feel that sense of right. I want to keep going, because sometimes in the shorter formats, you get somebody like Sophie Devine. She wants to change the bowlers every over because. She wants to change the bowlers every over so that the batters can't get into any kind of rhythm. They took a long time to get that ball back. It's in the car park.
They needed a bat. Look,
they needed a bat to get underneath something.
That's like trying to get it out the fence or something, or the hedge when you're in the garden, that is.
Yeah, you do that again, you're not playing anymore. You can fetch it yourself next time.
Exactly.
Don't even know what I was talking about now.
Oh no, what were you talking about? Mum and dad stories we were on.
Mum and dad stories, Mum and dad stories, I don't know, I lost it now. Because everyone was looking round. Let's go and fetch the ball.
Oh no, we were talking about how long bowlers like to keep going.
Oh yeah, sometimes one of them
Sophie Devine changing.
Oh, that's right. Well,
I was listening.
You were listening. That's excellent. Yeah, Sophie Devine likes to chop it up, but in the longer format here of the 50 over, they may well want to just keep going. Particularly if you've had, I don't know. I mean, sometimes these bowlers have like side strains and things. They just want to, while they're warm, while I'm here, finish me spell.
Oh, there we go.
Pass the bat again.
That was quite an expansive drive from Norgrove, who's only just come in, to the bowler who's on form. I think I might be tempted to say you might want a little bit of a look first. So this is her 9th over, and Emily Arlot has got 4 for 10 off 8.1 overs at the minute. But it's a hot day as well, so I mean, this is good fitness thing.
Arlot, you've got to feel she's had some really bad luck in the past for one reason or another. She took a 5 for against the Vipers and got herself into the England squad, as that's nurdled into the leg side for a single. Yeah, she took a hat-trick and a 5 for at Hove against the Vipers a few seasons back.
Right.
Got herself into the England squad when India were touring and they had that test match at the beginning of the series at Bristol. But I think she had COVID or something. But it's just a sort of series of unfortunate events has meant that she's quite got there. She's been called up. Yeah, that's right. Lemony Snicket, unfortunate events. She got called up but didn't actually play in that test.
She's in again now.
Bangs that in.
Georgia Earl was very careful to how she's playing to point, having had a let-off there.
Oh yes, I was
Davina, she'll be horrified, won't she?
She will. It was that sense of, oh, this is easy. Oh, no, it wasn't.
I think, in fairness, it may just have dipped at the end, and
I think it did.
But I still think we'd all expect, and she would expect herself to have taken that. But anyway, Georgia Elvis is still going, and in fact, and Vipers need her to. So Arlot in, back foot again, beats point, but the sweeper just keeps that to 1.
Amy Campbell.
I think that's just
swooping
commentating,
round,
isn't it? That's right, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
I think so. Sorry, we're back to Statler and Waldorf for a minute.
Who are Muppets characters, for those who don't know, who are elderly gentlemen who waffle on about things, which is probably you and I, really. Yeah.
I was thinking about that when you said about the scoreboards. Do you remember the metal scoreboards? I was trying to think, what else would Polly not remember, or not have even of experience? I was thinking, oh, sorry, that's just one through the covers.
Keep going. Yeah.
Just thinking of pads with buckles.
Oh, pads with buckles, yeah.
I remember those, and you used to have to whiten them and everything.
Yeah, to pump whitener on them.
And if you were at Cricket Week and Sue Goatman was your captain, you very definitely had to whiten everything.
Yeah, you get fined if you didn't have
your
kit clean and all the rest of it.
So, and then those green pimply gloves, do you remember those?
Oh, yeah.
Batting gloves.
Oh, yes, with like
little
green
spikes
spiky things on them. Oh.
And that's another good ball, just solidly defended from Elvis.
So leather buckles thing, they would rust, wouldn't they? Or they'd nip your skin and stuff on the back of your leg.
Because this is obviously we're playing in the era when we were wearing skirts, so the pads, the buckles, oh yes, they would nip your skin and rub and everything.
Yeah.
And your long socks weren't long enough. Actually, I'm going to stop talking about that because we did just look ridiculous. So when I look back at the photos.
So just to give you the score, 101. Just if anyone's interested, the Southern Vipers are 101 for 4. They were put into bat by Central Sparks, who won the toss. Elvis on 25 and Norgrove on 3. And we're into the 28th over. Yeah, but I mean, I only played in whites. I didn't play in coloured clothing, and we played with a red ball, but it wasn't.
But whites as in skirts, whites.
Whites. And most of it in skirts as Baker comes in.
That's
lofted and played.
Did she get an edge on that, do we think?
Third, is it going down? No, Davina Perrin has fielded that in. They got through for the 2 there. Was it a 2?
Yeah.
Yes, 2 there. I'm looking at a live stream which is completely the opposite angle to the one we're looking at, and I'm getting my lefts and my rights out.
Yes, it does make it does do your head in a little bit. But.
Baker, what can she pull out of this bag of tricks? And that's a lovely defence there from Abby Norgrove.
Good to see a slip in place, I think.
Oh, yeah,
for Baker in the whatever we are, 28th over.
Eve Jones, yeah. Never too soon to bring a slip in. Baker. It's played straight to the fielder, and there is no run. You have to look down at a monitor, which is what you're seeing in that time, and then look up to see where the ball's gone.
They put a little bit of pressure onto Norgrove here. I quite like this. Close fielders.
Yeah. Oh, it's played past the diving, despairing. Davina Perrin has now got to chase that. So I'm looking through that mesh stuff. That's 4 runs. Another 4 runs to the total for Abby Norgrove. She moves on to 9.
Maybe not quite as intended,
balls.
But
yeah. Still, doesn't matter.
But they all count.
As
4 in the scorebook.
Yeah, 4 in the scorebook. No marks for style. There's the cliche klaxon going off again. I didn't bring it because it's blown a fuse. I left it running when there was some men's football on, and the process and the strengths and the gaffer sent the.
Oh right.
Out. Yes, that's
short ball.
Waiting for the spares into the leg side to Katie George at cow corner. And they just get the single.
Actually, I think she did well not to hit that too hard because that would have been out. I think so. She just managed
coming through the window here. If she really walked it.
Just managed to control that.
Elvis on strike. Baker over the wicket. That's defended down. There is no run. See, Georgia Elvis plays in that era, because you coached her as well, where you understand the difference between.
Here we go.
Between the defensive and the attacking.
Oh, that was just edge past first slip. Gosh, yeah.
We can't see that from the angle we're sat.
No, that would. I mean, it would have been a great catch, but it was that was a definite edge. That was well bowled, Hannah Baker.
Yes, well done, Hannah Baker. So that's the end of the over, and the Vipers are 108 for 4. 28 overs gone. Ellis on 25, and Norgrove
And
on
that's
10.
That was a good shot. Okay, yeah, just another replay. Sorry, just having a look at Norgrove working her way to working out how to play Anna Baker. Okay, so is this me? I'm confused again. Emily Arlot coming
yes,
in.
it is.
Coming
While
in.
you're there.
And that's just played very gently into to the left of backward point for a well taken single. And I think that's all Norgrove's got to do at the minute. It's just, I think, well, the pair of them just, I think, rotate the strike, put away a bad ball. I mean, again, ever so easy from here, much harder to do when you're out there, when you think it looks like you've got 14 fielders. How can I not score a run?
But it is that taking a breath and realising that you've got longer, which was what Lottie was saying to us this morning, wasn't it?
So I looked in again, just played defensively off the front foot, out to Davina Perrin at backward point. And so this is Arlot's 10th over. Here we go. She's bowled all the way through.
Ooh, 4 more balls. What do you reckon? Do you think do you think the space in those 4 balls for
to
another
get a
wicket?
fifer? She'd be wanting it, wouldn't she? Well, you would. Anybody would want that.
Yeah.
She's coming in again to Georgia Elvis. And that's another just back of a length. That's a very well judged single. I think, even watching the 100 and stuff, I think more of this. I think wanting to see more players just do that. Let's just drop and go. Where are we getting our singles if we can't get the 4s? I understand that. They want, particularly in that format, you're looking to get.
But drop and run can be really a useful tactic.
But it keeps you going as well, and you feel like this. And the scoreboard does tick along quite quickly, and I think it's that because they were relatively low scores this year. I know the pitches were a bit different. It seemed to be harder batting, but that particularly is when you've just got to be sharp on those singles. It's not there then. Again, you can see that. And again, now what's happening is the field is closing in because they're aware they're looking for that single, which does change the nature of the gaps that you can hit and potentially where your 4 opportunities come. So it's all that cat and mouse stuff that you've got to be thinking about and aware of, and that's again going back to our conversation with Charlotte, which have we mentioned more than once already, but this is the learning process of how do I live through this phase and just grow into an innings. Again, that's just back of a length is proving a very good spot for Emily Arlot. Can she produce? She's got 1 ball left. Can she get a little bit more oomph in this one? Maybe get a bit of an exaggerated bounce. Another little edge through to Freeborn. That's what I'm going on. That's what she's after. I'm going for a caught behind. Last ball. She's going to put a little bit more into this because she knows that's it. Feet up. Well, metaphorically.
Catch the point.
Wouldn't we all? We would like that.
Davina, pay attention.
So she's coming in Arlot. Oh, it is an edge. But it drops. It's very well played, actually. Soft hands, and it's no chance of a catch, but into first slip. That's a brilliant spell from Emily Arlot. 10
well
overs. She's getting a very good round of applause from actually a growing crowd, I would say.
Yeah.
10 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 50.
And
3 maidens as
well.
well.
You're seeing Emily Arlot's wickets now. So that was the first one up in the air. Yeah, they're sort of not in a great position to play that pull from Southby. McGacken then. That was a really good ball. So again, that just jagged back in really, and took the top of the stumps. Georgia Adams, Vipers captain. That was the one I was hoping for. So that was a good catch behind from Freeborn. I think it might have hit her, and then she took it on the rebound. And then similar to Windsor, that was a much more straightforward catch. But it's a very consistent spell of bowling that, and she's picked up her just desserts, and. Sparks will be very happy with her.
We missed a ball. A dot ball.
Sorry.
No, you're doing brilliantly there. As Baker's to continue, and that's dobbed down. I think
that's dobbed down.
Yes, dobbed down. No run. The deliberate drop and run, which is very different to the accidental dob and run.
Well, and the deliberate, again, it's like what Joe Root does, and not everyone can do that, but I think that's something you got to learn. And as we see more professionalism, those are the things I'd expect to see becoming more common, that people are able to do that more and manipulate the ball when there isn't a bad ball and over to get you out of jail, so to speak.
Yeah, and that's hit lustily to Katie George at cow corner, and there's just a single. Yeah, and you mentioned cat and mouse earlier. It's the playing with the fielders' heads as well. If you can do a really good drop and run, they're never going to get that. because you're running over the top of the ball effectively.
But you do see, and then you can see people just edging closer and closer, and I say that does provide slightly different gaps. But again, sometimes, as the fielding captain, you think, no, I want to bring my field in, and I want you to feel that pressure. And, eventually that might ease, but over a couple of overs, it might get you a wicket, or it might just put that doubt into somebody's mind.
That's it, isn't it? Putting the doubt in the mind. Oh, she plays across that, and it's out!
It's out.
On Nelson! 111, and Nelson has struck. LBW. Gabby, the flying doctor, because she's in the RAF and she's training to be a doctor. Grace Banbury gives that out. LBW. So that's Norgrove coming off. LBW to Hannah Baker.
The umpire gave that very quickly.
Yes, obviously
the replay might be coming up.
Smack.
Say again. Yes, she did. Yeah. So
she did hold that actually for the cameras. Oh yes, all sorts of pads. She looks back at the umpire. She might end up with a code of conduct for looking back at the umpire. There, we'll see. But,
you're not even allowed to look.
You can't
days.
look. You can't look.
What, look and shake your head?
Yeah, no looking and shaking your head. Oh no. No throwing
oh
equipment and all that. I think the things that happened
Mind you, I used to walk on LBWs before they'd given them. Just think, oh yeah, no, I know that's out. I used to have to train.
You must have been the opposition's dream.
I used to have to train myself out of that.
Don't walk.
That's so out.
So Vipers find themselves 111 for 5. Nelson has struck wicket on 111.
Yes.
And 30 overs done. This must be. That was time for
a change. These 5 over blocks go quickly, don't they?
This time for my lie down. Where's my relief?
She's in.
She's
having it.
doing it.
Let's
I'll
do
carry on.
over.
She's got 2 screens at least there. She's forgotten it.
It's a very good combo, I have to say. So I haven't commentated with Polly before, but again, A, she is 1 or 2 years younger than we are, and B, but she's very knowledgeable about the up and coming players, the younger players.
She makes us sound good, almost.
No, but I think between us we cover quite a range. But I've been very impressed with them.
Yes.
With Polly's knowledge of the wider game.
Young Journalist of the Year, we should say.
Yeah, which is brilliant.
Which is brilliant acknowledgement of that. She spent a day at Lord's, and. Got lots of tips from Isha Gua. So Isha Gua, yes, Caris Pavley, recently called up to England, of course. Bit of spin, left arm. Yeah,
we've got the full.
Handy.
So we've got left arm spinner, we've got a leg break, and we've got an off spin bowler.
Eve Jones has got all sorts.
Yeah, she's got everything available to her.
Pace and left and right.
It's a shame that Sparks just didn't do a little bit better earlier in the season, isn't it?
Yeah, but they did all right with the T20.
Yes, they did.
Playing themselves into they're going to burgle a run there.
Yeah, that should have.
Sparks were just watching that ball then.
Yes, that'd be me being a bit annoyed, maybe teapottish as a captain on that one. Although in my head, I'd be trying not to demonstrate that physically. So.
Yes, body language.
But yes, we don't like that.
All important. 112 for 5. Caris Pavley. This time to Nancy Harmon. Taking a breath before she gets the ball. Defended down, and there is no run.
No, there's another one, Harmon, I don't know very much about. What age are we on?
Oh, God.
Oh, sorry, Claire.
I don't do the ages. That involves numbers. She's an ex-Lightning player.
She just played that off the back foot.
Lovely, thank you for us locking down then. See if I could tell you anything more about that.
No runs scored, just ends up at mid-off.
In the early years of the 100, 21 and 22, she played for Trent Rockets and London Spirit. That's what I can tell you about Nancy Harmon. And if Lottie's got her, and
well, that's true.
There's always potential, because Lottie's a great spotter of potential. She must have eyes everywhere. I think she's omnipresent as Charlotte Edwards to see all this spotless talent.
She is off the mark.
Off the legs.
Yeah, no, that actually was at a single. It was just a little bit of hesitation, but that was a good call from Georgia.
She knows, doesn't she? That's the benefit of having the experience. Is at the end of the over, so she's going to pinch. She's going to have inadvertently pinched the strike there.
That was quite interesting.
31 overs gone. 113 for 5 of Vipers.
Sorry, I keep diving in on you doing the end of over score. Quite interesting talking to Charlotte, who's already thinking about the big bash.
Oh yeah.
Just obviously she's very focused on this
this.
competition, but she knows she's going to the Big Bash and beginning to think about the players she's got there. So, you know, we were just saying how the landscape has changed professionally for players, yes, but now you look at Charlotte, you know, as a full-time professional coach. There aren't enough women coaches doing this yet, but, you know, her year in terms of the franchises she's working with, Big Bash League, Women's IPL, and the Vipers and the Southern team here, and be Hampshire next year. You know, it's carving out the kind of career that just we couldn't have thought about when we were playing here in 1998.
Not at all. It was not even a pipe dream as they get a single as Harmon plays that straight backwards past the bowler, and there is just a single.
And Charlotte was very much the baby of the team
13-5.
at that point, because I think that might have been her debut
Probably
year. I think it was. Yes,
Maybe,
she was only 16 or
soon
17
anyway, wasn't it?
Yeah,
She was a youngster.
it's nicely played by Elvis off the back foot.
In her
To
era,
cover
she was the
boundary.
youngest player to debut for England,
Yes,
male or female.
well, she's got to be quite high up on that list anyway, remaining, because she was very young. I think if she was 17, she could only have just been.
Yeah, Holly Colvin and
yeah.
and then obviously Alice Capsey and people like that have probably pinched that off her.
Ooh.
Walloped back past.
It was a low full toss that ended up being. I thought that might have been stopped by who is that?
Emily Arlot.
Oh, actually, we
She's
can
been
forgive
busy.
We can
She's
forgive
been
Emily
busy.
Arlot. She might be a little bit tired, but I thought she might, because she might just get that on the dive.
It's a little bit bobbly just on that bit. There's a rough bit in that corner. It's obviously had a lot of wear and tear. I'll give her the benefit there. 119 for 5. Anna Baker.
That's a bit short.
Thumped leg side. Stopped by Katie George. Ooh. He was dancing around the boundary there.
That's
Stops
quite
that
interesting,
fall.
because we've just got a little rope, very narrow rope.
Very
boundary,
narrow rope.
We haven't got the big Toblerones that we're getting quite
No.
used to. So that she did well, actually, to stop that without.
She did, without touching
touching
said boundaries. Baker comes in again. That's played down, and Baker tries to flick it back onto the stumps, practicing for the Ireland tour for England. Oh, it'd be so exciting if she gets a.
It'd be
gets
great
a
to
cap.
see that.
Brilliant.
Mary Pat. I'll come back to that in a second.
Yeah.
Oh, bowled a bit more loop
Played
and
into
air
the
into
leg
that.
side, straight to Emily Arlott. There is no run.
Mary
It's
Pat
another over gone. 32 overs, and Vipers are 120 for 5. Still no relief for me, because you'll have to. So no relief for the listers either, because
The
I had to carry on.
that was the full toss for 4. The matches we played against Ireland were always very hard, very well
it was
fought.
quite a strong team in that
Yes,
day,
it was
wasn't
a
Ireland?
strong team, and they didn't, pull any punches about the fact they desperately wanted to beat us. But Mary Patmore, as captain of the Irish, was always a very civilised, smiling assassin. But she will always remind me. I forget some of these things. She reminds me that she ran me out at some point. She says, with a blinding piece of fielding from mid off. I don't remember her moving that quickly, but obviously I didn't move quickly enough. So
you can't remember enough to find out, to work out whether it was a blinding piece of fielding or not. Miriam Greeley playing in those days.
Yes, Miriam. Yeah.
She rang the bell at the Ireland
Did she?
Sri Lanka game.
Oh,
yes,
brilliant.
Got a new bell, and she rang that one of the days before the game, which is brilliant honour for a great servant of the game in Ireland.
So just played off the back foot again out to the cover boundary. Just taking the ones and putting away the bad ball at the moment. So 121 for 5. Off. Where are we at? We're in the 33rd over. So I'm just going to work out your. Were we on 204 as a sort of par target?
Yeah, that's where they should be aiming at. From
Oh, that's well bowled. That looked like it bounced. Must have turned a bit as well, I think.
That's some going from a short run up, isn't it, to get that speed on the ball?
Well, I think she's done well to not get anything on that.
yes, it may have been a good one to leave.
Pavely in again. Actually, there's a nice shape to that. She's got a good follow through. There's a nice curve in the air, a little bit of drift, and then the odd one, just taking that bit of an extra bounce.
She got 2 for 15 off the 4 overs she had against Western Storm.
Oh, did she?
Yep.
Yeah, see another bit of loop, just clipped into mid wicket for 1. It is great to see all these players and to know they're in structures that mean they're going to have every opportunity to get better and to develop skill sets.
Because that's a worry that potential was not picked up.
Well, I think again, as I was saying to Polly earlier, this domestic structure does allow people to come in and out a bit more, which I think is good. That you get the opportunity to, you might not do it first time. I think here's the ball that turned. Oh.
Nice
A little
ball.
bit, just came off the straight, didn't it? And definite bounce. Yes, she did very well to not nick that. But I think this is what I'm looking forward to, because we're still very young in the professional age yet, and I think I'm looking forward to seeing those skills develop and seeing spinners spin the ball more and see, seamers
Pace
with
bowlers get quicker. And
yes, and with more
accurate
variations,
more
and see batters developing different strategies. And I think the fielding still needs to come up again. I think that'd be one thing I was a little disappointed with in the 100 this year. I thought some of the fielding was a little disappointing.
That's defended, but lengthily too long off. There's no run. Yeah, well, fielding is something you can always get better at, isn't
Correct.
it? That's the thing. You can always be better.
And I think it does take a while to move into a professional setup
That's defended
for the benefits to come through. So it doesn't happen in one season or 2 seasons even. And some of these people are still getting used to even seeing themselves as professional sports people.
Yeah.
So, but I think that's
up in the air.
That's a nice shot, actually.
Oh, where did
Just
that bounce?
four.
Was it?
I think that's 4.
That's
Yeah.
just at the rope. Perilously close to that, getting a 6. Nearly.
It's a nice pickup that was.
That was a good pickup, a proper thump from Nancy Harmon.
Well, I think a thump's giving her a disservice.
Well, it was a really nice thump. I mean, I don't think thump's necessarily a bad thing. But to cow corner, another 4 to the total. It was.
I think that was a very well played.
That's because it's your side, isn't it? The leg side.
No, but I don't think it was a hoik, is what I'm trying to say. I
No,
think
that's
it was
right.
it was a. She didn't try and overhit it. I think she played that down to long. Well, I suppose it is cow corner, but as soon as you say cow corner, it feels like someone's
That
just
feels like a
oiked it
cultural.
round.
Baker, and that's defended, and the previous one was straight to the fielder, Amy Campbell. So a couple of dot balls.
The good thing again about this, the 50 overs, is we are getting to see more people. Again, within the 100, often you don't see many people bat, do you, and that kind of thing. So this is also, for me, being able to become more familiar with more of these players.
Yeah, another dot for Hannah Baker.
Right, here we go. Replay, hoik or not a hoik.
Let's play hoik or not hoik.
Okay.
That's a thump. Oh, look. It's a good shot because it's into a gap. And it was nearly a 6.
I think because that's straight. Well, I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking oik feels more like a, square. You're hitting it square. I thought that was less agricultural.
Okay.
But we'll, whatever way it was 4 and very nearly a 6. We are wittering. Well played,
I'm still
I
not
say.
getting my review, my relief. Okay, well, Polly's got a laptop down. I can see her.
The window's
not
open. We
interested.
could throw something at her in a
We
minute.
could. We'll throw something at Polly in a minute. She's not even listening.
It's off the back foot to point. Do you know what? I think Davina Perrin is desperate to make a brilliant stop, and that hasn't quite. She hasn't had that opportunity
Yeah.
yet. There's been a few that she's been close to.
Still chances.
Yeah.
Yeah. Still some overs left.
So that was a bit short of that one, but again you've got the cover on the offside boundary there, so it's only 1.
I think that's the difference with Elvis, because she's been there. She's
Yes.
played England. She's got the cricket now. She's got the experience. She's played longer formats. I suspect she's even played Test cricket.
She might very
and
well
she
have
knows
actually.
she knows where to find the gaps, and playing that aforementioned drop and run. That's just a dot ball.
And that's I'm really keen to see that we still keep some batters in the setup, in the England setup and stuff, who are in their late 20s, early 30s when you hit your prime, and that but that might not be that you've been in the England side since you were 17. It's very normal that you might not hit your straps or understand your game enough, or be emotionally and psychologically able to cope with the environment till you're a little bit older. Okay. A little bit shorter and just tucked around the corner. Again, it'll only be a single, so just happy to accumulate at the minute with.
Because you do learn as with
Yes,
more
you do.
experience, and
Well, and you learn that whatever situation you're in, this could we can build our way out of it. It doesn't and you're just more. I think you learn a sense of calmness. I like to think I did, But
I'm very calm now.
I'm very calm now. I'm not playing. I was never very calm when Catherine Fitzpatrick was running in towards me.
She's a famous fast bowler for Australia. Look her up.
I would have things in my head saying like, "What am I doing?" Thinking that's not really helpful as she's running in towards me, is it?
I'm going to have a little rest. Leave you in the capable hands of Barbara Beebe Daniels and Polly Starkey.
So we're at
Young Journalist of the Year.
So, as the Young Journalist of the Year steps in, the Vipers are at 130 for 5 off 35 overs, so we're heading into the last 15. And again, just beginning to wonder what kind of total the Vipers would be happy with. You'd think Georgia Elwys may need to hang around to be the anchor of this innings, but Ian Harman so far is being sensible and working the singles, but putting away anything she can in terms of a boundary.
Yeah, it's nice and steady for the Vipers.
Okay, and who have we got bowling at this end?
Georgia
Georgia Davis has come back on again. That's where we're at. So, yes. So
I will say I was only shortlisted for Young Broadcaster of the Year, so I can't take the title of the actual one.
Well, in our minds, you're Young Journalist of the Year. That's fine. It's our error, not yours. But a good achievement anyway. And that's nicely played, straight down. But again, cover on the boundary. Arlot out there must be feeling pretty satisfied after her 10 overs.
Yeah, I was interested to see if Sparks were going to bowl her all out as quick as possible, which is what they did in the end.
That's a bit shorter. Yes, Elwys just pulls that to mid-wicket. Katie George underarms it back to the bowler, so another single. So again, rotation of the strike, very sensible at this point. Again, 15 overs, still a long way to go, but again, if George is there, they can accelerate as they get a bit closer, and that's again nicely worked for a single. Again, your knowledge of the other batters to come within the Vipers, I don't know beyond Harman who would you think be capable of quick runs towards the end, maybe?
Yeah, I guess Freya Davis can bat.
Oh, of course, yes.
Yeah, and Lindsay Smith as well. She was opening the batting last season.
Lindsay Smith, who's just made it into the main England squad.
Yeah.
And she was opening the batting.
Yeah, so
she's another one of an age, isn't she?
Yes, they experimented with her opening the batting last season. And it didn't quite pay off, I think, the way they wanted to, but she is a capable batter.
Okay.
And yeah, she can bat quite well, so I don't think Vipers have to be too worried.
No, well that's useful. Again, just in context, that's the end of that over from Davis. We're 135 for 5 off 36. That was 5 off that over. I mean, I think they'd be disappointed if they didn't get 200, wouldn't you?
Oh, 100%, yeah. And I think
that might not be enough, but I think I think they'd at least be wanting that.
Yeah, I think with the outfield the way it is as well, I think Sparks would be very confident chasing a total below 200 and even perhaps just slightly over 200. So I think the Vipers will want to accelerate in the last couple of overs, but I think at the moment they are going with the right method of just keeping it steady and building a partnership between the two batters out in the middle and not playing silly shots, because I don't think that they're at the stage where they can afford to do that yet.
They wouldn't want to lose another couple of wickets quickly, would they?
And looks like it's Karis Pavley back bowling from the Diglas end. Pavley to Elwys, who drives that back to the bowler. Karis Pavley, who's only 19 years old,
is she?
Has also been called up for England.
Is everybody actually been called up?
Yeah, the whole of the Rachel Hare Flint Trophy, they're all heading to Ireland. As Pavley to Elwys, who chops that into the offside. The onside even. Karis is a really interesting one. She, of course, can bowl, but I guess her strength is with her batting, and she's a very explosive batter.
Right.
Was part of the under-19 team that went to the World Cup, reaching the final and sadly losing to India as a play and a miss, and there won't be a run available. Yeah, Karis is it's a good addition to the Sparks. She's only been in the setup for a couple of years, was in the academy previously, but she's really become a mainstay in the Sparks side now. She continues to Nancy Harman.
See, there's a nice shape on that left arm. I know there's just a bit of a drift in. Again, a bit. If she can get that turn going, just to even just move it off the straight a little bit more, I think she's a handful, or could be.
136 for 5. Pavely to Harmon, who attempts to flick that but doesn't get much on it. And Pavely was also part of Birmingham Phoenix's side this year in the 100. She got to bowl there as well. It was interesting with Birmingham Phoenix and their options with the batting order. I don't think they quite got it right, as that's defended.
Yes, that feels a little like a work in progress, that one. It's again a shame, because I think, again, being a Phoenix stroke Spark strokes West Midlands stroke Warwickshire fan, you want to see them do well, and I think, yes, I think they will be disappointed in the 100 showing, but there's enough signs, I think, that they've got some potential there.
Yeah, I think they slightly got their draft wrong. They had the first pick and opted to retain Amy Jones, but then decided to buy 4 other wicket keepers.
Yes, that's right. There was a lot of wicket keepers.
Yeah, it was wicket keeper central over there. And I think their only saving grace was that Ailsa Lister, who was signed, the wicket keeper batter, she got injured, so they just bought in a batter rather than another wicket keeper batter. I think they'd run out of wicket keeper batters available.
There we go, Davis, the off spinner. Bowling to Elvis, just plays that down to mid-off.
So yeah, I
for
think
no run.
The balance was slightly wrong, but saying that, you had Southern Brave, who came last, who historic winners.
So that's an attempted sweep there from Elvis, just misses that. I think that was on for that one. She's looking quite fine. There is a fielder on the 45 and there is a fielder at square, so I think she was looking to beat those. And played straight down to long on just for a single. So yeah, Elvis is 36 or 37 now, or 60 odd balls, 61, is that 61?
Yeah, 37
62.
From 62.
There we go. Davis in, defended, back to mid-off by Harmon. They're definitely not taking any risks at the minute, are they? So I say they're perhaps just a few overs off needing to do that yet. Davis in again. Played back to the bowler for no run.
137 for 5.
Ooh. She did miss that one, so I think I think she saw the opportunity for maybe a run on the offside and just played round that one. So another steady, tidy over from David. Only 1 run off it, so 7 overs for 27 so far.
Yeah, the last 3 overs, there's only been 1 run come from it, so the run rate has slowed down quite significantly. And you'd imagine the Vipers would want to slightly increase it, not going into the zone of risky cricket, but just...
Yes, you think
it's a little bit too slow at the moment, I think.
They want to push up. There was again 12 overs to go. I would think once they get to 40, that's nicely played. Again, just for 1 into the offside.
Keris Pavely back bowling from the Diglas end.
I guess this is where you get into the point of a conversation between the two batters about saying, right, one of us is staying, one of us is going to have to at least pick one bowler to take on, I think. And I suspect you'd want Georgia to play through.
Ooh, that's bolder. Keris Pavely.
You'd just get a wicket.
Precisely. Keris Pavely has bowled Nancy Harmon for 16. 16 from 30, and that's a big breakthrough for the Sparks. The run rate was slowing down, but that is an important wicket for Central Sparks. 138 for 6.
We'll see if this turned a little in a minute. But yeah, that is a good breakthrough, because again someone else has got to start, and it means Georgia still probably feels she's got to. Well, she might have to decide she's got to target one bowler. So this is Lindsay Smith coming in now.
Yeah, Lindsay Smith promoted 1 place up the order ahead of Mary Taylor.
Here we go. Here's the replay. So left arm round. It just goes on with the arm, I think, that one. Just
That's
goes on
nice
with
delivery.
the arm. And yeah, very well bowled. I think she'll be disappointed, Harmon, because she was playing quite nicely. She was picking up the bad ball, but just perhaps, like you say, just that slowing down of scoring does, it does put pressure on you, and all of a sudden you're making not such great decisions. So pressure on the Vipers to post a score here, really.
Yeah, it will. I think also they want to avoid being bowled out. They were bowled out early in the week or last week at Arundel.
Right.
Against the Blaze.
So that's an interesting mix of things in your head then, isn't it? You're thinking, we don't want to be bowled out, yet we know we've got to push the score on. We'd like to get to 200. We've got 4 wickets left. We know we've still got people who can bat. So it is just, working through that in your own mind to think. Again, I think really still it's let's look to rotate the strike as much as possible, because that puts pressure on the fielders and the bowlers, and more often than not you get a bad ball that means you get a couple of 2s or you get the odd 4. So that she'll be pleased that she's got off the mark there.
Yeah,
away.
I will say having Georgia Elwes and Lindsay Smith out in the middle is an ideal scenario for the Vipers in terms of a pair who have experience, both can bat. It's what they would have wanted rather than a much younger player, less experienced player, for example, as Pavley's in, and that's nicely defended by Elwes. There'll be no run though, 139 for 6.
So just thinking where your scoring options are. So if that's coming on with the arm, potentially you've got a sweep on, but is that a wide? Yeah.
Yeah, it's signalled a wide by the umpire. Elwes just left that one down the leg side.
So we've got fine leg at 45. We've got 2 on the boundary on the leg side, 3 on the boundary at the leg side, 1 short at mid wicket. So
Pavley again, and that's chipped into the ground. They'll run through for the single. The score ticking over, 140 for 6. It's been a good over from Karis Pavley, with the wicket of Nancy Harmon earlier on. 141 for 6 as we go to the final ball.
Oh, and she's got a left-hander to bowl at, of course. There we go.
It's the end of the over. The score still 141 for 6.
And here's the wicket again. So left arm round to the right-hander. And I think beats her on the inside edge, I think. Yeah, in through the gap. Maybe playing for a bit of turn that wasn't quite there.
But yeah, interesting variation with Lindsay Smith, the left-hander.
That again, you've got half a chance of, if we can rotate the strike, that's harder for the bowlers. Oh, and he'll take that. That's just looks like a bit of an edge down to third man, chased down by Davina Perrin. 1 run. So left-hander, field's got to change. Bowler's got to think. We've got the off-spinner bowling at the left-hander, so let's see. I wonder whether they might put a slip in, or
it looks like they're
we're going
not opting
leg
for a
side.
slip.
So we've got a few adjustments taking place. No, we've got a ring field on, really. So first ball to Lindsay Smith, and she just defends that down the pitch back to mid-off.
$142 for 6.
And there's a big appeal there for a caught behind. Umpire not interested.
My view isn't particularly good.
No, I can see that. But whether if she didn't hit it, well, maybe it came off the pad. I was going to say it wasn't. They perhaps just heard a noise. Defended again, back to the bowler. Another tidy over at the minute from Davis. So this is in her 8th over. She's still got another couple. She's beginning to think about a full toss. Oh, she'll think she should have perhaps got something from that, but that was a full toss just pushed back into mid-wicket for no run. They might have to be starting to think who else has got overs, where are they coming from, who are we going to target, where are our runs going to come from. So I think they can't just play out the next. Oh, there we go. Or we just get another wicket every time I start talking about how they get what their strategy is going to be. Well, now she was looking to push that onto the leg side, I think.
Yeah, that's Lindsay Smith prematurely heading back to the pavilion. Just 1 run in her innings from 7 balls faced. So the combination having the right hand, left hand hasn't lasted very long. And
well kept going, Georgia Davis actually. So I mean they had a shout earlier in the over. Let's have a look at this one. Well, that's it. That didn't really look like it did that much, to have to say. She played round a straight one a little bit, or maybe looking to hit it on the onside.
142 for 7, and
that's 40 overs.
after 40 overs, 10 overs remaining, and that brings Mary Taylor to the middle. Also 19-year-old, who's a non-travelling reserve in that Under-19 World Cup, which we've mentioned. I believe she's a twin as well.
Oh!
Um,
When was that Under-19 World Cup? That was last year or the year before?
Last January, so not the one just gone, the one before that. So, yes, 2023. And so there will be the next one in January, February time in, I think it's Thailand and Malaysia.
In 2025?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. So the same time as the Women's Ashes, as Pavely is in to Elwes, who just chips that into the offside. And they'll get the single. So Davina Perrin, for example, who played in that inaugural one, will still be eligible.
Yes, so she's young enough to play in this one.
But someone like Karis Pavely won't, because she will be 20, I think, by the time it's the next one.
And great that those have got going again, that sort of level of international competition.
Yeah.
Again, the experience they gain from that.
There's Pavely to Taylor, who defends that back. I think it gives them really good experience, and within 12 months of that competition, most of those players had made their senior debut, and now all of them have. Maddie Ward made hers last week for the Northern Diamonds, but they're all senior cricketers now. As there's a big appeal,
and it's another
gone.
Wicket.
The umpire has signalled out, and
Sam was appealing from back here, so that
there's a big appeal over here as well, and Mary Taylor heads back to the pavilion without scoring.
Well, the spinners have come to the party, haven't they? Emily Arlot's got them going with 4 off her 10 overs straight through, and then Pavely, Davis. Has Baker got any? Did she get a wicket? I can't remember.
She got Abby Norgrove.
There you go. So they've split the following 4. And really, Vipers are in danger of being bowled out within the 50, aren't they? We're in 40.3 overs, 143 for 8. 200 is beginning to look like a long way off, actually.
Yeah, so Freya Davis comes to the middle. They've got Ava Lee waiting on the side as well, but
I wasn't looking.
it's
Sorry.
not looking optimistic for the Southern Vipers.
Well, and again, in Georgia's mind, you've got to think now whether she has to have a go for it a little bit. Here's the LBW just coming up on the replay. That left arm round. Oh, and I think that's hit her back leg. Yes, that was. Yes, you were right to be appealing from here, Sam. That's pretty out. Unless he was just considering whether she got a little inside edge or something. But no, that was one of the ones that I was saying before. I would have walked on that one. Just think, oh yeah, no, please let me go.
143 for 8 with just under 10 overs remaining.
So Freya Davis then. I'm also being entertained by little Jack Russell, who's got a cricket ball in front of him just at this side of the boundary, hoping desperately for someone to play with him.
As Pavely into Davis, who just drives that into the leg side for no run. Freya Davis, who I think is unlucky to miss out on that tour to Ireland.
Is she one of the only people not in an England team?
I think she is, but she's got the stats to quantify her place, as Pavely.
That's a good shot.
Has driven into the offside, races away to the boundary for 4, and that's a great way to get off the mark for Freya Davis. Yeah, she had a fantastic 100, and in fact, she was the 4th highest 100 wicket taker which of course includes all those fantastic overseas players.
Yes.
Took 11 wickets for the Welsh Fire. That's Pavely to Davis, and that's bowled up. The Vipers are 9 wickets down. Freya Davis, after her boundary, has to head back to the pavilion. 4 from 2.
4 and out.
And she's gone. That's the 3rd wicket for Pavely.
Let's just have a look at this one again then. Is it doing something, or are they just playing round straight ones? Let's have a look. Again, easy from here. Easy from here. Sorry, Polly, I talked over you then. Here we go. Here comes the replay. Left arm. Let's just go. It's going on with the arm. I think sometimes they're expecting a turn that isn't there.
Yeah.
She'll be disappointed though. I think. Yes, at this point we're going to make it a switcheroo, and so I shall leave you in the capable hands of Polly and Claire Jenkins coming in.
147 for 9. Averley, the final batter, out in the middle, and Georgia Elwes is there on 41 from 67, and they've got 9 overs they need to bat out, with 1 wicket to spare. But I suspect the Sparks, finding a bit of momentum here, will be keen to get their lunch early and wrap it up.
Can Georgia Elwes get a 50? Have you heard that question?
This is the other thing in there.
She's eyeing that big gap at sort of cow corner, but depending on how agricultural she plays it. Is this me or is this you? I'll have this one.
You can take it.
Georgia Davis, fresh off her wicket already. Bongs and chimes of the cathedral ring out. Elwes works that into the offside. Just jogs through for a single as they head towards the next batting milestone for the team. 148 for 9 Vipers, who were sent in to bat by Central Sparks. This may have been a masterstroke. Maybe they thought there was going to be some overheads early with some cloud cover, etc. As Georgia Davis decides what she's going to serve to Ava Lee. Comes forward and defends that one, and there is no run.
So according to the Jenkins theory,
Oh, yeah.
copyright, was it 204?
204, yeah. So that's
204.
what we're looking at. That's what they should be chasing.
I think they'll fall short of that.
Yeah, 9 wickets down. Although, you know,
Stranger things have happened.
stranger things have indeed happened. We've seen some miraculous recoveries, but this would be a monumental one as Davis comes in again. That's played into the leg side nicely by Ava Lee there. Just a single. Another one to the total. 149 for 9. Central Sparks. It's keeping them interested because this could be a slightly shorter game as the last ball of the 42nd. Ooh!
That was close.
Ava Lee looks to the sky. She can't believe she missed it. It missed her.
Elwes.
And beg your pardon, Georgia.
Good to see her.
Is it? Yes, Georgia
Yeah.
Elwes. Yes, as Georgia Elwes looks to the sky. Thank you for correcting me, Barbara. She's not looking. We've been told that we might be more like Adina and Patsy than Stadler and Waldorf. I'm not quite sure which is the Ab Fab or the Muppets reference. Probably a bit of both. Yes. Yes, we've got the champagne fridge in the back here, but it's full of water. So, we find out. 42 overs down. Vipers are 149 for 9, so nearly that 150. And we've got a change of bowling, I think, Polly.
Yeah, we've got...
Oh, no.
Well, maybe it's
just
just
different
Karis.
advice.
Yeah, Eve Jones
different
is just having a
hairstyle,
chat.
potentially.
Switch it up. I mean, I think if she could she should keep it the same because it's worked so far.
Yeah.
She's had excellent figures today. Karis Pavely, 3 wickets for 18 as she continues, and that's just been chipped into the ground for no run. Yeah, from her 6 overs she's bowled fantastically, getting some key wickets as well. And she took the catch to dismiss Southby as well.
She did.
As Pavely continues to Lee, who defends that down back to the bowler for no run. So yeah, she's had a bit of a flurry of wickets, getting Freya Davis, Mary Taylor and Nancy Harmon. Continuing here to Ava Lee.
Justifying that England call-up, or buoyed by it, potentially. Well, both, possibly. Confidence of getting a call-up. Opportunity to shine overseas.
Pavely to Lee, and that goes through to Abby Freeborn, who threatens to whip the bails off. And the tension is quite high. I think Sparks are very keen to get this wrapped up, and Lee is looking to survive out there.
Putting a squeeze on.
Pavely to Lee, playing that down the ground. Just goes past the bowler to Hannah Baker. As we've mentioned it many a time, is also heading to Ireland. 3 members of this Spark side, with Georgia Davis also getting the call up. Pavely, and that's just goes behind ball again to Abby Freeborn. A wide is signalled.
Yep, Ben Peverell. Umpire Ben and umpire Grace Banbury. That was a 150 mark. Yes, but it was a wide.
Yes, anticlimactic way to bring up the 150 for the Vipers. There's no run from that delivery, and that's the end of the over. 150 for 9. With 7 overs remaining.
What can they get in those 7 overs?
Georgia Elwys, 42 not out.
Yeah, can she get to a 50? What can they get to? Because I don't know if Charlotte Edwards does the hairdryer treatment, but there might be a stern word or two at the half time if they don't get to a half decent total here for them to bowl at. We mentioned the umpires, so we should mention the scorers. They are PM Mellish and CL Hughes. Match referee Sarah Bartlett, former international umpire as Georgia Davis. Georgia Elwys came forward to Georgia Davis's ball, and they got through for a single. That was exciting. Firmly struck, but straight to the Sparks skipper. Kipper, I was going to say then. Skipper. Kipper Eve Jones.
Oh dear.
Davis in again. Stroked to point. There is no run.
Georgia Davis in her last over. Sparks going with the tactics of just exhausting their top bowlers and trying to get this wrapped up.
Yep, played into the leg side, straight to the fielder, and there is no run. Yes, 10 overs for Georgia Davis. She's doing well here. 1 wicket so far. Another dot ball. Collecting dot balls here, putting the pressure on. You certainly feel like the Central Sparks are putting a squeeze on the field. You can feel them doing what they should do and walking in and getting that sense of holding it together. Straight to point, and there is no run. Ava Lee struggling to get this away here. She's on 1. Elwys at the other end on 43 of the 71 balls she's faced.
151 for 9.
Yep. Davis, Ava Lee comes forward. Oh, they take an accidental run. Elwys encouraging, yes, and Sam the man has pointed out. Elwys has just put Ava Lee back on strike again for the next over, which I'm sure Central Sparks. I don't know whether that was a tactic. Do you think it was a tactic? Let her have a single. I'm sure Barbara Daniels and captaincy would be let them take a single because we want Ava Lee on strike. Yeah. Might be a tactic, might be accidental. We're not quite sure. So 44 overs down. Vipers are 152 for 9. Elwys on 43 and Lee on 2.
It's going to be Karis Pavely again from the Diglas end. Starting her 8th over. She's in to Lee, who plays that to backward point, and good fielding from Davina Perrin.
Yes, Davina Perrin. We were somebody. I think it was Ed Seaborn said she's driving the ball beautifully, but has she got a driver's license? So she might not be old enough.
Pavely to Elwys, who had a beautiful shot down the ground. It gets as far as the captain Eve Jones. Pavley to Elwes, who chips that in the air. That goes down the ground, doesn't quite make the boundary, and so there's a fielder down there.
Hannah Baker doing a little bit of twirl on the boundary there.
Just take the single. 154 for 9.
Emily Arlot just trying to ask him where is she in the right place. She's literally square on to the cover point boundary.
Pavley to Lee, who once again plays it to backward point.
A bit of comedy fielding. Perrin stopped the ball but thought Georgia Davis, who was covering her, had followed her. But Georgia Davis had looked the other way at that moment to get through for a single.
Pavley just tossing the ball up, ready to where this will run up. And that's struck powerfully by Elwes, but Arlot's on the boundary there and prevents a 4. 156 for 9.
Mm-hmm.
The final ball of the over. Pavley tosses it up to Lee. He just hits that into the pitch. 156 for 9 at the end of the over. 5 overs remain, and Vipers have done well to keep this game going for the last couple of overs. Ava Lee surviving there. She's 4 from 17, so it's a bit of a
I think it
a
is sort of
blocking
survival,
party.
isn't it?
Yeah.
And I think that carries Pavley. I mean, Barbara mentioned it. It's not an arm ball, but it's left-handed for a start off. But it's not slingy, but it's just the amount of, and it's not even loopy. But I think it's just deceiving them, isn't it?
Yeah, just kind of the curve
not
of it.
Yeah, the curve and the angle of it.
Georgia Davis, 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32.
Yeah, 1 for 32 for Georgia Davis. So we've got change of bowling. Katie George coming back on, a bit of left arm over seam. Elwes ducking, plays over that, and they're going to get through for a single. Nobody knew where that had gone for a moment. Another one to the total, another one to Georgia Elwes, who moves to 46. And she's having a little chat with Ava Lee. She's just a bit of advice there. What do you reckon's going on there then?
I'm not quite sure.
Yeah.
Get
me back on strike if it was.
I imagine Elwes would be wanting her 50.
The field have gone back, so I don't know. I think they probably want to keep Ava Lee on strike. Katie George. Bangs that one in, and it hits the pads and the bat. And they do get through for that single that I think Elwes was saying, let me on strike, I'm on 46.
Yeah, 158 for 9, getting closer.
There is that sense of anticipation, just this last wicket for Central Sparks. Are they going to get it? Played lovely defensive, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run. Straight to Eve Jones there. Hands the ball back to Katie George, who's going back to her mark, which is at the 25-yard circle. 30 yards in a men's game, did I mention? And she winds herself up. It's a lovely fluid action. Georgia Elwes works that into the leg side. There is a fielder there, Hannah Baker. And there's just a single, so she edges closer to that batting milestone. 47. Lee to face this time. Score is 159 for 9. Approaching the end of the 46th over. There's a slight field change as they try and keep Ava Lee on strike for these last couple of overs, and Katie George comes around the wicket. Oh, does a bounce on a great shot from Ava Lee. She's going to get 4 for that. She is. That was a lovely bit of innovation. Now, I've seen Danny Gibson play a shot like that. It's almost a kind of deflection. It's not. It's a sort of
You don't really
offside
put
ramp.
force, yeah.
It's a sort of offside ramp shot.
Yeah.
Quite late on. And if there's a gap there, and particularly short boundaries behind the wickets at New Road. So we like that, a bit of innovation.
Yeah, it was good. It got the height.
But the bad news is, it's a no ball. So she got a 4, and now she's going to get another Another go. Bonus ball. Remember, if it's caught, it's not out. This one, that's to remind me. As Katie George slows her action up, but then slams it into the pitch. Ava Lee plays that efficiently behind her, and they get through for a single. 164 for 9. And we get another view of that. Oh, that was that lovely offside ramp.
Leant back and just got the top of the bat.
Danny Gibson played a shot like that for England in the summer. I thought, oh, that's nice. We need a name for that. Katie George into again. Elvis works that off her hip, and you get through for a single. Nice little leg glance there. I did like a leg glance, I have to say. Oh, yes, I like a leg glance.
That's some nice shots in the
end
last
of the over. It was 46 overs gone. Vipers are 166 for 9. Elvis edging close to that 50 at 48, and Lee on 9.
That over's gone for 10. If the Vipers continue and do 10s, they can get over to it. They will get
to the Jenkins total.
Yeah. So they have to keep going at 10s, which,
you know.
And they're also relying on there being a no ball.
Well,
unless they manage, they manage to get 6s and 4s, but that's the limit to my maths, I think.
Don't talk to me about maths.
As we've got Karis Pavley from the Diglas end to Elvis. That's fielded nicely by Bethan Ellis there.
Bellis, they call it, don't they?
Bellis, yeah.
Bellis.
166 for 9. Elvis poised as Pavley is in, and that's flicked behind it. It's racing away to the boundary. Davina Perrin in pursuit, but it's miles ahead of her. And that's a 4 for Georgia Elvis. That's her 50.
Oh, the 50.
The half-century milestone is up for Georgia Elvis. A 50 coming from 80 balls. She's been the star batter for Vipers today when other batters haven't stood up. And that also takes the Vipers to 170 for 9.
She took the applause, but I think she realises there's more work to do here.
There's a bigger task at hand. Pavley in again to Elvis, who strikes that into the offside. And Arlot just in front of us doing the fielding. Yeah, she'll be aware that this is a very subpar total for the Vipers, and they have to use these last 3 and a bit overs to boost that total, try and get over that 200 mark if possible, and set a good target for the Sparks. That's defended by Lee. She's on 9 from 21 balls.
First target is to bat all the deliveries, isn't it? Because you don't want to leave deliveries not hit.
Pavley to Lee, plays up to point where Davina Perrin is. Yeah, the Vipers will be frustrated by their total, but for the next few overs they can just chip a few more off. It will put them in a slightly better position heading into the second innings. So that's that centre.
They're trying to give Ava Lee a single there, but she didn't take it.
171 for 9 at the end of the over. 3 overs remaining. If Georgia Elvis on 53 and Ava Lee on 9.
Yes. Vipers will want to get as many on the scoreboard as they can to give themselves something to bowl at, as they say, in the second half. As we look out across New Road, there are some spectators in. You see the cathedral shining in the sunshine, and the other spire. I don't know what the other spire is, but there's another spire that I didn't realise was there. To our left, across the green expanse of New Road, or visit Worcestershire New Road. That's it. As Katie George comes in. Oh, it's played into the onside, and there's no fielder there. Laura Malkin, who's the photographer, must have been a bit worried about her camera at that stage. So 4 more runs to the total. Elvis moves past that milestone on to 57. Vipers 175 for 9. They've plugged that gap. Bethan Ellis has dropped down to cow corner, deep mid wicket in other words. Katie George left arm over, seam bowling to Georgia Elvis. She dabs that through third. She's going to get 4 runs for that. She is as well. Another boundary for Georgia Elvis, who's taken Polly's advice about trying to get 10 off every over. they're a bit far. The boundary fielders might hear us, but I don't think they can actually hear us. Score moves on to 179 for 9.
Yeah, Georgia Ellis is just sailing along now. I think she's just trying to up that, and
There she is.
she's aware that she can kind of take risks at this point.
George round the wicket to Elvis. Plays that into the leg side. They're going to get through for a single. I wonder whether Katie George and Georgia Elvis would have been England contemporaries, because it's not that long since Georgia Elvis.
That's a good point.
I think they might know each other from their England days,
'Cause
but
it was
maybe
2018,
Hypercourse would tell
I
us.
think.
Oh, you see, you know
Around
some
that
numbers.
time,
Yeah, but
that
they might
Katie
well have been
George
contemporaries,
was-
because both out of the England setup for a handful of years. Might be a big handful, not sure, as that's defended and there is no run. 180 for 9 are the Vipers. Elvis on 62, Lee on 9. This is the Rachel Hayhoe Flint 50 over competition between the 8 English regional centres of excellence as they are now. Next year it will be Tier 1 counties, Warwickshire at home against Hampshire. George comes in. Oh, it's played up in the air, but drops in front of Emily Arlot. They get through for a single. Oh, there's a
Could have
chance
been
of buzzers
overthrows.
there. Nearly had some overthrows. Well, it was overthrown, but no actual extra runs off that.
180 for 9.
Yeah.
That looks like a slightly more healthy score.
Yes,
I wouldn't
than
say
it did do at the last.
it's
yes,
still
this
subpar.
partnership's building, isn't it?
but from where we were, like around 137, I
Yeah,
thought it could have
lots
been
of
a
it.
lot worse than it is now.
Yeah. Katie George bangs that in, and Ava Lee bangs it into the turf down in front of her, and there is no run. That's the end of the over. Of course, both umpires have got a ball each, so we're using the 2 balls in the 50 over competition. Vipers at 180 for 9. 2 more overs to get, so what can they get to?
That's
the big
8 overs.
question.
8 overs this pair have batted together
Yeah, yeah.
already.
It's a partnership building, isn't it?
So if they go at 10s, they can reach 200.
Yeah,
They'd have to do a
make
little
me
bit
look
more
good with
to.
my theory. You mean?
Yeah.
I was just thinking they were all out for 188 on Monday, so that's another total. Get past your 188 on Monday, and they were beaten by the Blaze by 20 runs. And Blaze batted first and got 208. Good pick up on the boundary there.
Gareth Pavley bowling again from the Douglas end.
It felt like Arlot was bowling for ages, and now it feels like Pavley's bowling for ages.
Yeah, Pavley in her final over.
Yeah, final over for Gareth Pavley.
She's done well today. She's got almost 3 wickets. Pavley to Lee, who just pulls that one back and sends it down into the leg side. There'll be no run.
Of course, in the reverse fixture, Vipers won by 7 wickets at Wormsley, which is rather spectacular setting.
Pavley to Elvis, who hoiks that over the umpire's head and heads towards the boundary, but I think that's Hannah Baker out there who does the fielding, and they'll only take the single, I think. 183 for 9. Pavley to Lee, and that's bowled up. The Vipers innings has ended 183 for 9, 83 all out even, as Averley is bowled by Pavley. That's her 4th of the day. She's done well and will finish with figures of 4 for 31, I think.
Yeah, 4 for 31.
4 for 31.
9.4 overs.
So the target for the Central Sparks, 184.
Vipers finish all out on 183. Georgia Elvis 64 not
I'll
out. of 86
run you
balls.
through some of the scores. So we had, with the Vipers top of the order, Ella McCacken got 26 and Rhianna Southby got 36, but the star of the day was George Elvis, who finishes 64 not out. And then Averley held on at the end, 10 from 28, but was bowled by Karis Pavley. The Vipers 183 all out. There'll be an interval and then we will be back just before 2 o'clock with the second innings where Sparks will be chasing 184.
Welcome back to visit Worcestershire New Road Ground for this Central Sparks versus Southern Vipers Rachel Hayhoe Flint clash. So this is the 8 English Regional Centres of Excellence playing in the 50 over. But I'm sorry to report that Southern Vipers didn't do all their 50 overs. They did the cardinal sin of leaving deliveries unhit, as it were. And Sparks have set them quite a big total here. So Vipers will need 180. No, Sparks will need 100. Oh, we'll be there in a minute. Sparks will need 184 to beat the total of 183 that Vipers set them, which feels vastly under. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it's definitely under par for the Vipers. I guess they did score 188 in their last game, so in that sense it's not massively under par, but in the grand scheme of Vipers playing, they tend to score a lot more than that, and they've got really good batters, so it was a bit of a shock. But I think this is Sparks' game to win or lose. Like, they, if they go out there and knock it off quickly, that's great, but also you can see a scenario where they struggle to knock these runs off, and that isn't ideal for the Sparks with their 1% chance of qualification.
Yeah. It might be consistency though, isn't it? 188 each time.
As Freya Davis is opening the bowling from the Digler Scent, plays that to Eve Jones, who knocks that back to the bowler. There'll be no run. Freya Davis, who I mentioned earlier, was unlucky to not get picked for the England-Ireland series. She's got 11 wickets in the 100 for the Welsh Fire, and she was the 4th highest wicket taker, which, when you've got some of the overseas you have in the 100, that's a remarkable achievement.
It is. She's, in terms of the most valuable players domestic, she's number 4 on the list. So
that's Davis to Jones again, and that goes back through to the keeper, Brianna Southby, who
didn't know she'd got that.
No.
She's laughing.
She opened the batting for the Vipers today, scoring 36, I think.
Just getting that opportunity to get some batting to prove that she's a batting wicket keeper, which is always the dilemma. Do you have a specialist or do you have a batting keeper or keeper batter?
Davis to Jones once again, who nudges that into the leg side. Nancy Harmon in pursuit and Emily Windsor coming round, and they'll go for the 2 runs. It's good running between the wickets there. Eve Jones, who of course had a fantastic day the other day, getting that century, and her partnership with Abby Freeborn was unbelievable. Abby Freeborn finishing 89 not out, as
Eve
Davis
Jones, 130 she got,
and was defended by Jones.
She played some. That was at Taunton, because I was commentating Western Storm on Bank Holiday Monday. She played some beautiful shots through the covers and so forth. It was when they found the gaps. Quick outfield, of course, at Taunton, but big score. Sparks' biggest score indeed. And then they skittled out Western Storm, I'm afraid.
As Freya Davis charging into Eve Jones, and she defends that back again, struggling to take anything from it. But as I mentioned at the very start of the stream, Vipers have a 99% chance of qualification to the semi-finals. Sparks, however, have a 1%, so it's not in their hands, and they're reliant on other results, and I believe they will have to get a bonus point win today, which is very possible with the low total. If they can get these runs relatively quickly.
It's 40 overs, isn't it? They have to get it in, I think to
so.
Get the bonus, which is possible.
Davis continuing to Jones, who flicks that off a leg side, races away to the boundary. That'll be the first 4 of the innings for the Central Sparks, taking them to 7 without loss. Those stats I just said, of course, provided by Cricket Her and the magical machine
that is Sid Egan's laptop.
It's
like
a
steam coming out of it.
Precisely, it's a remarkable piece of equipment that can figure out all the stats and all the possibilities, and very helpfully can provide us with the qualification percentages.
Yes, I had asked him before last weekend, because there was obviously the round on, but he just said it would take about 7 days to run it before Monday's fixtures. But yes, it's throwing an answer out at the moment, which is not much chance.
Davis to Jones, and she defends that in the last ball of the over. So 7 from that first over, which is very productive for the Central Sparks.
Because Eve Jones got that 136 not out at Old Trafford in the Sparks win. So she has both highest scores in the Rachel Heo Flint, which is some going for somebody who's not in the England squad.
Well, precisely. And myself and Barbara were having this conversation earlier on that it's her age that's been the problem.
Yeah,
you know, I would say.
the window,
I think about 2 years ago she was in excellent form for the Sparks and realistically could have been picked, but are they going to pick? I think at the time she was 28. It's very unlikely that they're going to pick a 28-year-old. Players kind of get to 25, 26 and they stop getting looked at. I think the exception would perhaps be Lindsay Smith, but she's already been involved in the England setup, so that's a bit of an advantage. But I think for players like Eve Jones, and I mean, it's great to see Georgia Adams, who's about to start bowling here, see her get called up.
Yeah, it'd be great to see her get. So a lot of them may have just mistimed effectively the opportunities. Georgia Adams comes around the wicket, and Amy Campbell comes forward. Of course, two left-handed batters, which we pointed out on Monday at Taunton. Unusual to have two opening batters in the English game. The Aussies have lots of left-handers as Gads comes in again. Amy Campbell comes forward, plays a lovely textbook forward defence for Barbara. She's not here. She's taking a very important phone call. She's talking to American people. She said it's about the Commonwealth Games Foundation. It's a women in leadership thing, so you might want to talk to her later. Amy Campbell works that into leg side and says, "No, I don't want to run there. That's a mad run," and they don't take a run.
The point you made about the left-handers is a really good one, because also I think England lack left-handers massively, and you think about when there's the Ashes matchups, that's a bit of a problem.
Oh, straight through to the keeper, no run.
And I remember when Eve Jones was in her form, that was a big argument, saying, well, she's a left-hander at the top of the order, get her in. Surely that's a no-brainer. But England do lack left-handers. I think Freya Kemp being the only one at the moment.
Rihanna South protects, whips the bails off, but Campbell has a foot in. Yeah, left-handed, yes.
Yeah, but you think about the left-handers on the circuit now. You've got Grace Scrivens as well, who she hasn't controversially been included to the Island series.
But if I were Grace Scrivens, I don't know if this is right, it was an inadvertent nutmeg there. If I were Grace Scrivens, do I want to leave Sunrisers, who are doing well in the Rachel Heo Flint, to some trophies, which we know that Kirsty Gordon turned down Ireland, says John Lewis in the press conference, to lead the Blaze, potentially to another trophy, because they won the Charlotte Edwards. So could they get both? That would be the domestic double. That would be something pretty good for your CV, wouldn't it? As the dot finishes that last over. Sparks are 8 for no loss, 2 overs gone. Yeah,
and I think it's an interesting one. You make the point about the regional stuff, is that really matters to players now, and I think especially for Grace Scrivens, she's got a lot of years ahead of her. Missing out on an Island series isn't going to be the yes or no to her England career. Maybe leading the Sunrisers to a trophy could be a big shout of you can be next England captain, or you've got really good leadership qualities, or you batted well in that game. They're, I think, the things that really matter. So if she has turned it down, I think that is perhaps a wise decision for her.
I don't know that's, but I could understand
the only one we know of is Kirsty Gordon.
Yeah.
Again, Kirsty Gordon's could be to do with qualifying for Scotland, which is pure speculation, but
it was a sort of it was a sort of elephant in the room in the press release that came out yesterday. It was like, well, of course she would qualify for
that's raced away to the boundary, the delivery of Freya Davis. But yeah, I mean, that's a conversation as well, because it's 3 years that you have to not play for like a test playing side, for example England, and Kirsty Gordon hasn't played for I think 6 years possibly. So if she was to play in Ireland, then perhaps that mean if she had plans to go to the World Cup with Scotland, that wouldn't be possible. But again, pure speculation.
Yes, it's great soap opera though, isn't it?
Precisely. As Davis to Jones, who nudges that into the leg side, there'll be no run on offer.
But there is a big issue about left-handed batters. It makes a big difference to be able to have that left-right, mess with the field, make the bowlers have to decide, different plans for different batters. So it is, and the Aussies seem to have abundance of left-handers. So other than Freya Kemp and Tash Farrant, who has turned herself into a batter this domestic season, struggling.
Davis into Jones and defends that into the ground. 12 without loss.
Yeah, if you're ruling out Scrivens for kind of too young, but like you say, hopefully plenty of years ahead of her, and potential England captaincy. especially if you're talking about Sid Egan and Raf Nicholson. Grace
Precisely.
Bingo Scrivens.
Yeah.
They do like to big her up, but it was great to see her opening with Bryony Smith. I like the fact that it was a 100 team that were opening with 2 English domestic batters.
As Davis to Jones once again and just flicks that off the pad.
Oh no,
There'll
there's going to be a
potential for a run out.
Oh, they went the wrong end.
They send it to the other end, and it's a bit too slow. There were 3 fielders, including the wicket keeper, right at the striker's end.
They were having a party in the middle,
and
there,
they
weren't
just stood there and then threw it to the other end. That could have been a run out.
Oh,
That would have been Amy Campbell ran out, I think, because they might have crossed by that point.
Yeah, they should have gone to the wicket-keeper's end
Yeah.
for many reasons, because it was closer.
Yeah.
There was a bit of dither involved as well.
As Campbell is yet to get off the mark, and Davis is charging in, arms pumping, and that's driven nicely, but there won't be a run available. 13 without loss.
Georgia always, as if to emphasise, throws the ball to Rihanna Southbury, who's a long way back from the wickets. That was the end you should have thrown to. That's what it felt like as a thought ball above her head.
Amy Campbell, she hasn't got many runs this season.
She and Abby Freyborn were the engine room the last couple of seasons when
Yeah.
they batted together, so due a big one perhaps.
That's Davis to Campbell, and that's defended, no run, dot ball. Campbell also hasn't signed for a side yet for next year, which could be
so you've got the
interesting.
insider gossip here, haven't you?
To be fair, this isn't
Yeah?
really inside gossip. This is just
Okay.
yeah. I just know she hasn't been announced anywhere.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, she could have signed somewhere. It hasn't been announced.
Yeah.
My suspicion, and I think it would be a really good move, is for her to go to Durham.
Well, she's from
because she's
from
Newcastle.
Durham, isn't she?
So she's been in like the Northumberland setup.
Oh, yeah,
But I
that's
think
right,
for them to
Northumberland.
get an experienced player up there,
Left-hander
a left-hander, yeah, they've already are building a really good side with Holly Armitage. Katie Levick has signed this morning. They've got Lizzie Scott.
Oh yeah, Lizzie
They've got
Scott,
Bess
good
Heath
all-rounder,
as well. I'm very keen on Durham for next season. I think they are
You're
looking
getting
exciting.
the itch for that, aren't you?
100%.
I think that was a masterstroke though, getting Holly Armitage, because I think
Mhm.
that if I were a player, I'm looking at who's the captain and who's the coach.
Exactly.
And if there any uncertainty, and that's going to be not in your favour, that's a dot ball. It's not in your favour if you can't say the captain will be and the coach will be, and I think that's
Yeah.
where some sports sides will struggle.
It's a big pull to have Danny Hazel as coach and
Yeah,
Holly
and
Armitage as captain.
And that is stroked. That's going to be 4 runs. 4 runs to Eve Jones. Beautiful shot there. That's a posh side there for Barbara. Yeah, lovely. And a proper stroke through there. Through extra cover. 4 runs to Eve Jones, who moves to 14. Score is 17 without loss. Adams round. Eve Jones works that off a hip, but they don't get a run because there's I think Mary Taylor's a fielder there at the 45. Cuts that off. Amy Campbell shadow boxes a shot at the non-strikers. Adams in. Jones forward. Prods that down. They get through the overs quick, don't they, when Georgia Adams
Yeah, they do.
is
She's
bowling.
rapid.
Only a few paces. Around the wicket. Eve Jones forward again, another dot ball. She got a 2 for 23 against Central Sparks in the reverse fixture. She got 2 for 32 against Blaze in the last game, and that's another dot ball. And she's number 9 on the economy rates for the Rachel Hayhoe Flint. That's the end of the over. Talking of getting through the overs quickly. 4 overs gone. Sparks are 17 without loss. They need 167 to win. Cut-off is basically 5:05. And have we got DLS on that? I'm just looking. Yes, DLS is 8, so they're ahead of the Duckworth Lewis Stern, which is a bit of an indicator that you're on target.
And they're ahead of the required run rate.
Oh yeah, good spot. Just
So-
we are literally opposite the electronical scoreboard and opposite side from the cathedral, in a doghouse.
In a doghouse.
In the
Indeed.
porter cabin at New Road.
It's going to be Freya Davis continuing to Amy Campbell, who chips that in the air. It falls short of Mary Taylor fielding down at deep backward point, but that was a risky shot and not very much reward for it, other than a quick single.
I think that was I've no idea where that's gone. No.
Yeah, that was probably not the best shot to play there. I don't know if it was fully intentional the way it went.
She'd probably say, I meant to put that there.
Yeah, obviously.
It was an edge.
As Davis is charging in to Jones, who drives that into the offside. They'll run through for the single. They're going to take the second because it's racing away.
Oh, no, stop.
Almost gets to the boundary, so we're good to take the second there. So the score ticks over for 20 without loss.
So we know there's 2 runs in that far side boundary as Georgia Elwes comes jogging back. We were talking about the test of a decent sized boundary. We were, saying that you should at least be able to get 2, and in my view, you should be able to get 3 somewhere. So I think this boundary's not big enough, depending on the conditions, obviously.
Davis to Jones, who flicks it off the pads into the leg side. No run, still 20 without loss. Eve Jones on 16 from 18, and Amy Campbell 1 from 9. Interesting note, Hampshire, I don't think have signed anyone. Yeah, they haven't announced anyone. They're one of a few counties.
Charlotte Edwards will have a.
She'll have the
plan,
entire team sorted, I reckon. She's just keeping it secret.
All the fielding positions.
Keep everyone. Precisely.
Everything sorted.
And probably players for the next 20 years.
Yeah.
As Davis is into Jones, who defends that. It baffles me how good Charlotte Edwards is at just picking out young players, and she just knows that they're going to be the next big thing. Like what she did with Tilly Courtney-Coleman, she wasn't even in the Star Senior side, and she goes, "I'm going to pick you in my 100 team." It's remarkable. It's a real talent, and the players she brought up through this Vipers side, I think about like Nancy Harmon, Ella McCacken. These have all come from the Vipers setup that she's found. As Davis into Jones, and she just crouches after that one.
Interesting
there's
shot
no
from
run.
Jones. Sort of cramped up Olay almost. Got a bat on it though.
This Vipers team have just dominated for years, so I suspect they're going to get through to those semi-finals and perhaps even the final.
Yes, you wouldn't put. It's Lottie tends to get to these finals, doesn't she?
So that one just goes straight through to Rihanna Southby. Signalled a wide.
Ben Peverill trying to prove he hasn't got the coat hanger still in his jacket by putting his arms out, or possibly proving that he has got the coat hanger still in his jacket. That was Morgan Barrell, who surely is a pirate. He thought that would amuse me, and it did.
Freya Davis with the final ball of the over. 2 changes, and that's driven down. Gets a hand on it, so just slows the pace of it down.
I'm guessing Barbara liked that one. It was a nice shot, even though she didn't use a dot. I will leave you in the capable hands of young journalist award winner Polly Starkin from the Naughty Charles podcast. Naughty Charles podcast, essential listening, as is Cricket Her and Women's Cricket Chat. And I'm going to hand you over to World Cup winner 1993, Barbara Daniels.
21 without loss here at New Road, and Eve Jones 16 from 21, and Amy Campbell 1 from 9. And we've got Georgia Adams back, bowling from the New Road end, the captain, who's just been called up to England to play in Ireland, as that's just nudged by Campbell.
That's an interesting option to open with the spinner. I don't know if she does that reasonably regularly.
Yeah, she's started doing it more and more often, and as Adams is in again, and that's lofted by Campbell. That one bounce and it goes for 4. It was close to a 6, but didn't just quite get enough. But that takes a Sparks 125 without loss. A really good shot.
25 without loss.
Did I say 125?
You did. I'm just trying to let
getting
people think
myself.
we're nearly there.
Whoa. 25 without loss even. I don't know if you know about Georgia Adams, but she's always been a kind of opening batter.
Yes.
And then Charlotte Edwards got her in the nets one day after COVID and said, "You're going to bowl," and it's worked well. As
Oh no, she's a tidy bowler again in all formats of the game. I wasn't aware just whether this might be something she does quite frequently to open, but it's I mean she's being very effective in terms of keeping the runs down.
She's a very economical bowler, and she works well, kind of just bowling wherever. As Adams to Jones, who strikes that down to Lindsay Smith, who's fielding there at.
That was a lovely thought though from Campbell. I mean that was one of those satisfying shots where you just stand there and say, I don't need to run. And she didn't.
Adams and again to Campbell, who flicks that into the leg side. There'll be no run, 25 without loss still.
So steady away for the Sparks, I reckon. And I'm going to say something in a minute and hope it doesn't put the mockers on anybody, but
Adams to Campbell, who again tries to get more on that, but it goes down the ground. They go back for the 2. Campbell hesitates, and it could be a run out. She just about gets back in time. She's quite a fast runner. I think if she was slower, that would not.
Well, I mean, in fairness, I think that was very obviously a 2. I'm surprised they hesitated so much, because I think that really it is a longer boundary over that side, so it is a decent throw. So there was always one for the throw, I think. Yeah,
Jones was almost all the way at the other end, and Campbell was still there. So a slight lack of communication, but 27 without loss for the Central Sparks. 157 required to win.
I was just about to say that Eve Jones, so far, just the bits I've seen, obviously she had that big 100 behind her from earlier in the week. Her bat looks very wide at the minute and sounds like it's all middle. So even the shots that she's not scoring any runs off. So I hope I haven't tempted any fate here.
No.
Oh no! It's hit her on the pad.
Don't say anything anymore. It's all good though.
Big appeal for LBW from Freya Jones, hitting Jones on the pad, but not given. And I'm mightily relieved because I would never obviously be able to speak to I ever have to Eve Jones. I'd have to say that was all my fault. Sorry.
I normally go with the rule commentators' curse doesn't exist.
I did
it's their own fault.
When I was out the front earlier and Vipers were losing wickets, there was a guy who kept getting up and going out, and some people at the front here just said, "Will you sit down? Every time you stand up, we lose a wicket." It's just
pure coincidence.
Those strange superstitions we have at cricket.
I think cricketers generally are very superstitious compared to the general population.
Okay, so Davis in again. Oh, a couple of steps forward. Another quick single. Actually, that's a well taken single. They both went straight away that time. I think that's it. Once you get used to batting with a partner, some of those ones you don't even have to call often. Here we go. I think this is the LBW.
Okay.
Ooh.
That's.
I have to say that's.
I'm no umpire, but.
Okay, we've been very diplomatic in saying I think Hawkeye would have been interesting.
Yes, definitely.
Well, and I'm not going to say how well she's playing anymore, because the next ball she never got out.
That's a very interesting replay.
I've just realised that Sam has become somebody else. Sorry.
28 without loss here at New Road.
So Freya Davis has seen a couple of edges going for 4, hasn't she, that have not flattered her figures particularly, but and Campbell has decided she's having a go, I think, when it's in her
big waft
in her area, as they say.
She's a very, very strong cricketer, probably the strongest on the team. So every time she plays a shot, it's with so much force and power. But it tends to make quite a big noise, even if it doesn't go very far.
She just needs to keep her head a bit stiller on that one, I think. Davis in again. A little bit. Again, she's just hitting across the line there. I think that's a bit of shape losing. Whereas the one she played straight earlier, was better than that. Unless I might even be thinking about the previous innings. That might not have been her at all. But yeah, I think that would be the danger for her, is trying to overhit. Whereas actually, she's got enough power if she holds her shape to beat the fielders. Yeah, no, she did hit that one where she just stood and stood still. That was a very clean, straight hit. And just defended back into the offside there. This is a good over. That was a good over from Davis. Just the one run from it. So Sparks are now 28 for none off 7 over. Not Sparks. Yes, it is Sparks. Something's happened to me at lunchtime. I haven't had enough coffee. Sparks 28 for none off 7 overs.
Yeah, so you got Vipers at the same point, 39 without loss.
Yeah, they just had that little bit of a. They had a couple of free hits, didn't they? And that's when the wicket keeper. What's her surname?
Southby.
Southby, yes. She just got a bit of a spurt on, didn't she, in that second half of the first 10. So they pushed up quite quickly at that point. But again, the Sparks don't need to worry. This is the thing about batting second, isn't it? And having done a very good job in the field, that they can take their time.
Yeah, they can be steady. They're ahead of the required run rate.
Yes.
So.
And they are rotating the strike and they're picking up runs. That was a good over from Davis, only one from it. And here we go. Here's Lindsay Smith.
We've got Lindsay Smith, who's just been selected in England's World Cup squad. Yeah, very exciting. She's had a couple of opportunities in the last 12 months as Smith is in to Jones.
That's a super shot.
A beautiful shot. Just sliced into the leg side. It goes all the way for 4. And that will move Sparks up to 32 without loss. Eve Jones moving on to 21.
That was just through the covers. That was a beautiful back foot shot. Again, she's in form at the minute. You can see she's got time actually, and there's no rush about it.
Smith and Jones just edged down behind her.
She was just looking for that gap. You can just see her looking for the gap between point and extra, just to see if she could angle that into a space for a 1.
32 without losses. Smith is in again to Jones. And she gets power on that, but it's stopped by Abby Norgrove in the field.
So yes, Eve Jones, steady away. You've had a 4. There's a fielder going back into the deep now. Sometimes, I've got to be careful, but sometimes you just get on a bit of a roll as a batter over 2 or 3 innings where you just think, oh no, I can almost do anything. Doesn't happen very often. Or didn't. So sorry, I speak for myself. It didn't happen very often, but it's a lovely space when you're in it.
As Jones just defends that one back to Smith for no run. Yeah, it does feel like Eve Jones has become quite fearless when it comes to batting. But she plays a very kind of sensible style of cricket, but can get these boundaries and these nice shots, as that's also defended.
Again, she's another tall. There's something about left-handers that always makes them look more elegant, I think. But she's a tall, elegant player, and she bats properly, essentially.
Smith to Jones. He drives that to Georgia Adams. He's fielding at mid-off. End of the over, 32 without loss. At this stage, however, the Vipers were 48 without loss. So it feels like there's a little bit of a gap between the sides, but...
Well, they were 60 odd for none, weren't they? Then they'd been all out 180.
At the end of the power play,
yeah. So, but again, long way to go. I was saying to Claire, I was keeping tabs on the game earlier in the week. I wasn't at the ground, but I was, listening to the live stream and just keeping up with it. And when they scored nearly 300, I still said to Claire, "Oh, I don't know whether they're going to defend that," just because it was a fast-scoring ground. And you think, well, if you can do it, they can do it. But so I hope they follow this good fielding performance through and just do a thoroughly professional job here. It's Freya Davis coming back in from the Diglis end. Bowling to Campbell. Again, that's a nice straight drive. For none to mid-off. So she'll be looking to just find or engineer a gap.
Freya Davis already into her 5th over of the day. So whether they max her out like they did with Emily Arlot for Sparks.
She's in. Oh, that's beaten the bat. And just hit Campbell, looked like on the thigh pad. Whether she got a little inside edge on that, I think that may have just indicated that's what that was. And there was a half stifled appeal.
Still 32 without loss.
So the World Cup has been moved from Bangladesh, hasn't it, for obvious political reasons, into is it Sharjah in the UAE or?
Yeah, it'll be in the I think Abu Dhabi, possibly.
That's a super shot. And that's picked up on the leg side by Campbell for what I thought was looking like a very steady 6, but actually it just dropped short and foot was 4. She gets that hold of that slightly better. That's in through the window to you, I think. Polly, that one.
Yeah, I'm glad it didn't come that way. Sparks moving 36 without loss. Yes, the World Cup was moved relatively last minute.
Yeah.
It was kind of probably the latest they could have moved it to.
I mean, I don't think they had any option but to move
no,
it, to be honest.
100%. So Heather Knight, in fact, has just did an interview saying that, she's preparing England to expect no crowds.
Yes, I read that this morning.
Yes.
Again, that's a really lovely clip off her legs from Campbell with no effort at all, just round the corner. I think this might answer your question about whether Freya Davis carries on through. I suspect if I was Georgia Adams, I'd be saying have a rest after this one, and we'll bring you back at another point. Because if nothing else, they need to keep some pressure on, otherwise this will quite quickly get away from them, I think. Yeah, so that is going to be a shame. I mean, obviously it's brilliant that it's going to happen, but I think in Bangladesh you would have expected decent crowds, I think.
Yeah, and they've had the build-up there of the World Cup is going to be hosted here.
Yes.
Yeah,
It'll be a bit like going back to COVID days.
Yeah.
Playing empty stadiums.
Yeah. So it's a shame, but hopefully the actual cricket can be really good. And there are some good fixtures. I think England-Scotland will be a fun one.
Well,
13th of October.
I think there's nothing. Yes, I think a bit like with the men. There's no taking. You don't need to be taking that for granted, actually.
No.
And I was just in saying, that someone like Freya will have missed out a little bit because they just have wanted to load with spinners and all-rounders, I think, haven't they? Just in terms of the nature of the pitches. That's another leg side, a leg by there for 4. That's a very expensive over. 12 off it, so that's Sparks 40 for Nom from 9 overs. 40? 44. I say it feels like it should have been more than that.
Yeah. Trying to catch up with Vipers, but also just play along steadily. There was 12 from that last over, I think.
Just looking at the replay of the pickup that nearly went for 6, just got quite underneath that. I think she's got 6s in her. That's what I think. So there are 2 left-handers, but they are contrasting styles. I think these 2, Jones and Campbell, would be fair to say. 2
very different players. As Lindsay Smith is going to bowl from the new road end and just play down the ground.
God, she's quite good. Yes, she's strong.
There, Georgia Elwes.
See, there's just something lovely about that. There's no run, but there's just
it's a really
very
nice
elegantly
shot.
played.
Smith again to Jones, who defends that. Yeah, she's got really nice technique, and the way she just kind of holds the pose after she's played any shot is really nice to see. It's very neat and tidy and not kind of scraggly batting.
It's a very simple movement of just onto the back foot and just pushing into the covers there for a single. What did you say? Not a straggly batter?
Straggly.
Yeah, no, okay, we'll take that. I know what you mean.
Yeah.
See, I know what you mean. And you might have some very effective straggly batters, but sometimes it is nice when they look nice too.
It's very aesthetically pleasing.
Correct, that is exactly what it is.
Phrase.
And sometimes you can be aesthetically pleasing and never score any runs. That's the problem. But Eve is not doing that. She is being both at the minute.
As Campbell plays that again to Georgia Elwes down the ground, 45 without loss.
So Smith in again, left arm over to the left-handers. Just want to bringing the deep fielder in for the last couple of balls of the over. Not sure if they're wanting to keep her not getting a single, but
Smith again to Campbell, and she gets hold of that, and it just chips back.
It's just a bit of an edge, a bit of an airy-fairy shot there.
The end of the over. 45 without loss. I'm going to
we've got a run rate
depart.
Look at that.
Claire Jenkins is going to come in my place.
Just making sure we don't bring down the whole of the porter cabin by pulling on the wrong wire just at the minute. in like one of those,
which is highly likely because it's full of cables.
like one of those black and white films in the old days where the building just collapses around you.
Oh,
and there's a window and a door falls down. You're just left standing.
Buster Keaton-esque.
And I suspect we'd carry on talking.
Yeah, we would. But we hadn't noticed. Adina and Patsy hadn't noticed at all. What have I missed anyway? Because I've been too busy gossiping with people on the sidelines.
I was just about to say we didn't have the bolly at lunchtime.
No bolly.
So no steady accumulation, I think, from the Sparks. I was just saying an interesting contrast of two left-handed batters of an elegant. There we go, Eve Jones, and Campbell, a powerful left-hander.
Yeah, I don't think she necessarily always knows where the ball's going.
No, and I think
it doesn't matter.
Doesn't matter. I think sometimes she loses her shape in overhitting, but.
So we're getting some insider info via Polly. Sparks are out if they lose, but even a tie keeps them alive. Only just alive. It's Sid Egan. It's always good info. Well, it's a dot ball. Always good info from Sid Egan. He's got that cricket her. I don't know what should we call it. The cricket herinator.
Oh, we're just having a pause because there's been
concussion check.
Yeah, a hit on the helmet, so I think it's just a top edge into the helmet. I think so. Georgia Elvis has come on. Campbell's gone for a big hook. I think has just top edged it into the helmet, so we have to have a compulsory check. So,
talking of helmets, there was an interesting thing that we missed early in the season. So, talking of helmets, it wasn't a helmet. Well, it was a helmet strike, I suppose. Abby Freeborn took a catch with her helmet grill. Because they changed the law in recent years, so it's stuck in her grill.
Yes, well, as a wicket keeper.
As a wicket keeper, and she was able to go. How's that?
Right, so that's different from holding a helmet and
or
using it as an aid.
Helmet or blah blah blah.
Right, so that's accidental, but okay.
It was an accidental catch in the grill.
So if you wore a really big sort of flappy cap.
With sticky pool noodles on.
Wicket keeping gloves on the side of it. You're like the bits that the baseball catcher bits have. Would that count? Accidentally.
We'll ask an umpire if there's one passing.
I just moved my head to one side and the ball's stuck in
it. We may be getting off the point, Barbara, but I'm just guessing.
So you're not missing any cricket, by the way.
No, you're not missing any cricket. While we're
wittering away at this. We're still just checking the helmet.
So, can you tell us? You don't have to kill me if you tell me what that phone call was to America. It was Commonwealth Games Foundation Women's Leadership.
Yes,
in a nutshell.
I wasn't ringing the FBI or anything. It wasn't that kind of secret. We know we've got Claire Taylor here on anti-corruption. None of those sorts of things were happening. No. So in my other life, I'm doing some work with the Commonwealth Games Foundation, and they run numbers of development programs. Across the Commonwealth, understandably, and they gain money from the Commonwealth Games, and then it comes into these development programmes. And they do a development programme for para-athletes, they do one for young interns to get experience of working within sporting organisations. And then their most recent one is a women's leadership development programme. So me and my colleague Sarah McQuaid, who used to play cricket for West Midlands back in the day, Sarah and Anna McQuaid, twins, they played a bit. They were sort of very good hockey players who we managed to rope in and come and play for a bit, and I captained hundreds of years ago. Anyway, Sarah and I now do a lot of work together. So we've been pulled in to help take this programme a little bit further forward. So last year we had 14 women from around the Commonwealth who apply through their Commonwealth Games associations to this programme. If they're accepted, they gain a £5,000 scholarship fund for a year, which is a lot of money in many countries. And we then put them together with international mentors, some of whom come from the Association of Commonwealth Universities, some of whom come from other sporting networks and organisations. So, we connect them with people with experience in mentoring and in sport, and they help them with their shopping list, I was going to say, but to help them really clarify the goals of what they want to spend this money on, in line with the objectives of the foundation around empowering women, around building communities, around advocacy and self-development.
Does it have to be sports related? Sorry, I was trying to watch the cricket, but it's the
yes, it's Commonwealth Games Foundation. So yes, it is. I mean, a lot of what some of the women will be doing might be social enterprise through using sport, but it is the longer term aim of the programme is looking to get there's just very few female leaders at CGA level, board level, higher level decision. This is not new, is it? And it's not only in the Commonwealth Games, but in decision making positions. So they're wanting to do something, and this is just the beginning of trying to encourage a sort of next layer of women who the CGAs would support to be putting onto, maybe national sporting boards, moving into CGAs, moving into international boards eventually. So getting them into confident enough to be applying for some of those positions and understanding what's required of them. So we had a cohort that finished in April, and we've now got a new cohort literally about to start next week, which is why I was just making some phone calls. We've got 16 women this time from all sorts of different countries in the Commonwealth, and we're just at the minute, within the next few days, pairing them up with their mentors, who who are from all over the world. So
you did appeal.
So yeah, some of them are coaches, some of them are already working in sport, some of them have other proper jobs, and they are volunteering in sport but want to move into different kinds of areas, but they're known to their Commonwealth Games associations, and this is a chance for them to get some real concrete support, both financially, and for some of them they've used that for further study. Some of them, one of the women last year from Nigeria, I think, the £5,000 helped her literally lay the physical foundations for a building that was going to be a community sports building, and made something tangibly happen, and then develop and train other leaders to work in those spaces. So it's a varying what they all use the money for, and it's quite a wide set of criteria. But we're very keen that the money is used for something sustainable that won't just finish once this year finishes, that will help them and other women develop further. So
not only their own stepping stones, but stepping stones for others to step in on afterwards.
Yes, and bring others along with, so that that development just keeps happening. Very big appeal for LBW. Not given,
unmoved.
Single taken.
It might be a leg by.
It is a leg by,
and that's the 50 up on the leg by for Central Sparks. 50
12
without
overs.
loss. 12 overs. 50 up in the 12th over. So it's a DLS. 20. What does that say? 34, 24.
24.
24. So well ahead of the DLS. So a new cohort is exciting then. A new cohort,
yeah. So we're
just
just
matching them up.
we've just been getting final approvals from CGAs and making sure people are ready to go. So Sarah and I will be. This is all. These they're from beautiful countries around the Commonwealth in the Pacific, and we don't go to any of them. Just having a look at this LBW shout, left arm over. Again,
the umpire does not get the benefit
of course.
There's the worm there. Look, that's Sparks chasing that. That's thumped.
That's a super shot. Actually,
underneath Georgia Adams. That's going to be 4 runs for Amy Campbell.
So that you see, that's again. I'm just saying that's the contrasting style of the two left-handers. They could both play the same shot, and Eve's would still look more elegant, but it would be the same outcome. But that's a fabulous shot from Campbell. I mean, she has thumped it. I think Georgia Adams might be a little disappointed she didn't stop that. Although it is, you're right. There are bobbly patches on this outfield.
There is some.
So perhaps I'm being a little harsh. You get much harsher, don't you, once you're on this side of the boundary than we used to when we were over.
Oh yeah, we're like Mind you, we had some pretty bobbly. I mean, bobbly's not the word for it. Outfields and some interesting wickets. We used to play as Elvis comes in from the Diglis end to Amy Campbell, who comes forward, plays that straight to Nancy Harmer, and there is no run.
I was just remembering as we were walking back round, or as I was walking back round after lunch. Oh, hang on, there's a replay.
Oh, in the replay.
Let's have a look at this one.
This is the thump, is it?
This is the thumping shot. No, that's a good.
Yeah, fetch that.
I mean, it was half volley sort of length, but she freed her arms there through that, hands through the ball. Yeah,
Elvis to Campbell. Comes forward, plays it into the leg side, but straight to the fielder. Nancy Harmer just goes right on top of that. Smothers that ball then.
Yes,
run.
I was remembering when we played here in the 98 under the times, it was the old pavilion.
Yeah.
And the blokes used to have to clear out the changing rooms a bit before we could come in and use it.
A bit.
So I mean, they're spanking new changing rooms now. It looks beautiful in there. That's another nice shot.
Hick Pavilion. That's straight to the fielder on just coming off the rope.
So we'd find our spaces. They weren't very big changing rooms, so there was just stuff stuffed everywhere. And the thing that made us laugh the most was that Tom Moody had left his bowling boots in there, and they were just
the size of
they were just so big. They were the
ocean
size of small
liners.
canoes or something.
Well, he could have used them if the tide comes in, which is handy.
Well,
at
that's
Worcester.
true. That
Eve
is
Jones.
true. Ooh,
Oh, Rihanna Southby does her characteristic. Come on, umpire, that must be stumped.
it's a good take and a good fast hand
Yeah,
stumping,
good
but I
fast
don't think
hands.
she'd moved at all out of
No,
the
I think
crease.
she's just. Eve Jones is like, hang on a minute, I've stood still here, got my foot in here.
Still, that does send a little bit of, a bit of terror into your heart as a batter.
Yeah.
As you turn
It's
round, you
very
think, I know I've stood still, but that, whoa.
Very characteristic because Southby likes to do that and show the ball to the square leg umpire, Grace Banbury, unmoved. Oh,
Gosh.
did we get any bat on that? That went straight past Eve Jones. Did we get any bat on that? What does Ben Peveril say?
They
Yeah,
did
it's better
say.
than that.
It's about-
Yeah,
that was
yeah,
like
it's
a bit of
better than
extra bounce then from Georgia.
So that's the end of the 13th over. Central Sparks are 56 without loss. They're batting here. They put Vipers into bat when they won the toss this morning. And Sparks still have 128 to get to win this game because it wasn't a very big total, was it?
It wasn't, but I guess, if you were the
193.
Vipers, if you're Georgia Adams, you're thinking, well, look, we were 60 odd for none, and
Yeah.
then we struggled after that.
That's true.
So, a wicket or two here, and you know how pessimistic I am, having thought that
Do you
nearly
know what?
300 wasn't
Barbara
maybe-
sent me a message on Monday. Sparks put their largest total, 297 on the board. She said, is it enough? I was like, it's the biggest score they've got, so I hope it is enough. And it was, fortunately.
And it was, so yes, that's
Oh,
a super shot.
yeah. Do you want this one, Barbara?
Yeah, sorry,
So
I'm
we
just,
get back if we,
yeah, so that,
coming back from the Commonwealth.
lovely shot from Jones there. Again, I think she looks like she's got a lot of time at the moment, and she doesn't overhit. So we're now Smith into Campbell, who just shuffles forward a bit.
You missed the Smith to Jones joke. Come on, Barbara.
Yeah, I do.
Get back on it again.
Alas.
Swiddy, I should say. You missed that
Sweet
Swiddy.
darling. So attempted
do
sweep
Alpha?
there from Campbell. You just missed that one, but it was outside the leg stump.
Mm-hmm.
Lindsay Smith again. Left arm.
Oh, yeah.
Just clipped back past the bowler, nice and easily for one down, two long on.
Vipers in their distinctive orange, and they never seem to play an away game because there always seems to be lots of spectators in that bright orange wherever they play.
You see, and that's what gets confusing because the Phoenix are orange.
Oh, yeah,
aren't
well,
they?
I was
Very orangey.
I was just going to say that very thing because I'm looking over and I can see a couple of spectators of local spectators who will have the Phoenix orange on, which is
That's Smith
confusing.
again, and we're Jones just rocking back onto the back foot and knocking that to the cover boundary for an easy single.
That was a nice shot, but cut off there by Emily Windsor's fielding right in front of us. In fact, I dare say she could, if she was a bit further out, she could probably hear every single bit of the drivel that we're talking, Barbara. So we've got here, we've got some bowling figures. They're gone. Oh, it's gone. Right.
So that's
the
it.
end of the over.
End of the over. So 59 for none from 14. So all going steadily away for Sparks at the moment. And Georgia Elwys coming back. Well, after that last ball of her previous over, that just got a bit of a bounce, didn't it? That was a bit of a surprise. Well, there was a few of those. I mean, that's from the Emily Arlot bowling end, isn't it? She got
From the Arlot end.
well,
Yes.
she just got a few of those,
to pop up a bit,
yes.
didn't it? Yeah. Oh, nice shot.
Oh,
Oh,
she's done her
underneath
again.
Georgia Adams again. She's toying with Georgia Adams there. Mid off.
And that was a fierce shot from Jones.
It was
Actually,
fierce.
that's a horrible one as a fielder, where you're thinking that's going to bounce just in front of me.
Yeah, take my teeth.
And, but I think, again, you'd think she might have. She looks a bit disappointed that she didn't get something on it. We still got mid on and mid off up in the ring.
Yep.
Just pushed forward to point. No run there.
Struck me about in previous seasons, Sparks have been very long on, long off driving down
Yeah.
the ground. They've, it's the old V.
Yes,
you know,
yes.
the
Nothing wrong
textbook
with that.
with the V. So if
I didn't used to
I mean,
trouble the V very often.
smacking it into the leg side. Ooh,
Oh, a little inside edge there. I think that might have been a change of pace from
might have
Georgia
been a bit of a,
Elwys.
sort of
slowy.
slower one. Yeah.
So she's
Using
got
a bit
away
of
with that
guile.
one. And you always need a bit of luck, don't you? It's a terrible occupation being a batter because you always end on failure, unless you're not out, I suppose. But largely even Joe
you're going
Root
to get
yesterday,
beaten.
143, played magnificently, and people still have a go at him about reverse scooping. But so Elwis in again. Oh no, this is your turn, isn't it? Whoa!
Ooh.
Campbell has somehow managed to get that down to third man for 4, which is not at all where she was looking to put it.
Yeah, I think Elwis has got all that experience playing previously for England. She's got all those, what Mel Jones would call cricket smarts.
Smarts.
She knows all those, she knows all the sort of areas to press. She got 1 for 17 with the best economy against the Blaze in the last game.
That's a better ball.
Yeah, Campbell straight back to Georgia Adams. There is no run. Still 68 without loss. Central Sparks chasing the 183 that Vipers put on the board. Here at Worcester New Road, you're listening to Barbara Daniels, 1993 World Cup winner with England, and Claire Jenkins, former Somerset and Derbyshire player. You'll also hear the voice of award-winning journalist Polly Starkey. She'll be back shortly. And that's gone through the gap. That's a really nice. That's a bit more stylish from Campbell.
I'm
really
not
nice.
criticising
Just saying
Campbell.
it's more
I'm just
elegant.
I just think that
Eve
I just
Jones.
think Eve's her style is just slightly different, and is I think particularly the patch of form she's in at the moment.
Yeah.
I think she's letting the ball come to her. She's timing the ball. I mean, she's hit that one down the ground there that beat Georgia Adams, with a bit of force, but she doesn't need to lose her shape because she's timing the ball so well. And I think Campbell is a different animal in that sense. But that was a super shot through there. Pick the gap, 4 runs. I'd have that all day.
And as you say, 2 left-handed bats, but very different styly from this. So both with their eyes in. So.
This is the replay of that one. Yeah, she's picked that up from just on
really
the stump.
Nice shot, 4 runs.
A good, quickly discerning length there, I think.
Yeah. So that's Sparks are 72 without loss. 15 overs gone. Change of bowling from the New Road end. Right arm round. And that's forward and defended by Eve Jones. Thank you very much, Barbara. And I'm going to be joined shortly by Polly Starkey from the Naughty Child podcast, Essential Listening if you're interested in women's cricket. That's played through the cover point region, easily chopped through for another single. And the score moves on to 73 without loss. What do you make of all that then, Polly? Have you been busy on the old social media?
I've been having a bit of a chinwag with my father over there.
Oh yeah, other half of the Naughty Child podcast.
Precisely.
Richard.
Talking about LBWs.
Ah. And that's defended. Is that in terms of the No Balls podcast?
No, as in...
A little bit weird, or actually
as in
before wicket?
Actual LBWs. But then also just having a chat about Amy Campbell and Eve Jones and...
2 left-handed openers.
Yeah, very different styles of batting.
Yeah, yes,
which is very entertaining to watch.
That's played to cover point, but Georgia Adams picks that up and there is no run. Sparks 73 without loss. The DLS would be 31.
This is from my left-handed batting brother.
Right. And that's rock back. Played down first. A nice another one to the total from Amy Campbell there. It's Barbara's just she's got some observations here from a text, and they're saying about the gracefulness of the left-handed batter, because they always say David Gower and he's graceful left-handed. That's another dot ball. It's being graceful. I said that it was hard work making things look easy. You don't know hard work batting if you look stylish, it doesn't look like hard work. That's the point? Yes. That's your brother?
Yes.
Oh, well. Your brother Michael. How many have you got? You got hundreds, have you?
Well, yes, there were 3. Yeah,
3 brothers. Oh, Michael. Don't tell him. Don't tell Barbara's brother Michael that he's a stylish left-hander. Okay, the end of the over. Was that? Yes, the end of the over. And is that 16 or 18? It's got to be 16. 16 overs gone. Sparks 74 without loss. Over to you then, Polly. Do you want this one? Mary Taylor looks like. Was it Mary Taylor?
I think it'll be Mary Taylor,
I think it is.
From the Douglas end even. The cathedral is looking beautiful. I do just love the surroundings of Worcester.
Yeah, it's got that.
Especially with all the trees and when there's blue sky. It's very nice. And driving in across the river is so nice.
From the land of the bear.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Mary
we both come down
Taylor
from the land of the bear, aren't we?
running in, and Amy Campbell's just played that straight and back. 74 without loss. Yeah, so I'm actually right on the cusp between the Pears and the Bears.
Yeah, you're on the cusp.
So
Well, Barbara lives in Ambridge. Did you know that? She lives entirely in an episode of The Archers, which is a rural idyll radio programme, if you don't know what The Archers is.
Taylor to Campbell, who plays that through her legs and behind to Emily Windsor, who does the fielding. They'll scamper through for the single. Eve Jones taking strike.
You said it's a great setting, but it's also perfect, I would say. I would venture to suggest cricket conditions, because it's warm, but not too warm. Sunny. Bit of overhead conditions maybe with the clouds.
Yeah.
Simpson-style clouds.
Taylor to Jones, who plays that back. Nancy Harmon fielding that.
She's
and
warmed
there's
up
no
there,
run.
isn't she? Ooh,
Yeah.
Zoom.
Well, when Vipers came running out, she was front of the pack, jumping up and
She's
down,
up for it.
sprinting.
Yeah.
I was like, she's ready to field for 50 overs.
Excellent.
75 without loss for the Central Sparks. 109 to win. Mary Taylor, 19 years old, charging in to Jones. Jones lifts her back leg as she tries to
A nutmeg jam.
nudge that one. Yeah. And there won't be a run available there. Mary Taylor started well.
Another one of, Barbara was talking about, we were talking, weren't we, about Charlotte Edwards seems to have eyes everywhere, and she seems to be able to spot talent. She must be able to smell it from like hundreds of miles away. And Mary Taylor is another one of those.
Taylor into Jones. That's defended into the offside. There'll be no run.
Yes, she was when she picked Tilly Courtine Coleman. People were like, who is TCC? As she ended up being nicknamed by Dominic Cork. Tilly Courtine.
She's
Coleman.
Technically MCC because she's Matilda.
MCC. I like that. See, this is the gold.
Taylor to
This is
Eve
what you
Jones.
tuned
That's
in
defended. Yeah, it was at Blackpool. Myself and Mike Perkins. We
Oh, yeah?
coined it MCC because there's ADR in that team.
Yeah,
Who
ADR.
Alice Davison Richards is known as ADR. I don't think MCC caught on quite as much.
They are. They must have the most hyphens. The Stars.
Yes.
In the whole.
A lot
the
of
regional
double-barrelled
setup.
surnames.
Lots of double-barrelled. Yeah. Rhiannon MacDonald-Gay, Alice Davison Richards, Tilly Courtine Coleman. I think there's another one, isn't there? A lot
Possibly.
of hyphens anyway. They're very posh, aren't they, Stars?
Yes.
They're very posh.
Down in Surrey.
I wonder how many.
Kent.
Yes, how many are they going to make them through to? Surrey, or they'll become
They've
Surrey
signed
Stars
quite,
again.
They've signed quite a few already. With Bryony Smith being the first one as captain, of course.
And that's played into the offside. Georgia Adams does a lovely Inspector Gadget stop there with one hand. Left arm as though it were extendable to 6 foot long. Stop the runs there. It's played to short third. Freya Davis does the tidying up. There is no run.
Ava Lee bowling.
Oh yeah, Ava Lee. That was my next question.
Second
Ava Lee,
over of the day.
33 on her back. Sunglasses on. Oh! Amy Campbell tries several shots there, and there's a sort of muted appeal. I think it was just messy is the answer to how was that. Right, not quite what happened there.
Yeah, came through the Berkshire pathway.
Oh, Ava
and
Lee,
then
yeah.
to, like many players actually, the likes of Heather Knight, Lauren Bell.
Down first from Amy Campbell, but straight to the fielder, and there is no run.
And then best figures of 4 for 51 against the Blaze at Arundel earlier in the week.
Oh yeah, 4 for 51. I had that. Yeah, Blaze. Yeah. Arundel. It sounds like something out of Lord of the Rings, doesn't it?
It really
Rivendell,
does.
Arundel. There's probably elves there. Do you think? I haven't been to Arundel.
Me neither.
I was talking with Ed Seaborn.
Mm.
I've been to Wormsley. One should go to Wormsley. But I've not been to Arundel. But the clubhouse looks the same kind of chocolate box styly. There was a dot there.
Yeah, I do want to tick off all the very
All the
pretty
ma-
cricket
yeah.
grounds.
Pretty cricket grounds, yeah.
Bambra is a good one with Bambra
Oh,
Castle in the
Bambra Castle.
background.
Yeah.
Can recommend.
Right arm around to Eve Jones, who's sort of an attacking defensive shot there, but it goes straight to Georgia Adams and there is no run. That's the end of the over. 18 overs gone. Sparks are 76. They need 108 to win. Vipers putting in what is an under par, and particularly with the Jenkins formula, total of they put 183 on. So the DLS is 39, so ahead of that.
Now at this stage,
Oh yeah,
the Vipers were 74 for 2. So they're 2 runs ahead, and they've got those 2 extra wickets in hand. So it's an interesting stage of the game.
It's still a chance to get down here if you're local. So yeah, fiver to get in. Still some cricket
Mary
left.
Taylor. And that's hoiked into the air, races away to the boundary. It's a fantastic shot by Amy Campbell down at the long-on boundary. Raced away for 4. 80 without loss for the Central Sparks. Amy Campbell on 38. That surpassed her best of the season.
I love that. I mean, the strength and the power in those shots is, is great, and it's very different quality, as we've said, to the apparent effortless elegance. Oh,
Taylor to Campbell. That could be a catch. And it's almost taken, it's dropped, and it goes over the boundary for 4. Emily Windsor gets her hands to it, but it's fumbled. And that was a risky shot by Campbell. But it's paid off, and she got the boundary, taking her to 42, edging towards the milestone.
Oh, yes. She can get there first before her opening partner.
But yeah, I personally wouldn't play a shot like that again. As slightly risky. I don't think I could. It's unique. As Taylor is in to Campbell, and I'm not sure if she gets an edge on that. It's raced away to the boundary, whether it will go down as buys. Oh, it's given a boundary. Yeah, so there's clearly a slight edge on it. Yeah. So that's 3 back-to-back boundaries for Amy Campbell. Yeah. She's on 46 from 59.
Ooh.
She's been due runs, and
yeah, she has been due.
This is looking very good for Amy Campbell.
Spotlight on Amy Campbell. Let's hope we haven't done the commentator's curse.
She didn't get picked up in the 100.
No.
But she's come back, and that's a nice defensive shot. There won't be a run from it. 88 without loss.
Because she had played previously with...
she was with the Originals. And before that, I think she was with the Superchargers in the very first year.
Yeah, I've got the Superchargers and then the Manchester Originals and then a couple of gaps after that. Yeah, I was saying I like to see her back with Abby Freeborn. They were the sort of engine room, but we're seeing a different engine room today with the 2 openers.
Mary Taylor Campbell, and she's played that behind. It goes up in the air, but it falls short of the fielder. Another risky shot, and they'll just get the single. That's the kind of player she is, though. She does. It's high risk and can be high reward. A lot of the time, it isn't high reward, but today she is just on form, and she's batting really well.
Teasing the Vipers here, aren't they?
She's given them lots of chances. As Mary Taylor bowls her final one of the over.
Ooh!
And that just misses the head of the field. It looked very close to her head. That could have been nasty, but it races away for 4, and that takes the Sparks to 93 without loss.
I'm only laughing because nobody got hit there.
Yeah, could have been a very different story, but...
So Sparks heading towards those 3 figures, 93 without loss at the same period.
At the same point, the Vipers were 81 for 2.
So wickets in hand for Sparks.
The Sparks have just piled on 17 runs in that over.
Oh, it was a big over, wasn't it?
Yeah, 17 runs, which is a hefty over.
Yeah, Ava Lee to continue from the New Road end. And Amy Campbell to continue. 91
runs to win, so they're just over halfway there after 20 overs. 19 overs
forward, plays that through the covers. Emily Windsor tidies up, they get through for a single. 94 for no loss. Campbell 47. Ooh, is poised here for some milestones. Couple of milestones coming up, batting and team, and that's played by Eve Jones into a gap there. Almost a drop and run, but into the offside, and they get a single. 95 without loss. Campbell back on strike on 48. Is she going to go through the 50 milestone? What gap is she eyeing, or what gap is she going to use, which isn't necessarily the same thing with Amy Campbell. Oh, straight back to the bowler. Oh, that was our fault then, Polly.
Do you know what? I was about to say, I really
bowled.
hope she doesn't play a silly shot.
Nah.
But yeah,
Straight back to the bowler.
back.
Very easy catch for Ava Lee there. Ava Lee bags the wicket of Amy Campbell.
That's frustrating.
48 off 63 balls. A good innings.
It was
and
a well-played
probably
innings.
a very well played innings. Shots all round the ground. Certainly the old 360 degrees. And Amy Campbell comes off looking skyward.
Yeah, there were shots all over the park, and she did well, but just fell short of that milestone, and that's broken the partnership, which I think is quite crucial. But we've got Davina Perrin
coming in,
and I'm excited. I'm not exciting. Davina Perrin she is a fantastic young batter.
Fantastic prospect, isn't she?
Yeah, this is her 51st Sparks cap, and she's still only 17.
Oh, it's just
which is just
madness, isn't
a
it?
remarkable stat.
Somebody told us that at Taunton. You're like, really?
Yeah.
At 17, 51 caps.
It's
But,
very
yeah,
impressive.
It's great. And a graduate of Ebony Rainford Brent's ACE programme to get more Afro-Caribbean players back into the game. Certainly back in the days of the men's West Indies, the highlight of all those fast bowlers. There was a lot more Afro-Caribbeans in the English game, and so Ebony's work is absolutely key. They started sort of more London centred, but they've now taken centres out across the country. Some exciting stuff there. They've got a sort of an apprenticeship thing, haven't they, with a competition to get a full-time contract. There's all sorts going on. If you're interested in finding out a bit more of the Afro-Caribbean promotion, to get them more involved. Ava Lee to continue. Davina Perrin, of course, now we've got a left and right, which really messes with the field, because they have to change every single time that the batters change left to right. Right arm over. Davina Perrin rocks back. Swipes at that, but only down. There is no run. Sparks 95 for 1 into the 20th over. Right arm over. Another defensive shot from Davina Perrin. Another dot. Vipers will want to build these dots up, build the pressure to Central Sparks. Stretch it out. What can they get? Ooh! Almost a caught behind there, I think. Quite how close that was, because we're sideways on, so no idea how close that was. That's the end of the over. That's 20 overs, and time for me to lie down in a darkened room, and you will be joined by Barbara Beebe Daniels, and I'll leave you in the capable hands of Polly Starkey.
Yeah, the Vipers didn't reach 95 until the 24th over, so the Sparks are ahead, and of course they've only lost 1 wicket. At this stage the Vipers were 84 for 2, so they were 2 wickets down. Both their openers were gone, and it looks like we're going to have Lindsay Smith this time from the Douglas end. We've got Eve Jones facing.
So spin at both ends then.
Precisely. So far with Lindsay Smith, this is into her 5th over, I think, and
nice shot.
Jones drives that down the ground. She won't reach the boundary. We've got Nancy Harmon watching that part of the field. 95 for 1.
So I want to see Perrin just settle herself and give herself a bit of time, because I'd love to see her back for a long period of time. See, that already might be the mockers on her. Let's hope.
96 for 1.
Important breakthrough though, that for the Vipers.
Because it looks like Sparks could potentially just take the game away. They've got 88 runs to win, and Davina Perrin just flicks that back to the bowler. Just settling and finding a rhythm.
But same thing, if they took another couple of wickets quickly, that anxiety spreads quite quickly.
Precisely.
So So they just need a rebuild here. And I think I say Davina Perrin is a very eye-catching batter to watch, and sometimes just needs to give herself a few more balls to just be steady away.
Lindsay Smith to the right-handed Perrin. He just nudges that into the leg side. They'll take the single to put Eve Jones on strike. Again, the left-hand, right-hand combination to mess around with the field. 97 for 1. Almost at that 100 mark. They're ahead of the DLS score and they're ahead of the required run rate. Smith to Jones, who plays that down the ground, gets a little bit caught up in Davina Perrin there in front of the wicket.
It's such a perfect day for cricket, isn't
It really is. It really is. Spectator, player, it's all perfect. As Jones just nudges that into the leg side. There won't be a run available. And at the end of the over, it is 97 for 1. 21 overs gone, 29 remaining. Sparks require 87 to win. The partnership between Amy Campbell and Eve Jones was 95 runs, which is a lovely partnership. We mentioned Eve Jones's partnership with Abby Freeborn earlier in the week, which was very impressive. 95, slightly short of that, but a very good platform for the Central Sparks to build off now, with Davina Perrin at the crease.
And this is Ava Lee coming in again. Bowling to Perrin, who has obviously got herself off the mark, but just, I think sometimes she's tempted to a big shot maybe a little too early. I'd like to see her just knock it around a little bit, but just make sure they don't lose a second quick wicket. And that's into forward of point, and a fairly safe single taken there. And I think that's all she needs to do at the minute, and get Eve on strike, who's playing beautifully, and then allow herself time to just get into the game, and then her natural speed is quick anyway. And then here we go, left hand, right hand, just nice rocking onto the back foot from Eve Jones, and playing it into the covers for 1. Field change again. So again, this all messes with you, doesn't it? Left hand, right hand. Lee in. Oh, and Davina Perrin has just picked that up over extra cover. Only just over extra cover, I would say. But it's gone for 4. So that is how she plays. She may have had her heart in her mouth for a couple of seconds there.
Yeah, and that is a great way to bring the 100 up for the Central Sparks. Now 103 for 1. It was a very nice shot to get the boundary, but yeah, slightly risky.
And she's just played that a delicate late cut, really. There's just one hand just got a bit of a stop on it, so stop it going to the boundary and just keep that to a single. She is a wristy player. She can play those like the shot she just did over extra cover. I just want to give herself the chance to be there a little longer. So Ava Lee into Emily Jones, who I think feels she's missed out there. Maybe that should have been another 4. Was that a wide call? Did she call that a wide? I don't know.
I'm not sure.
I was looking at the screen and not at the... And that's onto the back foot again and just punched down the ground too long off for a single. And that's the end of the over, so it obviously wasn't a wide. 106 for 1 from 22. And the run rate shows that Sparks are ahead of that.
Well, this is where the gap seems to widen, because at this point Vipers were 88 for 3. They just lost the wicket of Georgia Adams, whereas the Sparks are 106 for 1. So I've got 2 more wickets in hand, and I've got 18 more runs on the board.
We've just seen that replay of Davina Perrin playing that shot over extra cover, and you can see Southby, the wicketkeeper, jumping as if she could help the fielder go a bit higher and take that catch. So there wasn't much in it, I don't think. But, fair play, she's got the confidence to do that. So... This is you, Lindsay Smith.
To Eve Jones, no problem. Hoiks that into the offside, down to extra cover. They'll get the single to put Davina Perrin on strike, the left-hand, right-hand combination.
So now facing the left arm spinner. So let's see how she deals with this.
Lindsay Smith to Davina Perrin, and that heads down towards fine leg.
Not sure if she hit that or not.
Freya Davis. No, I don't
Oh,
think she got
right.
anything on it.
Been given a run. Look, he hasn't called it a leg bye or a bye. So
As I say, we haven't got the best view here.
there must have been just one of those sneaky little inside edges.
Smith to Jones, who pushes that into the offside. And a single is added, 109 for 1. Eve Jones on 43, but with Davina Perrin on strike. Smith to Perrin, and the bails are whipped off, but Davina is comfortably in her crease.
She has got
Nothing will
very
come of
fast
it.
hands. That Southby is the keeper.
Yeah.
But yes, there's no danger of her being out, but it is very impressive keeping. And a good ball from Lindsay Smith.
Smith from the Douglas end into Perrin, who flicks that. There's a big appeal, but the umpire's not interested at all.
I think that looked like it was going down the leg
Yeah.
side, but that would have been that's my first opinion without seeing a replay.
It did look
But-
quite leg-sidey.
And the umpire wasn't interested.
Lindsay Smith to Davina Perrin, who strikes that, but just makes it as far as Georgia Adams. Stood at mid-off. And that's the end of the over, 109 for 1.
Let's just have a look at this LBW shout again. Yeah, no, that's
Yeah.
clearly going down the leg side. So I think an optimistic appeal, but they will appeal for anything. They know they need wickets. They need. If this just plays out, they lose the game. The Vipers. I know they're in a solid position at the top, so they're not worried about qualification or anything. But if they're going to make any impact on this game, they need to take more wickets.
Yeah.
Georgia Adams.
So, and to that end, Georgia Adams has brought herself back on. Maybe fancies her chances against Perrin. That's Eve Smith. Just turns it round the corner to fine leg on the 45, and there's no run. So Adams in again, round the wicket to the left-hander. Eve Jones just pushes that from the back foot just straight back to the bowler, so no run there. So 2 dots from Georgia Adams, and again, even just building this little bit of pressure is important. So she comes in again, and Eve Jones is just looking to push the ball. They've left a big gap between extra cover and point, with cover on the boundary, and I think she's just looking to push it into there to get that single. She hasn't managed it yet, so Adams in again. That's just moved down the leg side that enables her to just flick off her legs. I think that's going to... Is it going to go for 4? Yes, so that's just straight off line there from Georgia Adams, who'd built 3 dots, and just moves to the leg side, and Eve Jones able to just actually caress that, really, to the square leg boundary.
113 for 1. Eve Jones very close to that milestone.
And now she does rock back onto the back foot and push into that gap to cover. Takes the single. That takes her to 48, does it? Yeah. That's another reason why we've got a youngster in the box. She can read the scoreboard opposite the ground.
Just about.
So Georgia Adams now bowling to Davina Perrin, and just sorting out the field for the right-hander. And Perrin plays a nice off drive, but it's fielded at extra cover, and there's no run. And a close-up on the scoreboard. Thanks very much, chaps.
114 for 1 at the end of that over. Vipers were 92 for 4 at this point.
Gosh, see, that is it.
That's
They
when-
just had that clatter of
yeah,
wickets, didn't they?
Precisely.
And that's what Vipers are hoping for. And I think they may need to try something else to just get that clatter, because I say
Yeah.
if they're just going to let them tick and rotate, they're going to win this quite easily.
They haven't quite been able to build that pressure.
Yes, you're right.
That could lead to a wicket. There have been opportunities to do that around the 15th over, but it didn't really come to fruition.
So that's Lindsay. Oh, sorry. Yes, Lindsay Smith back.
My bad. Lindsay Smith bowling to Eve Jones, who's on 48, close to her milestone of a half century. It's the left-hander to a left-hander, as Jones nudges that into the offside.
Again, she's looking
No
for
run.
that gap. She's just looking to push into that gap and get the one, which is really sensible. Really sensible. It's all she needs to do.
She's got time and she's wise to wait as Smith to
Shot.
Jones, who plays that down the ground. It won't go for 4. They'll just take the single. There's Nancy Harmon.
It was in the
It's
air for a
waiting
little
there.
while, but it's a beautiful shot again. Beautiful shot.
She moves to 49. The score ticking over to 115 for 1.
This is where I think you might want a bit more pressure on Davina Perrin, and maybe she's still new to the crease. There's a lot of gaps still.
Smith to Perrin.
See,
He
that's
just
popped up.
plays that. Yeah, as you say, it popped up. She just defended.
I might
and
have
held
someone
it.
in really quite close, just in her eye line. Just do something that just makes her think
Makes
or
her
gets
a bit nervous. Yeah.
even if it's just for a couple of balls.
Smith to Perrin. He plays that down the ground. Be fielded. There's no run.
That's a very nice shot again for non. And again, I'd be wanting to stop Davina Perrin scoring any runs, and so and maybe encourage her to play a less sensible shot.
Lindsay Smith tossing up the ball to Perrin, and she hits it in.
Oh.
Lindsay Smith almost pushes Eve Jones over as she tries to field that, and Smith ends up on the floor. Eve Jones can get to the other end, and that's the end of the over. 116 for 1 at the halfway stage.
Drinks are coming on, I think, so we've got a bit of a pause here.
So at this point, the Vipers were 98 for 4. So it's a slightly different story with the Sparks here as they go into the drinks break.
And they'll need that drinks break because it's warm out here.
It'll be hard work out there, particularly for Eve Jones, who's been at the crease since the start, so I imagine quite a few minutes. And the Sparks look a lot more comfortable than the Vipers did at this stage, and
But it's a funny old game, as they say,
it's
isn't
very
it?
true.
Because we were standing there saying Vipers, look how comfortable they looked, until they were at that sort of 60, 68, 69, lost the first wicket. They were looking it looked very easy, actually.
Lindsay Smith has bowled 7 overs, so she's got 3 left. So it'll be interesting to see when they utilise her. Obviously, Freya Davis opened and bowled her spell of 5, and has had a bit of a pause since.
Yeah, so when's the right time to bring her back? Because again, she bowled quite nicely, but the edge is going for 4, and they just haven't got that many runs to play with. But you need a wicket, so whether it's worth keep changing things around till you make the breakthrough. You've got to do something, I think.
Yeah, I think in the next couple of overs, bring Freya Davis back on. It'd be a good move, bringing that pace back. She was struggling with her line, but I think now she's had a pause, get her back in and try and get a flow going. A 21-run partnership between Jones and Perrin. We mentioned the 95-run partnership between Jones and Campbell at the start. And Sparks are sitting above the run rate quite comfortably at the moment. And, of course, ahead of the DLS score, though I don't think there is any worry of rain at the moment. I'll say that now, and the heavens will open, there's be a storm. But
behind this box.
We've got brilliant weather today.
That's like me saying Eve Jones looks in marvellous form, she scores lots of runs, and then she's nearly out LBW the next ball.
Dear. Yeah, Jones 49 not out. Amy Campbell, who just fell short of that milestone and was out to Ava Lee. I'm going to hand over to Claire Jenkins, who's going to come back in as we start the second half of the second innings.
Second half of the second half, that's where we are. So yes, I was saying I want to watch Davina Perrin bat for a longer time than I have been able to so far.
Yes.
So I don't want her to throw it away. I'd like her to keep just ticking over and allow herself to get into it. She's doing okay at that at the moment.
Georgia Sparks will want her to carry on as well. Oh, there's a Manhattan there. Look. Ooh.
Oh,
Ooh.
sorry,
Little
we're oohing
orange
at
and
we're oohing at a bar
large.
chart.
Yes, this is what life has become. As Perrin dabs that to third, and there's going to be a chase on for Ava Lee, I think, and they get through for a second. Eve Jones looking over her shoulder, making sure Davina Perrin's enough time to get back.
And she's
Two
quick.
more to the total, and she is quick, yeah. Sparks 118 for 1. Jones on 49. Perrin on 11. Perrin to face Georgia Adams. Rocks back and can only defend that down. There is no run.
I was just saying to Polly, I think, Perrin's not long been in. They desperately need wickets. I think I might have someone right in front of her.
Just
Anything, just
yeah,
to
get in her eye line.
Yes, unsettle
yeah.
her. Just you might just get something.
Oh, wallop. Straight to long.
Because she wants to do
Straight
that.
to long off. And there is no run because it was so successfully hit. Went straight to Georgia Alwis. Needs a gap or a drop and run. Oh, on the pads and sort of muted appeal. And we're side on, so we have no idea how close that was.
But you can see she loves the feeling of hitting the ball hard,
Yeah,
doesn't she? And I think
which is
the longer you
great.
stop her doing it,
Yeah. And that's just nurdled into the leg side, but there is no run.
the greater chance of it, there's a word I just can't find in my head. But anyway, forcing the error. That's
Forcing the error.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or putting her off or whatever, which is what you were saying about a close fielder as George Adams comes over.
Well, they
And
need
that's-
wickets, don't they? They're not going to win from here.
Play to short third.
If this just
As a
plays
single.
out, Sparks win.
Yeah. It'll
with many overs
dribble
to
away
spare.
if they don't
Yeah.
do something. They
So
need to.
it's worth a try anything, to just think, well, just chuck a slip in, chuck a short leg in, somebody at short extra, but right in and who's talking to her, anything.
Yeah, chirping away.
I tell you how Janet Tedston used to get me out sometimes.
Oh yeah,
was
Yorkshire, Janet Tedston.
Yes,
Play
just-
England as well?
sorry.
Did Janet Tedston play England?
Oh yes, she did
Yes,
play
she
England,
did.
but
I was
she was
gonna
all,
say Yorkshire
Yorkshire in the
England.
end. But she started down here. She played in the West Midlands
Yeah.
because she was from Leamington,
Yeah.
and she used to just engage me in just very chatty conversation, and I'd, being a very polite girl, have to reply, and then I'd just not concentrate and I'd be out.
Huh?
So, that dastardly tactic of just chatting,
Just talking. They did
not,
all sorts.
not
to you.
sledging, just chatting.
Yeah. But that's it, isn't it? Just get in the eye line and
Yeah.
have a chat and put a thought in someone's head, and they've forgotten what they're going to do next.
So Lindsay Smith into Perrin, who's thrown the kitchen sink at that, I would suggest, but just got the bottom end of the bat into mid wicket for 1. But she was looking to hit that straight over Long On's head, I think.
I was thinking when you were saying about what you want. So in the same way as you might want a fast bowler to bowl quick. That's a dot. In the same way you might just want a young fast bowler to just bowl quick. Maybe you just want a young bowler, a young batter to just whack, just fit. You said to love the feel of bat on ball, potentially.
Yes, love the field bat on ball, but I think not. But understand quite quickly, you can love the feel of bat on ball even if it only goes for 1.
Yeah.
But it's not having to be smacked out of the ground for 6.
I love that feel.
That's a lovely shot. That's a lovely feeling.
2 point.
Just, and they're running. That's a good 2.
That's good
Yeah,
too.
well done. But that's a 50 for.
That's a 50 up for Eve Jones. Captain of Sparks raises a bat. Still work to do.
So yes, you don't want to constrain people's natural instincts, and plainly, Davina Perrin's got a lot of that.
Yeah.
But you want to allow, and maybe this is going back to when I was younger. You want to be in long enough to enable that to come out,
Yes.
and not get, sort of
single
too
out.
ahead of yourself by trying to play the kind of shots that you're much better placed playing a little bit later on.
Did we mention that we were talking to Charlotte Edwards? And she was saying, if you're out early in 50 overs, it's a long old wait till lunch, isn't it?
It is, and
If
she
you're
said
batting first.
she used to hate just sitting once she was out, as we all do really. You're much happier out there, even if it's tough. You're happier out there where you think you can at least have a go at doing something. There were days I was happy to walk off when maybe I didn't have to face
Depending on
Catherine
who's batting.
Fitzpatrick anymore.
Yeah, who's bowling rather. It depends on who's bowling.
But actually, that was an interesting. I was just sitting chatting to Claire Taylor and Sue Redfern, and we were reminiscing about the '98 game here and other
Which
things.
you've all played in.
Yes,
Yeah.
and equally realising none of us remember the same things, obviously. So
Or
were
in
we,
the
were
same
we
order.
actually at the same game? But the stats say we were. But saying, do we remember correctly that someone like Catherine Fitzpatrick or Joe Chamberlain were fast equal to the faster bowlers we see here today, or are we thinking, as Sue put it, are we sort of a bit rose-coloured in our memory and thinking
Maybe.
they're faster than they were?
No
But
speed guns.
I think
then,
they were
unfortunately.
fast.
Yeah. And that's played into the offside, and they just jog through for a single. I mean, I saw it live as well as a spectator,
Yes.
and it was quick. It was quick. I think we'll never know, will we? But I
We won't, but I
suspect
think-
that it would have been quick in any era. And she was athletic build.
Well, she was very slight, actually.
Yeah, like the elastic band, wasn't she?
But
And
she
that's
just had a
played straight to the
really,
field and
you know, a
zero.
very, very smooth, repeatable action. And maybe you took a Joe Chamberlain, who's actually left armour, but looked much harder work in a sense, Joe's.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
she
yeah.
was as fast as Fitzy, I would have said. You know, when she
And
was
Bunted
in the
point,
rhythm.
and there is no run. Yeah,
So I don't think we're remembering that incorrectly. I would think that Fitzy would be up there with, you know, Ishmael, and
Tahuhu
yes,
and co.
yes, and Co. I think.
Yeah.
And I think we may be moving into an era where more women will be at that pace and beyond.
Yeah, because they're getting the
'Cause
contact time with the
Yes.
coaches and things. That was a dot ball, by the way. Georgia Adams in. Oh, is a caught behind.
Yep.
Yeah, she's out. Caught behind. Rihanna Southby takes a neat catch there off the bowling of Georgia Adams. Perrin is out for 13 off 28 balls. Oh, you wanted to watch the bat longer.
You know, look, and not that this is a therapy session for me. I'm just saying that she reminds me of me in some ways, very,
Oh, right.
very, very different in lots of ways. But being a young player who would score a lot of flattering 17 and 20s,
Yeah.
and think that actually you know you should be scoring. You think you've got it in you to score bigger scores, but you just
Yeah.
kept getting out. And I think she's just, although she's played a lot of cricket, she's at that point now where she needs to back herself to just
so
bat longer.
At this point, you want them to be taking a much higher trajectory, don't they? In their
Well, I think
in
but
the-
she's still very young.
Yeah,
you know,
so,
there's
but, you
there's
know, you
plenty
want
of
it to
time. But
take
just
off.
in these 50 over games particularly, and again, that doesn't mean go into your shell, never playing a shot, so you don't make any mistakes. And you're allowed to, you're allowed to get out. People are allowed to be bowling well against you. But sometimes I just think she's going for that super powerful shot when she could
At the
just be ticking
expense
this
of-
around.
Yeah,
And
waiting
because-
for the better balls.
Yes, and
hit.
and those balls will come, and she naturally has an aggressive intent. She doesn't need to force that.
Yeah.
So that's a shame, but I don't think we'll harm Sparks in the end today.
No.
But
So Abby Freeborn to the crease. She got 89 not out at Western Storm in that wonderful partnership she had with Eve Jones down at Taunton on Monday. She's been getting some very useful scores for Central Sparks. 93 top score with 12 fours against Sunrisers, a 53 top score in a win against the Blaze, and 49 against Diamonds at Edgbaston. She is the MVP domestic for Rachel Ayo and Charlotte Edwards.
Is she
number
really?
10. She's number 10 on that list.
Okay.
So, having talked her up, she's going to face her first ball. She comes forward and just dots that straight to the fielder at mid-on, and there is no run, and that's the end of the over. By the look of it, the scoreboard's not catching up.
Seems to be
28
the end
overs
of it.
gone, and Sparks are 125 for 2. Vipers got 183, so by the scoreboard's mathematics, Sparks still have 59 to win the game. Now, remember, if they can do this within 40 overs, they get the bonus point.
Didn't know that. There we
Yes, so that's something to look out for here. Sparks will not want to hang around because they have to win their games. They have to get bonus points, and they also, I think, are already at the point where they're relying on other people's results.
Actually, that is interesting then, because you would expect to see them wanting to hit that.
game within a game.
Yeah.
So it may be that somebody getting out might be the right intent.
Yes.
Because they do need to get that bonus point, and also it looks better on the table if you've got another point, if there's a chance of it, particularly because
Well, that keeps them within a chance for
you want
longer,
that
doesn't it?
Width, don't you? You don't want lots.
And you
of
never know what the
dead
others might
rubbers.
do or not do, do
Yeah.
you? So there might be a set of circumstances that means they might sneak in,
Might
but
sneak
anyway,
in.
feel better for having won more games towards in this back half of the season.
Indeed.
So Georgia Elwys back into the attack, bowling to Eve Jones, and he plays it back to the bowler who stops that in her follow through. So there's no run, and Eve Jones has just calmly carried on, really, from
She
what
has.
seems like you saw her at Taunton. So
Yeah,
just
just-
carried on as if she'd
She has,
never
like
stopped.
she never stopped, that's right. Got some more games tomorrow. South East Stars versus Western Storm at Beckenham, and at Derby, Blaze will take on Sunrisers.
So this is Elwys in again to the left-handed Jones, who just moves back and flicks that round the corner for a single.
Is
I
that
think
gonna
it
be a
might be a
leg
leg
by or
by. We're just
something?
waiting. Is he
Ben
looking?
Pebble-
Yes.
leg by.
I thought she sort of looked like she'd given herself a tut or an eye roller. She didn't hit that. Then that's what
Yeah.
that's what was happening.
So if you missed that, so tomorrow,
Sorry.
10:30, but all 10:30 starts at Beckenham. South East Stars take on Western Storm. At Derby, there will be the Blaze versus Sunrisers, and you will hear young Polly on that one, award-winning young journalist. She's at Derby tomorrow. And on Sunday at Southport, Thunder take on Northern Diamonds.
So Elwys in to Freeborn, who just actually very calmly has played that into a gap. They had brought an extra cover fielder in a bit tighter, put a little bit of pressure on, but she's just manipulated that out to the deep cover fielder for one, rotating the strike. Very
And-
sensible.
Yeah, and left, right, left, right.
Left, right,
The- the
exactly.
Field has to change. Left-handed batter to right-handed batter.
So Elwys in again to Jones, who does go back and play this off the bat this time. Just a little glance down to fine leg, rotate the strike. Another
Easy
single.
pickings there with a loose ball there, I think.
Well, I think this has been
Loose
the
ball.
story of the innings, really. They just haven't been able to build much pressure at any phase, really. And they've needed to do that. I mean, again, who knows, but a bit more oomph in that one from Elwys, but played pretty confidently by Freeborn just out to point.
Lindsay Smith doing an easy stop there.
Which I'm just getting, so I should have recognised the hairstyle, shouldn't I? Even if
Yeah,
I
it's
can't read the
distinctive, yes.
names on the back. So Elwys coming in to Freeborn, who waits. Oh, and that just pops up a little bit off, but just slightly back of a length. I'm going to be generous and say she left it, but I think maybe she was tempted
Yeah.
into it. Unlucky she didn't get a little nick on that.
Those
Manhattan.
the purple Manhattans are looking good there. Some of those, well, not if you're a Vipers fan, but certainly if you're a Central Sparks fan, especially the late teen owners.
Nice colour combo there on
lovely.
that Manhattan of the orange and the blue or purplish, I
purpley
think.
blue. Yeah, it's difficult for us to tell from the monitor, but you know. And, so, Georgia Adams, the captain of the Vipers, and in the England squad now, may get a cap, finally. Round the wicket to Eve Jones. Takes a big swab, it's in the air, there's somebody underneath it, it's a catch!
A very neat catch.
She's out, so a great innings from the Sparks skipper Eve Jones. She really got hold of that in the V that we mentioned earlier, but it was hit so well that the fielder on the boundary, is that Georgia Elwys down
It
there?
was, actually, that was a
Georgia
nice
Elwys.
catch.
Nice catch,
And she
but
was
right almost on the rope. I mean, obviously not on the rope, but near the rope.
so she managed to keep her feet just the right side. So I think that was quite a neat take, actually.
Yeah, so Eve Jones, 54 off 77 balls, with 7 fours. So great innings from the captain, and that's put them well on target. One would hope, as a Central Sparks fan would hope, that has put them within touching
There's the
distance.
replay.
Indeed,
I think she did think she'd got this, and then I
Yeah.
think she just sees.
she just
Oh,
sees.
look at it! There you
yeah.
go. You see, batting
That's
is
it.
a horrible
It is.
exercise. She's
I've
played
just-
beautifully, and now look how disappointed she is.
I know it is. Well, what can we say? So we now have Katie George, who bowls left-handed but bats right-handed, unless she's gonna stand the other way around, of course. Katie George, 99 on her back.
That
Is there an
mean-
ice cream van here?
the problem, no, there
no.
isn't. But
Yeah,
oh, now we wish there
probably.
was one.
Yes. Now we wish. Oh, yeah, the ice cream. I can
So
see
she's
them
left-handed, but that means she's got her strong hand at the,
at
top of their bat.
Which the theory
is
is that's the right
better.
way around, isn't
Yes.
it?
So really,
Controlling the bat and all that.
those of us who are right-handed, see, I should have
Should be
batted
ba-
left-handed like
yeah.
my brothers, but you know that you didn't want to be like them.
Well, we had
Couldn't
this
possibly be the
conversation before,
same.
that one or two of the women that we played with copied their right-handed
Yes.
brothers and just picked the bat up and did a mirror.
Yeah.
So they actually put the right hand at the top of their batters. Georgia Adams comes over the wicket to Katie George, who defends that with a plum down in front of her, and there is no run. 128 for 3. Sparks won the toss and put Vipers in. Katie George just again defends that down. It's that sort of length that's difficult to get underneath.
Yes, and again, we know Katie George is a good striker of a ball, but she does need to give herself, she's got time to just settle in. That's.
Right,
I know I keep saying that. That's a good shot.
Rocks back, puts that through point, and there is a single on offer there. This is going to be easy pickings here, if, as you mentioned, Vipers. And I always think some funky field. Sometimes, even if you've got no idea, you just put someone somewhere weird because the batter's then thinking, what are they going to bowl to me next? Adams to Freeborn.
I think I say in the sense that they've got to take wickets to win the game. You would feel,
I remember I was talking to Lynn Thomas, ex of England.
Wow!
And she said Rachel Hayhoe-Flint apparently was brilliant at setting a field.
Oh, she was just a clever, she was a very good thinker.
And Lynn said, she used to put a fielder somewhere. I had no idea why.
Where's she
and
from?
Then there'd be wicket. Yeah, where is she from? She's from. If you hadn't picked the accent up, Lynn Thomas is Welsh. Played for England, opening the baton with Enid Bakewell. But you wouldn't know from my accent.
On that note, I'm leaving. Not because of the accent. I'm going to hand
Was it too bad?
I'll leave you in Claire's capable hands with Polly coming in to join her.
Oh, thank you, Barbara. I shall be joined by award-winning Naughty Child podcast host Polly Starkey. She's got lots of notes, very impressive here. She's done lots of homework. I mean, I've done quite a lot, but not as much as Polly's done. And it's colour. She's got a highlighter pen and everything.
I just miss school so much that I want to do homework again.
Sparks 129 for 3. And Georgia Elwes coming in from the Diglis end to Katie George. Plays that to third. There's a chase on the boundary. The fielder manages to smother that. Is that Nancy Harmon down there? I've got the screen over my window. They get a single. Is it Nancy Harmon?
I think it might be Mary Taylor.
Mary Taylor. Yes, I think you're right. Mary Taylor. And Elwes inspects the ball. Abby Freeborn just making sure that her guard mark is in the right place. She's having a little look round, see where the gaps are. What's coming next from Georgia Elwes? Right arm over, in medium pace. Straight through. We'll say that was a good leave, as Rihanna Southby does her usual. She's so destructive she can't even work out where the bails are gone. She's like, where's that? Where is it?
I do like the way that Southby wicket keeps, because a lot of the time she'll properly leap in there. She's very agile. I mean, like a lot of wicket keepers, but she's quite short and she kind of just bounces everywhere.
Yeah, you want a bouncy wicket keeper, don't you? Elwes comes in and Freeborn just shows the full face of the bat straight down. There is no run. So Sparks need another 54 to win, which seems like they've got 20 overs left. But if they want that bonus point, as I mentioned earlier, they've got to do it shortly to get that bonus point, because winning with a bonus point is the only way to keep their hopes alive for this season. And the Rachel Hayhoe-Flint Trophy as Elwes comes in. That's straight to Lindsay Smith, and there is no run.
I think, according to Sid's message,
they
don't necessarily need the bonus point because they could get a draw and still go through. But this is the thing. I think he put it, they're alive, but just about.
Every nibble.
I think honestly they will take anything. They'll want that bonus point though, because that makes their life a little bit easier.
Yeah. Freeborn plays that backward of point. There's an easy single there. Katie George quite quick between the wickets.
Because I think I mentioned earlier, qualification is not in their hands, which puts them in quite a frustrating situation because they could do their best and actually their best isn't enough.
Yeah.
It's the hard yard to put in at the start.
They managed to get themselves into the eliminator with in the Charlotte Edwards, the 20 over format. And that's Katie George again showing the full face. She's just lent on that. 4 runs to Katie George. Beautiful shot there. Just full face, straight through, long off for 4. 4 more to the total. Sparks are 135 for 3. That's the end of the over. 31 overs gone. George on 6 and Freeborn on 2, building that platform, but 49 runs to win the game.
Yeah, 15 runs ahead of Vipers at this stage, and Sparks have 2 more wickets in hand. So it's one of those that it looks like Sparks will win. It's just when they win is the question, I think.
In the reverse fixture, Katie George got 52 and she was top scorer, so
Nice.
she'll fancy batting against the Vipers.
I mean, mathematically, she could top her previous score if Abby Freeborn just stands at the other end.
just dots
Stand and
every ball
observe.
out. Yeah. Well, you know, again, stranger things have happened.
As Ava Lee into Abby Freeborn, who scampers the single. Score ticking over to 136 for 3.
It's below the 50 as well. There's a sort of mental thing, isn't there, when you start to knock
Yeah.
the tens off.
Lee to George, who nudges that back to the bowler. There'll be no run.
Textbook styley.
Very neat. I've enjoyed watching Katie George kind of develop as a batter and probably turn into an all-rounder. Kind of forced into that through injury. As George slices that down. That's a really nice shot. Just plays that down the ground all the way to the deep extra cover boundary. That was a really nice shot. Got enough on it.
Yeah.
Just raced away.
Powerful.
140 for 3. 44 runs to win for the Central Sparks here at New Road, Worcester.
Wanting to get that bonus point, so needing to get this total within 40 overs to get that extra bonus point.
I think they could do that. But not just
They'll
over
be
9
fancying that,
overs.
won't they?
Lee to George, who defends that into the pitch. 140 for 3. The score remains.
99 on her back. And George is one of those who's signed for is going to be Warwickshire next year, isn't she?
Yep.
I think I've seen
She's going to be a bet.
the hoodie PR.
Lee
Round City
to
Centre.
George, and that goes through to Southby, the keeper.
That's a wide, another one off.
Signalled a wide.
Yes, I think she was in the same photo shoot as Hannah Baker and
Yes.
somebody else. Can't remember who that was.
Lee to George, who nudges that behind to short third. And
Freya Davis tidies up far side.
Ava Lee, who took the wicket of Amy Campbell, to George, who plays the identical shot.
A good sort of,
Davis there.
almost like a long barrier, but sort of stood up long barrier there from Freya Davis.
141 for 3 at the end of the over. 18 overs remain, 43 to win. The Sparks were chasing the target of 184 after the Vipers were bowled out for 183 in the first innings.
And they did that thing where they didn't use all the deliveries, which, I don't think Charlotte Edwards is going to be very happy with them for that.
No.
But,
Following it, Lindsay Smith.
So Lindsay Smith on from our right, as it were, Diglis End. The sun shining on the bright orange of the Vipers' tops and indeed their spectators, who are dotted all around the ground. One or two Phoenix orange in there as well. As Lindsay Smith comes left arm around to Abby Freeborn, who comes forward and dots that down. There is no run.
Central Sparks, we mentioned wanting that bonus point. We want to get a move on Abby Freeborn though. 3 from 12.
Again, a defensive shot.
Almost looked like a fencing move.
Oh yeah,
How
does
far
look like
she
might-
lunged.
Yeah, I wonder if she's done a bit of fencing.
Felt like I was watching the Olympics.
Because she's freeborn from Eastbourne. So I was chatting with her mum and dad in the queue at Trent Bridge for one of the games at the 100. The London Spirit versus Trent Rockets. Should have asked them. Has Abby done any fencing?
So yeah,
and I only know that Eastbourne because they mentioned Eastbourne. I remember that Sam Seaborn said, "I'm Ed Seaborn said, "I'm Ed Seaborn. This is Freeborn, and she's from Eastbourne," which amused him, and I've repeated it again now. So he's going to be well pleased. I use this joke again. And there's a bit of a change in the field. They're bringing in a short third, so thinking about what Barbara said, put something in the batter's head. Katie George is trying to be over exaggerated on. I'm ready. Serve me the ball. Smith. Another dot ball. They're collecting these dot balls, aren't they?
Yeah. No opportunity to score runs. We've got very, very good bowlers.
Katie George waiting, waggling a bat. Up and over, but dropping in front of Georgia Adams to get through for one. Quick running between the wickets. Another one to the total. Another one less to get. Sparks 143, so 143 for 3. So moving towards that 150 milestone. 41 runs to win. Forward and dots that down again. And that's another over. Of course, these overs go through fast, don't they? Another over bitten off.
So yeah, at this stage, the
overs.
Vipers 127 for 5. So it seems they're kind of moving at the same pace in their respective places within the innings. If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I'm getting the spirit
Okay,
of that. Yeah.
41 to win.
41 to win. So you're at Derby tomorrow.
I'm at Derby tomorrow,
for the
yeah.
Blaze game. I mentioned a bit earlier that there was some games going on tomorrow. You've got
Yeah, that'll be an interesting one.
Blaze
Against the
versus Sunrisers. Yeah. Grace Bingo Scrivens.
Very excited to see Grace Scrivens play.
Yep.
And the Blaze, of course, are a very good side.
Left-handed opener.
We've got Ava Lee back into the attack to play to Katie George, who plays that behind her. That's a lovely shot. That's racing away to the boundary. And that's going to go all the way for 4. Just nudged it behind her and got enough for it to carry.
Yeah. That's the thing about... She's got that nous, hasn't she, from having played at the top level.
Yeah.
And... yeah, all the tricks in the book. And spotted that short boundary there.
Lee to George again. He just defends that into the pitch. Yeah, tomorrow's game will be interesting. Sunrise are in 3rd place, the Blaze are in 5th. Of course, top 4 can go through to semi-finals. So
you've got a good game there to do.
It's an important one for the Blaze.
I'm listening to the Blaze live stream for that one.
Lee to George, who nudges that. It almost goes past the fielder. A diving stop, kind of almost on top of the ball.
Squish!
To stop it. The score 148 for 3, 36 to win, which feels like quite a small target now. Lee from the new road end to Freeborn, who chops that into the ground. There won't be a run available. Yeah, the RHF table is looking very interesting because technically nobody is out yet.
Which is good for the competition.
Precisely.
You don't want
Freeborn.
You don't want the last few fixtures to be not meaning very much, particularly as they're all looking which way they're going to go next season. And
so I mean a win for the Sparks today would mean the competition is very much alive. That's a beautiful shot by Freeborn. Just carries that down to the boundary behind it. 4 runs for the board, 152 for 3, 28 to win.
Gap, haven't they?
It's targeting the spaces, and 16 overs remaining, and the over 152 for 3, and that bonus point is on, I think.
Yeah, but they need to keep this moving because, as we know, they get, especially with the short run up spin bowlers, they get through the overs quickly, and you could find yourself suddenly like desperately trying to get runs in the last couple of overs to get that bonus point before 40 overs is up. Oh, there's the run
they've got
right there.
6 overs to do it.
Lindsay Smith in to Katie George, another dot ball. Vipers frustrating the Central Sparks batters here. Katie George waiting for something she can hit there. Up and over. That's easy pickings. Is that going to be 6? I think it is. The first 6 of the game, and Polly's doing a 6 dance.
I'm glad there's
Ooh,
not
if
a
only there was
camera in here.
Comcam. Ha ha!
Not a
She's
chance.
excited.
I was
Up and
waiting
over.
for the first 6 of the day.
I kind of felt that coming, you know, like
Mm.
you could, like Katie George is like, come on, drop one I can step and hit, but then what's Lindsay Smith going to reply with? That's the question. Where's the next ball going? Left arm round to Katie George. Worked into the leg side. Not pretty, but effective. And another one to the total. And Sparks are 159 for 3.
25 to win.
Ooh.
It's getting close.
Below the 30 now. Each one of those 10s is going to be a Lindsay Smith moving a field. Oh, nearly a courted behind it or a stumpy. There. I'm going to say this again because I said this on Monday. It's the how many wicketkeepers who are batting are run out, dancey, oops, you know, stumped basically. We'll see. I'm hoping that's not going to happen as Freeborn plays that to point and Emily Windsor tidies up. They just get a single. This is just easy pickings here. Getting the singles. Sparks 159 for 3.
That made me laugh because
63.
I was going to bring up the exact same
Well,
point.
yeah.
Because I thought we're just on the same level.
Right, we are.
Because I just
That's
think,
more scary for you, let me tell you. Oh, straight through to the wicketkeeper.
because I just think surely as a wicketkeeper you know everything a wicketkeeper is thinking. So why would you?
Why would you do
why
that?
would you do that? But I
It
guess
happened, it happened at Taunton. I can't
Yeah.
remember which way round it was, but in the wicketkeeper, Nat Wraith I think was out, stumped or something. And you just think wicketkeeper to it.
Yeah.
They should be the people who know most about. Don't do that, particularly if
Yeah.
the wicketkeeper's got a helmet on and they're stood breathing down
Yeah.
your net. So the end of the over. That's 35 overs gone. It must be time for me to retire to a darkened room. 35 overs gone. Central Sparks 161 for 3. I'm going to leave you with Polly Starkey, award-winning young journalist, and I'm going to hand you over to Barbara Daniels, 1993 World Cup winner at Lords. Did I mention?
So, yeah, 161, 9 runs from the over, 161 for 3 even. You've got Katie George on 23, and Abby Freeborn on 9 from 20, and it'll be Freeborn who faces, as Georgia Adams is going to continue from the new road end. Georgia Adams has picked up wickets today, 2 for 21. That's Adams to Freeborn, who drives that down the ground. I'll take one from it as Georgia Elwes fields down at log on. 162 for 3. Adams to George, he just nudges that into the offside and will sprint for the single.
So we think these batters are aware. Do you think that they need to get, or it would be helpful to get them in under 40? Does
Yeah.
that mean they've got to get them by the end of the 39th or the beginning, or they've got the end of the 40th?
I think the end of the 39th.
Right. Okay. So
that's
this
the
is
way
the
it works.
36th, isn't it? So
Yes. So 21 runs in the next.
15 balls.
Yes. So I imagine they'll be aware as Adams comes into free ball. Plays that down the ground. George just dives back to stay in a crease.
Because that was a nice shot for none.
Yeah. The potential of a run out. But she's safe. Adams to Freeborn. Plays that down the ground, slightly into the leg side.
She was just looking to turn that into again this big gap here, and she didn't quite get enough of an angle on that one.
Vipers captain Adams.
There you go.
Freeborn just flicks that into the square, which is what she was kind of previously trying to do, and that brings the end of the over. 164 for 3. 20 to win.
20 to win, and we think there are 12 overs left in the game, but they in this sort of 12 overs left. Is that right? 38 are we on?
We're 36.
No, 36. Sorry, there's 14
36.
overs left in the mat, but they've got 3
Oh, the
overs
bonus
then
point.
to see if they can earn a bonus point if they get these 20 runs by the end of the 39th. So actually, there's more balls left than we thought. So we've got 37, 38, 30, so they've got 18 balls left.
I think so.
Yeah.
Don't quote me on that, but I think that's
No,
the case.
no, but I think that's so yes, they haven't got to go mad, but just it would help their cause, wouldn't it? Like you say, if they're, I mean, chances are they're not going to qualify, but it would give them any extra point they can pick up from this situation.
Yeah.
You'd think, let's try and get it.
Because that would move them to 16 points.
Right.
Which they'd still be 8th in the table, but
you don't know what else is going to happen, do you?
Precisely.
So Freya Davis back into the attack, bowling to Freeborn, who just drives that down to long on. They've got a ring field on the offside. We've got, where are we? Third, fine, deep square out. But mid on and mid off up in the circle. Freya Davis coming in again from the Diglis end. And that's a nice shot. Just a hesitation about whether they're going to run. Just a bit of a late cut there. Almost got past Lindsay Smith at point, but not quite.
Yeah, put a body on the line for that one. Got to the floor quickly.
Well, yeah, if it had gone past her, it would have been 4. That's where we're at. Just sort of rolls away slightly down the slope here as well. So Freya Davis in. Again, just pushing forward. Points back in action again. No run. So 3 dots.
Good start for Freya Davis. It's her second spell. She did the first 5 overs at the start of the innings.
It's just quite late for her to come back, isn't it, in the context of the game, actually.
Yeah.
Maybe Adams just felt that taking the pace off the ball was the better option. Oh, you sure where the ball was then? So Freeborn went down to try and play just a little lap sweep to that, to use the pace of the ball for Freya Davis, but didn't get any of it, and the ball seemed to get tangled up in her pads. She had to kick it out of her pad, really. So no run. But you can see what she's trying to do, and now they've just moved finer for that sort of shot. So 4 dots so far. Davis in again. Freeborn waits and just goes forward, plays a defensive push, picked up by mid-wicket coming in towards the stumps.
This is a really good over from Freya Davis. Nothing from it so far, with the Sparks still needing 20 to win. And you do think, should Georgia Adams have brought her on a little bit earlier?
Well, and maybe
there was more of the game to play.
Yeah, and maybe the fielding positions as well, just slightly putting more pressure. I mean, again, the chances are they still might have gone over the top. But you don't know. You don't know. And I say on the basis that you know you're losing here essentially, and you need wickets. I say they don't. They know they're going to lose here, but it's not going to stop them qualifying.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not under that pressure. But yeah, interesting. So that didn't help the Sparks score some bonus point there, that over, did it? Because there was only 1 run from it. So we are 12 balls to go, we think, in order to get 19 runs to win, and to win the bonus point. So they've got loads of time to win the game, but not that much time to get the bonus point.
That's Georgia Adams, the captain. He's going to play to Freeborn. He tries to almost scoop it and slightly sweep at the same time.
Yeah, a little paddle sweep, that one.
Yeah.
Just round the corner. She's good at those. She's got a few of those sweeps in her, but all on the floor, all very safe. But playing with the angles.
And takes the single. 18 to win. Georgia Adams just adjusting her field, and she's in. It's Katie George, who slashes that into the ground, and it's fielded out by Mary Taylor. Who's a deep backwards square leg.
That's a slightly different style of sweep, so she was trying to put some more oomph into that. And again, if it had gone past the fielder, she didn't quite get it, but gone past the fielder, that would have been 4.
Adams to George, who goes down the track and hoiks it, but doesn't quite achieve what she wanted, and it goes to Georgia Elwes down at long on.
She's disappointed. You could see she just leant back on that a bit, so again lost her shape a bit, but again safe enough on the floor.
167 for 3, 17 runs to win. Adams to Freeborn. He just nudges that slightly into the leg side. Nancy Harman sending it back to the wicket keeper. Georgia Adams, after this, could bowl one more over. So it's a penultimate one.
So conversation going on between Adams and Lindsay Smith about a field change slightly. So we've got Long off, moving straighter on the boundary.
Adams to George, he flicks that down into the leg side. We'll take one run from that. Moves to
only 4 off the over so far, 1 ball
15,
to go.
15 to win. George Adams twirls it up, and that's struck by Freeborn down the ground. Again, safely to Elwes, who's doing the fielding at long on. And that's the end of the over, 169 for 3, 15 to win. If they want the bonus point, they've got 2 overs to do it.
So yes, Lindsay Smith has bowled out. Georgia Adams has got 1 left. Freya Davis has still got 4 to go. So
I think Freya Davis will.
we shall carry on
now.
definitely from
Yeah.
here. So yes, 170 for 3, 14 runs required. We are just about to start the 39th over, I suppose. 38 gone. And Davis will be bowling to Freeborn. Again, the ring field on. Square leg, fine leg, third man out. And that's the lap sweep she was looking to play before, which she's played very, very competently, just only a single. Down to that deep fine leg.
13 to win, 171 for 3. It would take a miracle for the Vipers to pull this back. I say that now.
It would
Something
take
mad
a
could
miracle.
happen.
Yes. Well, it's a funny old game, as they say, but that's a nice shot from Katie George. She doesn't run for that. She's just taken a step backwards, just leant on that, and it just goes backward of point. Nice late cut.
That was
going
a really
down
nice
the
shot.
hill.
9 to win.
She
Single figures.
plays that backwards of square shots very nicely. Lets the ball come to her. Some of them with power, some just gliding using the pace of the ball. And this again is what Freya gives, is a bit more pace to work with. And that's it. And she's hit that very hard to mid off. But again, you just see she just leant slightly backwards, and that's when you lose the power then. So I just lose that shape. So we're 9 to win. Is that 9 to win? 3 balls to go in this over. Just a bit of a chat between Adams and Freya Davis. Not sure what they're cooking up there. Nothing's changed. So Davis in to Katie George. Again, backwards of square. That's a lovely shot. Very wristedly played. Down that slope for 4 runs. 5 runs required to win.
I could hit a 6 and win it. And hit a boundary, and it's a tie. And all they need is a tie to stay alive, just about.
I think they're going to get past the tie.
Yeah, I would imagine so.
I think we're safe in saying that. Davis comes in again to Katie George, who defends that solidly on the front foot. It's a better line from Freya Davis. That just goes out to Georgia Elwes in the covers. I have to say, they look a bit fed up. I think they're probably a bit hot and bothered and tired, the Vipers. But they'll go again, and they've got all to play for in terms of the competition itself. They're just not going to come out on top on this one. So Davis in again. So George, who stands very deep in her crease, actually. It's quite interesting. And she, again, much better line and length, and she's only able to just push that back to mid-on. So Freeborn and George here, they've got their 50 partnership, so they've currently have amassed 51 together. And they've looked pretty composed and fairly untroubled in doing that.
179 for 3, 5 to win. Sparks have got 1 over to get that bonus point.
Yeah.
And but they've got plenty of time, even if they don't.
They should get
make
that
the
though
bonus
now.
point.
You'd think. So they need
Yeah.
5. Come on.
Be Abby Freeborn to take strike, with Georgia Adams, the captain, bowling her final over. Perhaps anticipating that it could be all over after this. As Adams to Freeborn, who paddle sweeps that
Paddles
again.
Yep.
And the bails are whipped off.
It's a good
Or
run that.
threatened to
Again,
whip
Katie George
off,
very
but-
fast and ready and alert for that.
Yeah.
Running to the danger
So
end.
4 to win, 184.3. Katie George preparing to face Georgia Adams. And she goes over the top of the fielder's head. It races away for 4. And
they've done it.
Sparks have done it. They've kept their hopes alive of Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy semi-finals. The Vipers, who are top of the table, have been defeated, and Sparks have got the all-important bonus point. They still could be heading to those semi-finals. Just about.
And even if they're not, what they'll be really pleased with is the way they've played in these these last 2 games, the first 2 back in the sort of second half of the season. They're comprehensive victories over 2 good teams. So, I think in terms of their season and their confidence and their contract seeking for next year, etc., very important. So, whether they make it into the top 4 or not, I think this is a really important couple of games. And they've won comprehensively.
Yeah. Central Sparks winning by 7 wickets here at New Road. Very comfortably getting the win. And of course, you mentioned they got the win earlier in the week, and Southern Vipers are defending champions. So to beat them at this stage in the competition is very important. I'll run you through some of the scores. So in the first innings, the Southern Vipers were bowled out for 183, with Ella McCacken and Rihanna Southby opening the batting, putting on a nice partnership. But it was Georgia Elwes, who was 64 not out, who built the innings for them. In terms of Sparks' bowling, it was Emily Arlot who had the standout with 4 for 15. But Karis Pavley also got 4 wickets, going for 31 runs. And then moving to Central Sparks' batting innings, Eve Jones at the top of the order got 54, with Amy Campbell just falling short of the half century, 48 from 63, and Katie George at the end, 38 not out. In terms of Southern Vipers' bowling, we had Freya Davis, Anne Lydie Smith and Ava Lee get 2 wickets apiece, and Georgia Adams, the captain, got the 1 wicket, the 2 wickets even, apologies, and was economical. Just to run through the bowlers again. Georgia Adams got 2 wickets, Ava Lee got the 1, and Central Sparks finished 184 for 3. Thank you very much for tuning in. I've been Polly Starkey. Alongside me has been Barbara Daniels and Claire Jenkins. That is all from us here at New Road, Worcester, and I hope you enjoyed tuning in.